World Indigenous Day People's event, which we started yesterday on 9th of August. And on 10th of August today, we'll be having the entire day's scheduled program, which includes our special guest, Dr. Sarah Wiley, who is joining us from US. We'll be having plenary session with our chairperson, Dr. Tikaram, will be joining us from Nepal. And the panelist will be from Northeast and from Mumbai. After that, we'll be moving towards the technical session. We have 4 technical sessions lined up today. And we will also have a small cultural event and the final valedictory session with Dr. Ritu Diwan, who will be giving remarks even on the conference as such. This 2-day international conference is in collaboration with All India Nomadic and Denotified Tribal Welfare Sangh, University of Kashmir, Jivaji University, Gwalior, St. Joseph College, Kerala, French Valley PG College, Madhya Pradesh. As you know, that the indigenous communities are basically considered as the marginalized. With a huge population in a country like India, we still need to have policies which will also bring them into the social equity factor as such. There are various such cases and incidents where these denotified or the nomadic tribes are also labeled as criminal tribes. We have to evolve as society. We have to also accommodate them as such. So with this, we welcome you all once again for this second day event of 14th International Conference organized by Kaash Foundation's Center for Academic and Professional Development. With word of gratitude to our special guest and also giving good wishes to her, I welcome our own team member and Joint Director Education, Dr. Geeta Ajit, who is also coordinator for Center for Academic and Professional Development, as well as she has been meticulously working as an editor-in-chief for our quarterly newsletter, Kaash Connect. I welcome Dr. Geeta Ajit to take over the deliberations in proceeding and introduce our special guest. Thank you very much. Over to you, Geeta.
Thank you, Kaash. Thank you very much for that lovely introduction. And good morning, viewers. And once again, welcome to our international conference on Indigenous people, the 14th international conference that we have on Indigenous people, the challenges and validations of validation and inclusion. Today, we have a very special guest with us, and she's come all the way from US to join us and be a part of our event. So it is Dr. Sarah Wiley, who is an associate professor of sociology and anthropology of health science, social science, environment health research institute, Northeastern University, USA. And today she will be talking to us on the topic, unfracking the future through indigenous agriculture and relation research. Dr. Wiley, Dr. Wiley is an associate professor in the Northeastern University, as I just introduced. She's a co-founder of Environmental Data and Governance Initiative, a network of academics and nonprofit workings to preserve the federal environmental data and monitor changes to federal environmental policies through web tracking and interviews. Sarah is a co-founder of Public Lab, a nonprofit that develops open source, do-it-yourself tools for the community-based environmental analysis. Her award-winning book, Fractalism, Corporate Bodies, and Chemical Bonds, describes the need to rethink and the extractive resource system that proceeds and enables extractive industries. So with this, and without more ado, let me welcome Dr. Sarah Wiley to join us and give us a talk. Sarah, thank you so much for being here with us. And I know it's late night out there and taking the trouble to be awake at this point of the time. Thank you so much. And the stage is all yours. Thank you, Sarah.
So much. I'm honored to join you all this morning and to share my work. And I want to extend my thanks to the Kaash Foundation for inviting me. And I'll just pull up my slides here so you all can see. So I'm going to be speaking to you today from the context of my research in the United States, which examines the development of unconventional energy, that's the production of natural gas through hydraulic fracking, and examines more broadly how extractive industries create environmental and human health inequalities and ways to create accountability around that. So my work today is very much from the US context. And as we talk about the value of Indigenous research and Indigenous knowledges, it's really important to recognize that you can't just generalize from place to place. So I'm offering, my experience and my work from the environment that I am working in. And I hope it provides some interesting seeds for further thought in your conversations today. And just to locate myself and where I'm coming from more clearly, I'm calling in from Massachusetts and using this great map that shows native lands in the US. I'd just like to acknowledge that I'm on the ancestral lands of the Nipmuc, Massachusetts, and Pawtucket peoples, and I'm a relatively recent settler to the United States. I was actually born in London at University College London, shown here, to two academics. Both of my parents were scientists, and so I'm really interested in the question of the relationships between these places and between these cultures, and how we can bring them into more healthy alliance. Because I'm building on work by feminist scholars such as Donna Haraway, who've argued that there's one fundamental thing about the world: relationality. And so we as researchers should begin to take the relationship as the most fundamental unit of analysis. But if we begin to analyze things relationally, the connections between things, then it becomes important to ask what makes for a good versus a bad relationship. And so drawing on the work of Indigenous climate justice scholar Carl White, who argues that the climate crisis is actually a symptom of settler colonialism and capitalism's harmful socio-ecological relationships. He argues that colonialism and capitalism are characterized by a lack of trust, consent, reciprocity, and accountability that essentially allows us to turn the natural world and other peoples into resources for extraction. And he argues that if we just approach the climate crisis by managing the overabundance of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, we will miss the opportunity to address the more root cause of this problem, and that is this broken set of relationships between humans and other humans, and between humans and the natural world. So in this talk, I'm going to build on these ideas of what are just relationships by giving some examples in the first two parts about how energy extraction and the oil and gas industry are developed through basically broken relationships or toxic relationships that fundamentally make the industry unaccountable. And then in the second two parts of the talk, I'm going to describe how we might shift away and unsettle the fossil fuel and allied petrochemical industries by examining and exploring Indigenous approaches to research and to agriculture. So just jumping in here to part one of the talk. how are extractive industries made fundamentally unaccountable? And this is achieved not just through social systems, it's also achieved through technical systems. And as this map shows, the US's energy extraction has transformed over the past 20 years. Each of these red dots shows an oil or gas well drilled since 2000. And through the process of unconventional energy extraction, the US has become the world's leader in the production of oil and natural gas, right at the time when you think we're on the eve, we're in the midst of the beginning of the climate crisis. We've been going in exactly the opposite direction in terms of energy production in the US. And we now have at least 17.6 million Americans who live within a mile of an oil and gas well. And I'm going to describe to you how this extractive economy is preceded by an extractive research structure that basically enables this resource extraction. But let me give you just a quick overview of what unconventional energy is. Unconventional energy is the combination of hydraulic fracking and horizontal drilling, which basically enables the removal of oil and gas from unconventional reserves, where oil and gas isn't stuck beneath a non-porous capstone, kind of waiting to be released once a well is dug into it. It's distributed like water in a sponge. And in order to get that oil and gas to the pipeline, fractures need to be created in that subsurface layer. And that's what hydraulic fracking achieves through the injection underground at immense pressures, millions of gallons of fluid, sufficient enough to create a mini seismic event that produces fractures that allows oil and gas to get to the pipeline. And combined with horizontal drilling, where you can drill 10 kilometers across an unconventional shale, you can basically extract gas or oil from these previously inaccessible reserves. And so in order to extract natural gas and oil in the US, wells are fracked between 3 and 40 times in their life cycle. On average, they're fracked 10 times, producing an enormous waste stream. And just what's in that waste stream has become a major topic of environmental and human health concern in the United States. And that's because of a set of regulatory exemptions that basically mean that the chemical elements used in fracking are proprietary and not shared with the public, despite the fact that they're being used in millions of tons. So just tying this back to the question of relationships, I'm going to describe how this process of resource extraction is achieved first through an extractive research infrastructure that dislodges data about the subsurface from communities without consent, and that this begins a process that makes it impossible for communities to really come into reciprocal relationships with the oil and gas industry and indeed the state itself, and how that infrastructure is overlaid by regulatory exemptions that make it impossible to actually study contamination and hold industries accountable. So how is seismic imaging a form of extractive research? We have invested, a huge amount of human energy and intellect in the development of globe-spanning information systems to gather information about oil and gas the world over. We've built some of the largest man-made moving objects, shown here on the slide, on the left of the slide, as images of Schlumberger's seismic imaging fleet, which tows 16 square kilometer sensor networks behind them as they travel, pinging the subsurface to gather data about oil and gas. In the case of Schlumberger, one of the largest oilfield services companies globally, that information is beamed up through their private satellite network and into supercomputing hubs, where it is processed to develop 3-dimensional and 4-dimensional maps of the subsurface. This industry has been a leader in the development of virtual reality, and that data has been accessible to oil majors in centers of calculation. So in Houston, Texas, in New York, in Tokyo, in Paris, basically allowing oil majors to begin making plans for extracting these resources from across the globe, continuing sort of colonial legacies of extraction, because having these maps enables these actors to plan to change not just how to buy the land or lease the land for extraction, but how to also change the regulatory environment to further enable extraction, which is exactly what happened in the case of the US, where in 2005, hydraulic fracking was exempted from the Safe Drinking Water Act, which protects drinking water in the United States, and parts of the Clean Water Act. And this essentially meant that there would be no disclosure of the chemicals used in fracking, nor would there be any monitoring of usable sources of drinking water for impacts on drinking water from fracking. And this essentially creates huge gaps in the ability of the public to research this kind of contamination, to protect environmental health, and to indeed protect public health from the outcomes of this kind of contamination. And where I have done ethnographic work in Colorado, what these exemptions combined with this practice led to is the emergence of these enormous waste evaporation pits, where in order to get rid of those millions of gallons of water that are being generated through each frac, the industry was trying to speed evaporation of that material, what's called condensate, up into the air, leading to things like this industrial fountain on the side of a mountain in Rifle, Colorado, where this is a tarpaulin that's been laid across the mountain, and there's rows and rows of sprinklers across that tarpaulin spraying that waste product into the air. And of course, it's largely unknown what is traveling as that gas spreads. And so I worked with community members who live downwind and downstream of these kinds of facilities and started experiencing strange and hard to explain health problems. I'm just going to give you a quick example of one of the stories of the people that I've worked with. That's Laura Amos and her family, who is a resident of Rifle, Colorado, and who wasn't an environmentalist. She was initially very much pro-drilling, excited about the possibility of energy independence. And so when she was informed that oil companies had leased the land beneath her and that drilling would be happening, she kind of welcomed the idea of having wells around her. That was until her water well exploded in 2001, coincident with a fracking operation. And her water was shot through with methane and grey and goopy. And the company assured her that that wasn't to do with the fracking operation and provided her with water until the visual contamination subsided. However, this really changed her feelings about the industry. She became much more of an advocate around, protection from oil and gas, and began investigating and contacting neighbors who were also experiencing health problems and strange things happening on their property, particularly because this water contamination devalued her property. In that research, she came across this very important memo written to regional regulators by Theo Colborn, who's a well-known environmental health scientist who founded the endocrine disruption hypothesis, the idea that low doses of chemicals can act like hormones and disrupt development. And Theo was tuned to thinking about the risks of chemical exposure, and so had written a letter to the Bureau of Land Management, which manages oil and gas extraction in this region, talking about some of the health problems associated with some of the chemicals potentially used in fracking. And one she called out was 2-BE, or 2-butoxyethanol, which was described as producing elevated numbers of combined malignant and non-malignant tumors of the adrenal gland. And reading this made Laura stop in her tracks, because she had just been diagnosed with a rare form of adrenal tumor, despite having no family history of this. And so she had a moment of thinking, oh my goodness, could my tumor be related to water contamination from fracking? And so I just want to bring together now some of the story about how the overlapping gaps around this industry make it very hard to create accountability. And by going through what happened to Laura once she tried to connect her adrenal tumor to potential exposure to 2-butoxyethanol. So in the US, the burden to prove harm falls on the person who has been harmed. And this often happens at a very stressful time in life where there's pressing concerns for family health. And of course, it's become very hard to resell her property because the property values declined due to the water contamination. And so despite having this burden to prove harm and the stress, Laura also had to contend with a myriad of scientific and regulatory barriers. There was no sampling of her water well to turn to be able to see if 2BE was present. As Theo's memo had pointed out, there have been no human toxicological studies of the impacts of 2BE. The disease itself that she's dealing with has an etiological uncertainty. There's lots of causes to it, and it's a latent disease, so it takes a while to develop. And at this point in time, back in 2004, there was almost complete academic disinterest around the health effects of hydraulic fracking. And so overlaid with those scientific barriers, Laura also had to contend with the lack of state and federal monitoring due to those exemptions, frankly dismissive regulators who said her exposure could have come through Windex and other household sources. As I mentioned before, oil field services companies hold their data as proprietary, so she couldn't ever find out what chemicals had been precisely used. And then by the time she's discovered this problem with her well, it's changed hands 3 times. So she has to try and pull together information across many different companies and many different subcontractors, leading to a lengthy and costly legal discovery process, which eventually does show that 2BE had been used in this region and could have contaminated her water. But even with that, Laura had no real hope of proving this link in court. And so she was basically had no other choice but to sign a non-disclosure agreement in order to be able to leave her property. And a non-disclosure agreement, otherwise described as a gag order, basically controls the kind of sentences she can say. So she was basically unable to tell her story anymore. So what this, and researchers have been following this pattern of non-disclosure agreements elsewhere in the US that basically make it impossible to further research and bring people like Laura together into a study to try and understand the dynamics emerging around this industry. So just to return to these themes of unconventional energies, kind of toxic relationships, what you can see through the case of Laura is this fundamental lack of accountability that's achieved through regulatory exemptions and then through things like gag orders that essentially prevent the possibility of reciprocity, because people who've been structurally harmed are further marginalized. And trust is broken in this process, because the industry frequently said things like, oh, there's nothing to worry about in fracking fluid, this is just guar gum and water. And that evidently is not true. And then this whole process begins with a lack of consent on the part of people who actually are going to be living day to day around these operations. So moving on to part 2 of this talk, I want to try and think about the way in which unconventional energy was sold as the bridge fuel to a low carbon economy. That natural gas, because it burns cleaner than coal, would help us would help us decarbonize. And instead argue that what this has actually achieved is a sustaining or a re-entrenching of both the fossil fuel industry and the allied petrochemical industry. So it's frequently overlooked that natural gas isn't just used for burning to create electricity or to cook with. It's also a vital raw material for the production of ethylene. And that's because 70% of the total cost of producing ethylene comes from natural gas, both as a raw material and as a source of energy. And why is ethylene important? It's important because it's one of the highest production volume chemicals domestically in the US and globally, because it's a feedstock for a huge panoply of petrochemicals that are used in basically every product category, from adhesives to textiles to plastics, in almost every manufacturing sector. And so the boom in natural gas extraction has also led to a boom in the production of petrochemicals. And so, as described in this industry report released the cracker, Shell and other oil majors have been investing large amounts of money in the production of polyethylene production facilities and ethane cracking facilities, both in Pennsylvania, in the northeast of the US, and along the Gulf Coast, where there have been 5 new steam crackers developed in and coming into operation as of 2019. And when we look at who is actually dominating the ethylene market, we see the oil majors appearing. So this is another important sector for these oil majors. ExxonMobil, Royal Dutch Shell, Total, and Chevron are all part of the top 10 of ethylene producers. And so just tying this back to Laura's story, 2BE is ethylene derived, 2-butoxyethanol. And so what we can see with fracking is we've also created a huge new market for downstream petrochemicals. And so 2BE, based on available data, due to public outcry, there has been some release of data used in fracking in the US since 2013. And we now know that in at least 20,000 fracks, 2BE has been used. And in one operation alone, it was used in £500,000. Altogether, in terms of what's been reported, there have been over £48 million of 2BE used in the US to date. And so rather than kind of producing this revolution that would help lead us to a low carbon economy, what unconventional energy has achieved in the US is actually re-entrenching the fossil fuels and the allied petrochemical industries and supporting these companies that are as wealthy and as long-lived as nations, but very rarely analyzed for the powerful social and environmental actors they are. And of course, this has dramatically contributed to climate change and also toxic contamination from plastics and other petroleum-derived chemicals. So just moving on to part 3 here. Given that the boom in fracking has actually resettled these industries, how might they be effectively unsettled? So in parallel to the boom in unconventional energy extraction, there's now an exploding field of research around fracking. So as of 2019, there are 1,700 more peer-reviewed articles on fracking that demonstrate a myriad of health concerns. 96% of those studies found evidence of water contamination or the potential for water contamination. 87% of them found significant air quality impacts, and 84% of them showed potential harm to human health or actual harm to human health. And in terms of harm to human health, there have already been 6 epidemiological studies showing increased rates of childhood leukemia, asthma attacks, congenital heart defects, low birth weight, depression, and heart disease in heavily drilled communities. There's a large amount of evidence showing that fracking is actually increasing greenhouse gas emissions because methane leaks from these pipelines at very high rates, and methane is 84 times more effective as a greenhouse gas in the atmosphere than CO2 is in its first 100 years. And as I said before, this further supports and creates a large market for petrochemicals. And so the problem here is that this runs into the same issues that climate change has, where the production of data doesn't seem to actually be moving the needle. So even with Biden taking office, there's very little hope in the US that fracking will actually be stopped. Or that, as the IPCC just recommended in their newly released report, that the country should end all new fossil fuel exploration and production. It seems to be, even with all this evidence, very faint hope that that will actually happen. And why is that? So turning here back to Indigenous research, Eve Tuck, a researcher from Canada, wrote a very important letter called Suspending Damage that describes this kind of work of documenting people's pain and suffering as damage-centered research. Research that intends to document people's pain and brokenness to hold those in power accountable for their oppression. And she argues that this kind of research is operating with a flawed theory of change. Basically, the idea that if we keep just describing harm, we're both making the communities who are harmed feel that they may only be victims, they may only be harmed, but we're also failing to actually change the dynamics of these extractive systems. So she argues for a shift instead away from harm-based research towards desire-based research, towards trying to imagine and support research on what it would take for us to thrive together, or for Indigenous communities to thrive. And so one researcher who has been leading the way in this, a Potawatomi scholar, Robin Wall-Kimmerer, has described possible change in research to more embrace Indigenous forms of knowledge and combine it with Western science. And she uses the analogy of the three sisters to think about possible new relationships between Indigenous knowledge and Western science. And the three sisters are one of the indigenous forms of agriculture to Massachusetts that involves the growing of corn, beans, and squash together. And they grow in a very complementary fashion. The corn grows first and provides a scaffold that the beans can grow around. And the beans grow around that scaffold of the corn, but underneath the subsurface, they also help build deeper roots for the corn, and they fix nitrogen, enriching the soil that corn needs. Meanwhile, the squash begin to grow laterally, and they have these wide, broad leaves that shade out other plants and also help retain soil moisture. So these three crops grown together have this kind of complementarity that produces greater yield than any individual. And Wall-Kimmerer describes this as an emerging metaphor for relationships between Indigenous knowledge and Western science, both of which are rooted in the earth. And she thinks of corn as traditional ecological knowledge, the physical and spiritual framework that can guide the curious being of science, which twines like a double helix. The squash creates the ethical habitat for coexistence and mutual flourishing. And she says, I envision a time where the intellectual monoculture of science will be replaced with a polyculture of complementary knowledges, and so all may be fed. And I would like to take that a little bit literally and move into the fourth part of this talk, which tries to imagine the way in which, if we were to reunite the three sisters, if we were to grow corns, beans, and squash together in the US, how that might help unsettle fossil fuels and the allied petrochemical industries. As inspired by this quote, that guarded by three inseparable spirit sisters, these would not thrive apart. So we're currently doing an enormous amount of work to try and make these crops thrive apart. And what would we be able to undo if we were to draw them back together again? This is based on research that's coming out of my coursework in just environmental relationships, conducted by these fantastic undergraduates pictured here, and my research assistant, Kaleem Ahmed. And my collaborator on this project is Elizabeth Hoover, who unfortunately couldn't be here to present with me tonight, who's an associate professor and from the Mohawk First Nation, and the author of Indigenous Food Sovereignty in the United States, which is the movement that's trying to build food sovereignty within Indigenous communities, because as they argue, how can we be sovereign if we can't feed ourselves? So this talk is inspired by her work. And so returning to what the three sisters could do for us if grown together in terms of both environmental and human health. The Stockholm Resiliency Center has argued that there are 9 planetary boundaries for the safe operating space for humanity. So beyond climate change, our biosphere is at risk of becoming uninhabitable for humans, they argue, because at least 3 of those boundaries have already been passed. The first, and remember this was back in 2009, so it's significantly worse now, climate change. There are already 350 parts per million of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and we now risk irreversible climate change. Adding on to that, we have a serious derangement of the nitrogen and phosphorus cycle due to our heavy use of fertilizers. Humans convert over 120 million tons per year of atmospheric nitrogen into its more reactive form. And they argue that this is well beyond the safe estimated limit of 35 million tons per year. And that nitrogen runoff and and climate change is contributing to that third space that they believe is being exceeded, and that is biodiversity loss, where current estimates put us at the equivalent rates of extinction to the last major extinction events. And so against that grim backdrop, the good news is that growing Three Sisters together could meaningfully reduce all three of these that are currently exceeded. So I'm just going to turn to that to wrap up the talk. So currently in the US, corn, bean, and squash are grown separately in enormous quantities. The US is arguably a corn culture. We currently dedicate 91.7 million acres of land, or basically the surface area of California, to the growing of corn. And in 2018, we grew about 1,120 Empire States buildings worth of corn. And we largely don't grow corn with beans. Beans are also grown in very large quantities. About the size of the small state of Rhode Island is dedicated to beans, and they're grown in the north and northwest. Most of the squash that's consumed by the US, the US consumes a huge amount of squash, about 661 million pounds in 2018, but we largely import it from Mexico. Mexico supplies about 90% of the squash imports to the US. And so what would it take to grow these crops together, and how might it change some of these system dynamics? Well, corn requires a huge amount of fertilizer. So in order to grow that amount of corn, we currently use over 10 million tons of fertilizer, which is about 15 million African elephants, or about 28 Empire State Buildings worth of fertilizer. And fertilizer production and use has enormous ecological consequences. So the use of this amount of fertilizer in the Midwest has a real impact on the Gulf of Mexico. And that's because of the Mississippi River, which forms this enormous drainage delta into the Gulf of Mexico. And the nitrogen phosphorus that is run off through the Mississippi River into the Gulf creates enormous algal blooms that deplete the oxygen supply and kill fish and other organisms. And so in 2019, the Gulf had its largest dead zone on record, and that was over 6,000 square miles of a dead zone. So meaningfully reducing the use of fertilizer in this region could really improve this problem in the Gulf of Mexico. Fertilizer is also produced from fossil fuels and produces hazardous waste. It also has a very large carbon footprint all of its own. So natural gas is used to produce fertilizer, both as a feedstock and energy source. And so we use trillions of thermal units in order to produce ammonium fertilizer in the US. And that energy produces a very large carbon footprint, so almost equivalent to the entire city of Indianapolis, which is a major city in the US Midwest. And the production of this amount of fertilizer produces large amounts of hazardous waste and also environmental injustice within the US. So this is a fertilizer waste pile. It's 960 acres, and it's in Louisiana, also along the Mississippi River Delta, where we have the largest amount of chemical production in the US. And this phosphogypsum waste stack will have to remain for generations because its waste is weakly radioactive. So if we were to instead adding this enormous input of fertilizer to corn and instead grew it with beans, we might be able to massively reduce the amount of fertilizer required. So research shows that growing beans and corn together can reduce fertilizer leakage by about 40%. And there is some evidence to support that perennial polyculture supports its own nitrogen needs entirely. And so basically, just focusing on the use of fertilizer and regrowing corns and beans together could eliminate the need for 40 to 100% of fertilizer, which could reduce fossil fuel demand, reduce that carbon footprint, reduce nitrogen and phosphorus production and runoff, reduce hazardous waste production, reduce dead zones and biodiversity loss, and reduce environmental injustice in the US. And that's just speaking about the fertilizer. The other large amount of work we're currently doing to grow corn as a monoculture is the use of petrochemical pesticides, herbicides, and fungicides, which are used in enormous quantities. So 97% of that acreage of the US that's dedicated to corn production has pesticides, has herbicides applied to it yearly. And if we look at the top herbicides applied to corn, so atrazine is the largest applied herbicide to corn, and it's applied about 55.9 million pounds of the stuff was used in 2018 alone. And corn isn't alone in this large use of pesticides. There's 64 different pesticides that are currently used on squash in the United States. So let's just dig in a little more to corn and atrazine. Atrazine usage occurs over vast areas of the United States. You can see the dark green here is where there's high levels of atrazine use, approximately greater than 45 pounds per square mile. And this map shows predicted atrazine groundwater contamination in the Midwest. And why is this concerning? It's concerning because atrazine is an endocrine disruptor. That means it can basically act like hormones and disrupt development in frogs, and it can cause genetically male frogs to appear phenotypically female at very low concentrations at 2.5 parts per billion. And this is a large contributor to the US amphibian decline. So we currently have a very serious decline in amphibians in the US. Quantitative monitoring suggests that 61% of amphibian species are threatened or declining. So this use of atrazine alone is contributing to this larger problem of biodiversity loss. And let's look a little bit more at some of the other most commonly used herbicides, glyphosate, which is otherwise known as Roundup, that is produced by Monsanto. And Monsanto owns 80% of US grown corn and makes this herbicide Roundup. This is an image of the Bayer Monsanto Roundup production facility in Louisiana, and you can see it again borders the Mississippi River. So the Mississippi River is being used, for both the waste from fertilizer and the waste from petrochemical production. And this is a major problem in terms of environmental justice because the majority of residents living close to these locations are Black Americans who were disenfranchised historically through slavery. So why would returning to polyculture enable you to stop using some of these herbicides? Well, it has to do with those big broad leaves of the squash plant, which shade out other plants and also have allelopathic interactions that actually just reduce other competing plants. So ground cover like squash could meaningfully reduce the need for herbicides. And interplanting schemes create a much more complex habitat for natural predators for other kinds of pests. So basically they create spaces for natural enemies, and they discourage or distract pests, thereby reducing the need for pesticides. So we could really reduce the need for these pesticides, which are produced in enormous quantities. Again, this is returning to that area of the Mississippi River known as the Louisiana Chemical Corridor, where many of these pesticide and fertilizer are produced. And this is just a list of the different pesticides used on herbicides used on these crops. And circled in orange here are some of the facilities that are contributing to the production of these chemicals. So basically, growing these plants together could reduce the demand for that large set of petrochemicals, but they could also increase crop yields just by growing them together. So it's estimated that growing the three sisters together can increase crop yields by 30%. And that's because they just have a much more stable root system, making them more resilient to changes in weather patterns. And that becomes really important in the context of climate change, where we're seeing increased rates of flooding. We already saw in 2019 in Nebraska some of the most widespread flooding in the state's history that caused $400 million in damages to crops. And available evidence shows that intercropping systems makes agriculture much more resilient. So after Hurricane Mitch, diverse cropping systems suffered 19% less damage compared to monoculture neighbors. And then also in Cuba, after Hurricane Ike, polyculture systems showed 50% losses compared to 90 to 100% losses in monoculture systems. So as we begin to scale up and live climate change globally, returning to polyculture could be a very good strategy for maintaining crops. And when we begin to talk about the feasibility here, it's really important to look back historically and realize the immense amount of federal investment, government investment, research investment, private business investment that it has taken to develop monoculture in the first place. So a wonderful book by Deborah Fitzgerald, Every Farm a Factory, describes the long-term investment in creating monoculture agriculture. And that was supported by a network of 200 plus land grant colleges in the United States that developed agricultural tools like the combine harvester, that promoted them to farmers, and basically encouraged the reduction of many small farms to much larger, much more specialized and much more mechanized farms over the course of the past 100 years. And still within the US, farmers are heavily subsidized. Farmers got more than $22 billion in government payments in 2019. So we are already putting an enormous amount of capital and intellectual effort into sustaining monoculture. And what would happen if we turned that lens and that energy towards developing polyculture? Because there is some feasibility. While corn as a seed has been monopolized largely by Monsanto, most of the corn farms themselves are actually still family owned. 95% of corn farms are family owned. Beans are not monopolized in the same way as corn. There are many different providers of beans, and almost all squash seeds come from small businesses. So there's really a possibility to kind of change the relationships characterized by big agriculture currently. And the Rand Corporation has pointed this out, where they studied polyculture and said basically that much of agricultural research goes towards large agricultural businesses such as machinery manufacturers and seed, fertilizer, herbicides, and pesticide producers, and none of those groups are likely to see much economic promise in researching perennial polyculture. And so they expressed the concern that perennial polyculture could be an orphan concept in the current agricultural world. And of course, it isn't an orphan concept. This form of agriculture has been developed by the Haudenosaunee Confederacy for generations and was the leading form of agriculture in the US prior to settlement. And so Indigenous communities are gathering around the idea through the work of people like Liz Hoover to revitalize their ancestral forms of eating and growing and their corn culture. So the question is, how could we organize to support that in a way that isn't top down and that isn't colonial and extractive? So building again on Liz Hoover's work, and just to wrap the talk up, how do we think about moving towards unsettling these toxic dependencies on fossil fuels and petrochemicals? And I think there are some really interesting insights from Indigenous researchers like Carl White and Elizabeth Hoover, who pose the question of what could research, policy, and technology look like if consent, trust, reciprocity, and accountability become their process, method, and goal? How could it limit extractive and harm-based research? And how could it also create a new means of determining accountability? If we're not caught up in trying to prove that somebody has directly gotten cancer from an exposure, but is rather saying this industry is structurally unaccountable, how would that change the logic by which we attempt to create accountability and justice currently? And then thinking more materially about the Three Sisters, how could that kind of polyculture be ethically scaled up by centering Indigenous knowledge, worldviews, and values, by ensuring relational justice through designing and evaluating systems for having these positive relational qualities of consent, trust, reciprocity, and accountability, and realizing that it would require a similar scale of academic, political, and cultural investment as those that produced industrial monocultures. And I'll just leave you with a quote from Walkimera, who argues that our greatest teachers here are the plants themselves, and that the lessons of reciprocity are written clearly in the Three Sisters' garden. Together, their stems inscribe what looks to me like a blueprint for the world, a map of balance and harmony. And what would it take for us to build towards those dreams to unsettle our present problems? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. That was a wonderful presentation. I mean, amazing. When you started with petrochemicals, and I was wondering, I said, yeah, okay, petrochemicals are the known evil people all around the world. And how you connected with the agriculture and the Three Sisters concept is really amazing. And how we can actually save the world and the petrochemical industry. We can actually tell them, okay, bye-bye. Can we actually do it?
Exactly. Yeah. How could we make them unnecessary? Rather than fighting them on their own territory, which is a game that is rigged. I mean, continuing to fight hydraulic fracking by providing more evidence when they created a system to not have evidence in the first place is just playing their game. And there's a real need for us to actually just make these systems unnecessary. And yeah, I have found, I couldn't recommend more Braiding Sweetgrass. The work of Robin Wall-Kimmerer and these scholars has just been transformational for me to read as somebody who just has been trying to get out of the horrible practice of relating other people's suffering, especially as you develop an academic career and some of your career is built on telling these stories, but not actually meaningfully changing the system. And so, yeah, I've had a real interest in trying to figure ways out of that harm-based approach.
Hopefully, then we won't have more people like Laura who has to fight with a band on their mouth and say nothing and yet fight the system. It's really amazing. Another question is, you spoke about the Three Sisters, which is so amazing. Usually, I believe it was like with a rotation of crops that this would be done traditionally. So this is the first time I hear that you can, intertwine all three, grow them together, and it actually helps and save the rivers and our environment around. How far is this being practiced in the US?
Well, so it's been practiced, by the Haudenosaunee peoples, which is a group of a confederacy of 5 tribes that actually many of the sort of foundational elements of American democracy are built on their ideas. And it was their traditional form of agriculture. And so some form of corn polyculture was used across, in my understanding, and I am really just developing my knowledge in this area, across the Americas, even into South America. And this really was a very common practice within the US prior to settlement. And it's one of the reasons why, the colonists were provided with food. They were provided from Three Sisters Gardens, but also didn't recognize, just didn't have the lens to see that as a productive garden, because in the European tradition, there's so much used to growing crops independently and couldn't really.
It's something similar even out here in India. We have them, independent crops. We don't grow them together. This is a real new knowledge. Talking of Pamela, are there any questions on the YouTube that is directed towards Dr. Sarah Wiley? What else? Sarah, it's really been amazing.
No, ma'am, not really.
Not yet. Oh, I'm so sorry, Sarah. I think people are just waking up out here. And I'm sure later on when you watch the videos, you'll have a lot of them coming up and popping up, because it's really food for thought what you've given us. And once again, I would like to thank you, because it's amazing how with your research, you are actually trying to take on the oil and gas industry, which has always had its blessing from the politicians, I think not just the US, but all over the world. And trying to fight that industry I don't think it's going to really take a lot of power and attitude and motivation, which is there. And thank you so much for, the kind of, I think I've written so much, and we realize how the petrochemical industries are actually devastating the earth. And with this indigenous Three Sisters knowledge that you've given us, we can actually save the earth and also feed the people around at the same time. Pamela Susan, there's nothing, so thank you so much. And to our viewers, once again, we have Dr. Sarah Wiley, who stayed awake the night. I think it's a new day for you already out there.
It is.
So once again, thank you so much for being here with us. And it's been a real pleasure. And I must say, mind-blowing information as to the kind of knowledge that you have and the research that you have been doing. And I'm sure once they start watching the YouTube videos, there'll be a lot more thought process and hopefully something more to work towards in this thing. Thank you once again for being with us. It's been
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye. And I now pass on to Pamela. Pamela, it's over to you. Thank you so much. Pamela?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. So just giving a brief review about our event yesterday. As people all over the world observed the International Day of the World's Indigenous Peoples on 9th August 2021, we commenced the first day of our 14th International Conference with the inauguration, which was graced by the eminent presence of Dr. Sangeeta Shukla of the Jivaji University, Professor Shakil Rumsho of the University of Kashmir, Dr. Sabuke Thomas of St. Joseph's College, Autonomous Devagiri, and Dr. P.R. Chandelkar of SSLN Government Pench Valley College, Parasya in Madhya Pradesh. This was followed by the plenary session, which was chaired by Dr. Protiva Rani Karmarkar from Bangladesh, and it was graced with the scholarly presence of Professor Arvind Tavari, Dr. Arzuman Ara, and Dr. Kaash Zada. The conference then opened for technical sessions 1, 2, 3, and 4, which witnessed almost more than 42 presentations of scholars pan-India presenting their research on our very own indigenous communities. The sessions were also meticulously conducted by our chairpersons and moderators. Day 1 yesterday ended with beautiful performances from Shillong, Kerala, and Madhya Pradesh, which was indeed a visual insight into the lives and cultures of our indigenous communities. We are very happy to let you know that day 1 of the 14th International Conference was successfully live streamed for more than 6 hours with a success rate of 1,100 views. And it is our request on behalf of Kaash Foundation, I would like to request all our participants to kindly keep on supporting us as and when we come up with our future endeavors. Thank you, and over to you, ma'am. Geeta ma'am?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you so much, Pamela. And once again, welcome to all the viewers. And we've just had Dr. Saira Ali, who gave us mind-blowing information through her presentation on tracking the future through indigenous agriculture and relational research. And now I would like to invite Dr. Tikaram Paudel to chair the plenary session for us. Dr. Paudel coordinates the Research and Innovation Center and teaches postgraduate courses in the School of Education, Kathmandu University. Previously, Dr. Paudel worked as a postdoctorate fellow at the Department of Linguistics, University of Constance, Germany. He exclusively worked on the issues of South Asian languages, contributing to the theory of egrativity and affix suspension while working in Germany. Educated in India, Nepal, and Germany, Dr. Paudel is interested in the issues of the emerging varieties of English and the impacts of English education on South Asian societies. He teaches courses on Western theories, applied linguistics, and qualitative research. He has extensively worked on the issue of minority languages of the region and languages of this region, and his publications are well received in the academic world. It's nice to see you again, Dr. Tikaram Paudel, and welcome back to be with us. It's really a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you so much. And viewers, we now have Dr. Tikaram Paudel with us once again and handing over the session to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Geeta, for introducing me to the audience. And it's a great pleasure for me to chair this session. And I'm very much thankful to Kaash Foundation for this opportunity. Time is running out, almost 12 minutes past from the scheduled time. And in this session, we have four speakers, Dr. Amenla from Shillong campus of FLU University, and Dr. Sivasankar from Assam University, and Dr. Pratibha from St. Xavier's College, Mumbai. And again, we have Dr. Geeta, Assistant Professor, VES Institute of Technology, Mumbai. And without delay, these people, especially I invite Dr. Amenla from EFL University, Shillong campus. Dr. Amenla comes from Nagaland, where every village speaks a different language. And the indigenous people of Nagaland have a very rich cultural heritage that is often not yet explored in the mainstream Indian discourse. And I invite Dr. Amenla for the presentation. And because of the time considerations, let us try to finish our presentation within 12 minutes. When the 10 minutes passed, I will give you just a hitch so that you can conclude your presentation. Over to Dr. Amenla. Dr. Amenla?
Yes, sir.
Please start your presentation.
Okay. Sir, am I audible? Can you see me?
Yes, madam, you are.
Okay. First of all, thank you, sir Tikaram. It's always a pleasure. It's an honor and pleasure to meet and see you again, sir. It is a great privilege for me to partake in this special conference celebrating International Day of the World's Indigenous Peoples, which has been made possible through initiative taken by Kaash Foundation. So my heartfelt gratitude goes to Kaash Foundation and also the different collaborating esteemed institution for giving me this opportunity to voice my thoughts and observations as an indigenous person from the Northeast. With great values being attached to indigenous communities around the world in relation to their resourcefulness to humankind, nature, and also in rightfully establishing their contributions and rights my topic highlights on the indigenous communities of Northeast India and the need to develop and preserve in terms of knowledge from cultural and linguistic viewpoints. I strongly believe that among many other significance, culture and language form primordial importance in the consolidation of their identity. A very interesting feature of their identity is in taking pride to preserve and maintain their tribal status and rights at different community levels, extending from the young to the old. Being indigenous is a prestigious crown and held in high esteem and value by people in this part, and hence their tribal identity makes for an interesting study permuting cultural and linguistic signifiers, which is what I will try to explore in some Northeast states as my time permits. Now, nestled in a corner of the country lies the 8 sister states which make up Northeast India. According to Sachdeva 2001, a kind of unique multilingualism and multiculturalism exists in this part, which is unparalleled to the kind of multilingualism that exists even in mainland India. Eminent scholars of Northeast India, like Professor S. Singh, has figured that about 200 languages are spoken in this part, which contributes to their vibrant
Can
culture.
you switch on your video?
Pardon, sir?
Can you switch on your video?
Okay. Sir, is it
Okay,
switched
that's
on?
great. Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, sir. Okay. So we have eminent scholars of Northeast India like Professor S. Singh, who has figured that about 200 languages are spoken in this part, which contributes to their vibrant culture, each reflected in the language which are mostly oral and in their struggling path to getting them developed, scripted, and recognized. The languages and cultures exhibit their very existence and being in terms of the valuable knowledge they possess. The knowledge is beautifully reflected in their everyday practices and worded meaningfully, be it in terms of flora and fauna, medicine, agricultural practices, counting systems, measurement and weights, maxims, etc., through their cultural way of life and languages used to speak about them. To illustrate, I'm giving a few examples in Khasi, spoken in Meghalaya, and an Ao Naga dialect spoken in Nagaland. So in Khasi, we have the phrase Bam Kwai Duar Ublay, which is referred to a dead person. So it roughly translates as chewing betel nuts and palm leaves by God's door. So this kwai is betel nuts had with lime rubbed on palm leaves. This kwai is so important in the Khasi culture as it symbolizes token of friendship, hospitality, sharing, and so on. And we see that in every household, they have a kind of a small basket, which is also sold in the traditional markets, which are small containers attached to the basket for keeping the pieced betel nuts in one container, the leaves and the shoon and a small knife and a bigger space for keeping the betel nuts, unshelved betel nuts, and they keep them for frequent chewing and also for serving it to guests. And also people buy or prepare them at home and carry it with them wherever they go in their daily lives and share it with people or use it personally or consume it, right, from time to time. So its use is dispensable to any social gatherings and its consumption is rampant. There's even a folklore revolving around how it has come to be significant to their culture and why it forms a part and parcel of the community. Here, we see its importance extended even in reference to the dead as chewing. Why? Whereas elsewhere in a state like Nagaland, taking betel nuts is considered as disrespectful and looked down upon. So we see that even among the sister states, there is a common ground for solidarity in claiming for indigenous rights. Yet each culture unique in its own different ways. Another instance is the local tenet Kakamai Kahok, which means to earn one's livelihood through hard work. True to the expression in the phrase, every person from childhood imbibes dignity of labor and contributes in whatever way possible to the prosperity of the family. Any kind of available work is taken up and respected, however little or more it pays. The observation is interesting and amazing that we see each living his or her own life with a sense of self respect and dignity. Each human is equal to the other, and no one is higher than the other because each, in his or her own, earns his or her livelihood by sweating through. Even the days of the week has particular practices attached to them, like Sneed Hoding means a day of collecting firewood, which is Friday. Sni Saitjain means day of washing clothes, which is Saturday. Sni Ublay for Sunday, which means day of God. And we can beautifully see the people, the communities carrying out each chore as a natural way of the indigenous community. Again, if you visit the traditional markets, the counting system is equally intriguing. Hali means a set of four, and fruits like oranges, guavas, etc., which are grown locally, are sold in halis and not kgs. So we have to buy them in terms of halis. So also there are different systems of measurements and weights depending on the categorization of the weights, depending on the goods in terms of shapes, sizes, and so on. Next is a community in Nagaland, the Chanki, which is a subtribe of the Ao Naga tribe, and speaks a dialect of its own, comprising a small population, of which I am also one. So in Chanki, the word Changramri refers to a bachelor. So Changram means blooming red, and Ri is a nominalizer, which makes it into a noun. So blooming red signifies life, growth, prosperity, and has a positive connotation. And the color red stands for ferocity, manhood, power, and strength. Whereas if you contrast it with the word bachelor, which is Milari in the language, right? It conceptualizes a kind of meekness, but it doesn't stop there only. The same word is used to refer to a widow too. The same word for bachelorette, which is Milari, is used to refer to a widow too. So we see here, equating two meanings with a word, single word, we see a connection in the words, forming a negative connotation and not so pleasant of a future blooming life attached with it. So words in the language like this signify the dynamics of gender and power, which is prevalent in the culture. This itself gives away which of the sexes in the community has the upper hand or calls the shots in the household as well as in the community. So that extends to the way of local governance bound by traditional laws in practice at the level of the family or community life by way of how language is structured and the cultural practices carried on. So through this small presentation on exploration of some cultural and linguistic signifiers which abound in the indigenous communities, which do contribute immensely to exhibiting and consolidation of their identity, it is reiterated that the rich resources of indigenous knowledge, be it preservation of cultural practices or language, needs to be developed further and be preserved as part of fulfillment of their human rights, the human rights even of the Northeast. Because language rights, cultural rights, they are also human rights. So I feel that accounting for knowledge gathered from each and every small and little known communities of the Northeast also would help in strengthening and contributing to a theory on indigeneity. With this, I end my talk. Thank you, sir. Sir, can't hear you.
Pratikaram, you're on mute.
Sir, muted.
Now, thank you, Dr. Amenla, for your mind-blowing presentation. Now the floor is open to questions if you have any. Please unmute and ask a brief question to Dr. Amenla. I think no more questions. Thank you, Dr. Amenla, for your presentation and talking about the linguistic signifiers, particularly in the communities of Nagaland. Thank you very much. Now I move to Dr. Sivasankar Majumdar from the Department of English Language, Assam University, Silchar. Dr. Sivasankar usually works on the theater, and this time he comes with the life word in the folk tales of Northeast India. Now over to Dr. Sivasankar. Hello? Dr. Sivasankar? Does my voice reaches you? Hello? Okay, sir. Now over to Dr. Sivasankar. Please welcome to his presentation. I think your voice is not coming, sir. Hello? Dr. Majumdar, your voice is not heard. Hello?
Probably Dr. Tikaram, we could go on, ask the next person and call Dr. Sipshankar to join the next.
Sankarji, Amenla did, and now Pratibha, I didn't see Pratibha here. I think now next, shall I call Dr. Ajit? Gita? I think it is your turn. Shall we start with you so that Dr. Majumdar can fix his internet connection, and after that...
Dr. Pratibha is not here. Pamela?
I didn't see her here. She has also some problem with internet connection.
Ma'am, we could go ahead with you.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll just switch on my video.
Okay, that's better, ma'am.
Thank you, and it's really a pleasure to be back again, viewers, and I hope you'll have been enjoying. Thank you, Dr. Tikaram. Yeah, I'm here. You have to introduce me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll introduce myself. I'm Dr. Geeta Ajit, Assistant Professor at VS Technology, Institute of Technology, Mumbai, and I also work as also work with Kaash Foundation. With no ados, now let me just go to my presentation. I'm going to share my screen, and I hope the viewers are able to see it. Are you able to see my screen? Yes. I'm sharing my screen. Yeah. Are you able to see my screen? Sorry.
It's coming up.
Yes.
Yeah, now it is.
Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am. Could you go to the presentation mode?
Yeah, I'll just go to the 1 minute, just for a minute. Okay, I'm just not able to. Just a minute, please. Yes. Has it gone to the presentation mode? Yes. No. Yeah.
Yeah, now.
Okay. Thank you so much. Good morning, viewers. And once again, thank you for being here with me. I mean, it was a pleasure to have you all. Today, I'm here to speak to you on a group of people which I heard about them when one of my friends was presenting her story, and she spoke about this group of people who did incredible work. I'll introduce them with my presentation. Of course, the name is out here. It's called the Kalasis of Bepur, and how they are preserving the heritage of accumulated wisdom through traditional skills and indigenous practices. So, what are we looking into in this conference? Through this conference, we are trying to look into community. We know that communities have been creating and using indigenous knowledge for centuries. It is from the past, we have got a lot of our present knowledge. But despite the knowledge, advances in knowledge creation, it's traditional practices that lends an additional lens to better understanding, to better understand the knowledge creation efforts. So it is with the past indigenous knowledge is that we are able to make the present life better. When we snap it out, sometimes things can go awry, and it's happening today in the world. It is often the indigenous techniques that have important implications for knowledge creations and creative problem solving. And unfortunately, we are so involved with the present that we do not look into the past. We fail to look into the past, and probably that would save us a lot of our life, not just our lives, but it could actually make life so much better for us. And sadly, it is found that only in the face of tragedy do we find the potential traditional technology where certain crucial operations are demonstrated. It is more often, it is only when we come to the limits that we look into it. So what is happening? So I would like to first go into the Perumal tragedy of 1988 on July 8th. On July 8, 1988, 9 bogies of the Island Express plunged into the river from the Perumal Bridge near Koilon, Kerala, killing 106 passengers. It is going to be etched in the memory of all the people in that area of Kerala forever, because it was a disaster that it cannot be erased so fast. But what happened? It is only when, though it happened on 8th, it was more than 5 days, and the race were not able to retrieve the bogies that were plunged in the river. It was then the chief minister, the then chief minister, E.K. Nayanar, who said, call the Kalasis. And it is then when the world realized that we have a group of people called the Kalasis, who were able to retrieve when everything failed. The railways had the latest technology and they tried it through all their means, but they were not able to retrieve the bogies. And that is when they came in. They had 37 members of the Kalasis who came in using their traditional pulley iron, rope manual winch, and just a few basic tools. And when the people saw them, they were not allowed to work. They came almost on 16th, and they were not allowed to work. They were just made to sit aside. And it is only in the afternoon because they said, what can these people with just some ropes and pulleys do anything? But it was only later when they came in, and within half a day, they actually pulled the bogie to 5 meters near the shore. And when the railways, in their eagerness to help them, okay, just 5 meters from the shore and we have a first bogie, they brought in their crane to help them. But what happened? The chain of the crane snapped and the bogie went tumbling back into the river even further, which made the work for the Kalasis even more difficult. But the Kalasis, the Bepur Kalasis are an amazing lot. They did not stop. They do not look back. They went in and continued with their work. And within the second day itself, they had the first bogey out. The next bogey, within 24 hours, they had the next bogey out. And you can imagine the tons it would have weighed with the water logging in it, how heavy it would have been. Yet, with rope, pulleys, iron chains, and wooden planks, they pulled it across. And then, by then, the army had come in to help out, and they continued to help the army. And within days, all the 9 bogies were pulled out. Where technology could not help or do things, it was these indigenous engineering practices of the Kalasis which made it happen. And it not stopped there. I mean, what exactly is the power of the Kalasis? It's a supreme physical strength. They have amazing strength. Yeah, unfortunately, there's not too much of documents about them. So the little that we have, we can see the kind of strength that they have. The teamwork, it is like, sometimes I feel it's a mental telepathy that goes in with amongst the others. The sync with which they work. One knowing that, okay, each one knows where they have to work, and they have the Mupa, the headman, who tells them what to do, and immediately they all do it. And the indigenous traditional engineering technology, you can see how they use these as what they had used in order to retrieve the 9 bogies from the river. And it's just not over there. They have the Kalasis have helped in Farouk Bridge, Patu Bridge, the Kalai Bridge in Malabar, etc. Many places they have been called upon to help. Whenever they need something which is not able to be done by machinery, they call the Kalasis. And it is for sure that they will do it. They also have the railway bridge in Bilaspur in Madhya Pradesh. They have been asked to help out. Whenever there is heavy machinery to be shifted, they do. The Shivnath and the Mahanadi bridges in Orissa. The India's first arch launching bridge in Chenab, which is there. Then again, in years ago, when the Indian Express, we have the flight out here, it skidded off the runway in Calicut Karipur Airport. It is the Kalasis who pulled it back and put it back into the runway. And the best part is when they do something, they ensure the body of whatever they're working on is intact without much damage. And that's where they make a difference compared to the modern technology. They also helped in the installation of heavy machines in the construction of Idukki Dam. And it is said that, when I read up the reports, it said that they work for 1/10 of the money that is given to the engineers working over there.
Dr. Jadhav, yeah.
Okay, and then of course they were also recently retrieved a huge fishing boat which was stranded in Trivandrum. What is the latest that I have when I have searched about them? It was just in 15 July 2020, a huge gas turner crashed and turned turtle. You can see the pictures out here. And they called the Kalasis. It was just very close to the Talisheri district court. And they called the Kalasis, and within 25 minutes, a tanker weighing more than 25 tons was back on the road. That's the way the Kalasis work. For them, it is nothing, all these weight. So who are the Bepur Kalasis? Now, Kalasis are a group of people. I think there's a echo of my word.
No, ma'am, you can continue.
Okay, thank you. Kalasis are a group of people traditionally involved in the construction of urus or dhows, as we call it. The word Kalasis comes in Arabic, means the one who releases ship. And of course, the majority of Kalasis are Muslims, so they're called as Mapila Kalasis. Now let's go a little bit to the history of Kalasis. It dates back to more than 2,000 years. It was a time when our country was there were the Arab traders. During those traders, since then, they have been there. And what happened, you can see where Bepur is, where the Bepur Kalasis is on this map. during those days, of course, Arabs being merchants, they would often come to India, which was the most potential and the bountiful land. And when they come here, they would be spending 6 months here and 6 months in their hometown. So because they had to wait for the waters to reach and the suitable tide to set in order to ship back home. So they would set here and they would have understanding with the women of Malabar, and where it's called as muta marriages. And so they would spend 6 months out here with the Indian wives, and of course they also had their own families back home. And the tradition went such that the children born out of this kind of relationship remained in the mother's home. And of course, the men, they had to pay a meher or amount to the girl's family in order to marry her and stay with her for 6 months or whichever time they are out here in the country. So that's how they're. And and from generation to generation, this Mapila Kalasis, they grew, and the knowledge was passed over from father to son or through generations, from one generation to other. The headmen usually are called the Mopanas, and they are the ones who had the knowledge, and the others worked under him. So that's what we know about the history of this thing. And what's the indigenous technique used by the Kalasis? They employed basic principle of police, like you can see out here. This is what's called a davar, and this is the main, to use heavy weights, this is the kind of davar that they use, where there are 2 rods are put across, and there are people use on 4 sides, they turn it around, and it is said that this kind of technique, they can move mountains, and it has been proved so. The equipment consists of just wooden rails, rollers, metal chains, and they have one man to ensure that the rope does not get entangled when being pulled into this davar, as they call it. So that is how it is. And with this, they're able to bring even the mighty ships ashore, or also gently set it back into the water body. What happens, this is just a small thing of what about a launching of an Iru? How does it's basically a celebration that when after the boat has been built by the carpenters, it is the Kalasis who set it across into the water body. So first,
so Geeta, you have 2 minutes more to conclude, please.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll do that. Okay, first a prayer is said by the Kalasis. Then the wooden planks are kept. So you can see out here the wooden planks are kept on which it is gently rolled across, and the logs are rolled across. And the best is they also have their song, which has beats, so that all of them work together in the team. It is the song which is very catchy tunes, and they work it. And they work on rollers. They have roller beams, on which the ship is or the boats are supported, and the gaps are filled with tight ropes that you can see out here. It is here, so that there is absolutely no damage done on the boat when it is set to sail into the water body, or if it is retrieved from the water body. It is almost like a baby without a scratch. And when it is set into the water body, there's a line drawn by the carpenters or the barmies. And it is at so precise as the boat building accuracy of the carpenters, that when the boat is released into the water will rise exactly to the watermark that is drawn earlier by the carpenters. Okay, so of course, they've not been having too many orders. The recent is the Al Rahi boat that they had, which took around 2 years to build, and a huge one. And you can see how they work out there. The Kalasis do all the heavy work, lifting. So why is this work about Kalasis so important? I mean, there'll be so many other people and machinery which releases or retrieves the boat from the water bodies. Because the Kalasis are the only one who know how to launch the dhow into the water without any damage. Any unwanted jerking could cause trouble. The manual winch, the iron rope, the mechanism used by Kalasis is the best time-tested method. If you watch the videos, you'll feel as though the boats or the huge doves are actually slowly skidding into the, or slowly sliding into the land, or sliding into the water. It is that smooth. They have people in Mangalore. What do? They put metal sheets on the dove till the water, till the river, and pour grease on the plates. And then an earth mover is then used to push the dove in, which skids through the grease, swaying its side to side until it enters the water. But through this method, the dove suffers change in shape, and the workers use rope from both sides to pull and balance the shape of the dove. In Indonesia, they use hammers to hit the boat into the river, which also cause damage to the doves. So sadly, because of the whole work is with wood and there are lesser orders, we have dwindling kalasis. And today they have a hand-to-mouth existence, and where once there were more than 400 kalasis left, there are barely 40 or even less as I speak of today. And most of the younger generation, even of the Mopanas, the head of the communities, their children have refused to follow them because the money is less. These are the few photographs that I have got, whom I could say probably the last, and with them will die the knowledge of what we have. It is definitely going to be an era. And sadly, very few has been documented about them. When I try to look, there are very little documentation. So it is my hope that probably the universities or the government of Kerala would, probably work and probably invest into some documentation of the knowledge, the technology, and the indigenous engineering of these kalasis, because we have only one. I am lucky to, I would like to thank Mr. Ashraf from IIM, who helped me to get in touch, who got in touch on my behalf with the kalasis and said, there's only one Mopanar left, Mr. Umar. And I would also like to thank my cousin, Mr. Mohanan, who worked in the police, who was in charge of the security and police in the Konkan Railways, who also forwarded me a lot of information about them. And it's sad to all of them, it's such a sad part, we hardly have any knowledge, not very little. I mean, I won't say don't have any, but very little, and not much about the engineering techniques used by them or the basic knowledge that is required in order to save them. So it is my hope that these are the kind of engineering knowledge that we need to save, because there is just a few left, and with them we will lose a huge body of knowledge which is gone forever from the planet Earth. So probably, hopefully someone will retrieve it, document it, and we can have it. So that's all from me. And it's again a salute to the Kalasis, who have been doing wonderful work in always being called upon to rescue, into the rescue missions, and they have never failed, and they've always been successful. So with that, thank you so much. And thank you, Dr. Tikaram, for giving me.
Thank you, Dr. Geeta, for a wonderful presentation. I have never thought that these traditional indigenous knowledge system and skill would help that much, even in that disaster of Valley and doing all that kind of engineering work. Suppose many times this kind of huge tasks are often challenging to the modern engineering as well. But in that case, we can go back to our indigenous knowledge system, and they can come up to rescue the great dangers that we are facing today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And there's a blending that we hope for. Thank you so much.
That's the great thing I found. And it encourages us to look in indigenous communities to understand what skills and knowledge system that they have in days to come. And now I take one question, if you have, from the audience, if you have anything to ask to Dr. Geeta.
I think, Seven.
I think no questions. And thank you, Dr. Geeta, for your wonderful presentations. And now I can come back to Dr. Sivasankar Mazumdar. I hope his connections are better now. Dr. Sivasankar Mazumdar is an assistant professor at the Department of English, Assam University, Silchar. He grew up in the state of Assam, and he is familiar with the different folk tales of his region, particularly the folk tales of Assam. And as far as I know, Dr. Mazumdar works on theater and he's a champion expert of that area. And today he's talking on the folk tales, the life worlds of the folk tales of indigenous communities from Northeast India. And over to Dr. Mazumdar. Your time starts now.
Good morning, Dr. Podel. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Now this time you are audible.
Thank God. At the beginning of my presentation, I want to thank Kaash Foundation and Dr. Kaash Yadav from the core of my heart for giving me this opportunity. Dr. Podel is a friend. We met in Jaipur. And this morning, though I have been given a brief introduction, but then I am no specialist in theater. I'm just a researcher. I have a lot of interest in these areas. So this morning, I just want to make a presentation on the life world systems of some indigenous communities of Northeastern India. As we are aware that Northeast has a lot of, more than 400 different kinds of tribal ethnic groups. And Dr. Podel, as much as I know, he also had been to many of these areas of Northeast. So the second thing that I want to bring into my presentation is the idea of folklore, actually, how folklores have sustained the knowledge systems of these communities. So with your permission, sir, let me begin my brief presentation. I believe I will try to conclude within the next 10 minutes. The folklore of indigenous communities is the storehouse of oral literature, which covers folk tales, myths, legends, folk songs, riddles, proverbs, folk speeches, and stories. It also includes folk art of both graphic and plastic arts and folk dance. The term folklore is defined by some scholars as the knowledge of a group of people. One of the traditional meaning of folklore indicate that it is an oral tradition. Folklore can be discussed and described under four major genres. They are folk literature, folk arts, including song and dance, folk beliefs, and customs. Folk crafts and also are part of the customs and the belief system. Folklore also reveals the aspirations, values, and goals of people. The definition taken together explain how folklore can help in the oral exchange of knowledge in a non-literate society. Non-literate in the sense that the writing did not exist in many of these communities for a long time. Many of these indigenous communities developed the writing styles and I mean the letters were coined only after the arrival of the colonizers. Folklore gives us clues to the hidden reactions to social sanctions that on the surface seems to be compiled with willingly enough communities. So I mean, folklores are a very important ingredient of the indigenous communities of northeastern India, and for centuries, these communities have transformed knowledge from one generation to the other, essentially through the medium of folklores and folk ideas, through their riddles and proverbs. Folklores also create a world where vindications that the world of reality denies are granted and are to be found in the stories of these communities. So, how important this act of storytelling is important for many of these communities. Let me just try to explain this idea by taking an example from the indigenous communities of Tripura. Many of these, people belonging to these communities in India, in the state of Tripura, as well as in the hilly areas of Chittagong region in Bangladesh, as some parts of Mizoram also. They speak in a language which is now broadly demarcated as Kokborok. It is broadly known as Kokborok. It is primarily the language which is spoken in Tripura by the indigenous communities. So in Kokborok, there is a saying that one who leaves a tale unfinished is caught by a tiger. So this is a folk belief. This is a folk knowledge. It is transmitted from one generation to another generation. in terms of a proverb, and the saying goes that one who leaves a tale, usually in these indigenous communities, what we see that the elderly members of communities, especially in the evening time around fire, they tell tales to the younger members of the community. So the belief goes, I find that personally very interesting. It says that one who leaves a tale unfinished is caught by a tiger. And so the reference is actually elaborated in another instance when the tale become like this, that a folk tale teller with a not so proficient narrative technology, once, it's an old aunt, once he started telling one of the stories of the community to the younger members of that particular community. Now, all teller of the tales, as we know, they may not be having exemplary skills in narrative technology. So what happened in the meantime is that as she prolonged her story, so all the young ones of the community, they fell asleep, and it was night time. But that lady, the old aunt, she had no other way but to go on telling her story till the dead of night, because the story was not coming to an end, and the fear was in her mind that until and unless she can finish her story, and then if she leaves her story unfinished, then the proverbial tiger may just come and eat her up. So folklores perform many functions. They help explain the ways of the universe to a particular community and provide a basis for rituals and beliefs. Folk tales may be regarded as unwritten history of indigenous communities, and proverbs garnish conversation with pointed allusions. And these allusions and these proverbs clarify an obscure reference to a particular community. So we can understand that that for these indigenous communities, folk tales and folk proverbs play a very important role as far as sustaining the social hierarchy, the social structure is concerned. So, for example, I will bring a small reference from the Khasi community, about which one of the speakers in this particular session, my good friend Amella, has already spoken. So the Khasis are actually a conglomeration of 7 different tribes: Kinriam, Nar, Bhoy, War, Maram, and Lingangam. And then there is a new tribe, which is Diko. And the storytelling, especially the telling of the folk tales, are very, very important for the Khasis. The Khasis are a society of great wisdom and civilized conduct. And the Khasi stories always begin. It is important in the context of this present paper to understand that the significance, how actually these stories, the folk narratives, they sustain the life world, the belief pattern of a particular community. So the Khasis believe, as far as the Khasis tradition of telling the folk stories or folk tales are concerned, all these stories, they begin like this. There is a basic pattern how most of the stories begin in the Khasi folk tradition, and it's in English translation, of course. But then it begins when and beasts and stones and trees spoke as one. So I mean, the human as well as the environment around it, as well as other creatures in nature, they all spoke in one language. It is a Khasi belief that there is a particular time in which all these creatures, they shared the same language and they could communicate freely with each other in one common language, and that actually sustained the Khasi society, the Khasi, all these communities within this umbrella term called Khasi. I have already gave you the names of these communities, so possibly you have paid some attention to that. They believe that the Khasi tribal world was sustained by this particular system that sees the universe, as a cosmic whole, where the receiver of the anemic forces are but one. And the term for the god in this Khasi tribal world is Ublay. The great storytelling tradition of the Khasis goes back to the time of their creation myths. One of these myths tells about how one of the ancestors had lost a manuscript made of a very delicate material. So this is one of the primordial Khasi beliefs It is one of the stories of the genesis of the Khasi people. It is believed that once one of the ancestors of the Khasis, he went to God. He paid a visit to God, who was Uble. The Khasi term for God is Uble. So the Uble was on a hilltop. One of the Khasi persons, he went over there, and he was accompanied by a man from the plains. Khasis, they are the inhabitants of Meghalaya, which is a hilly region, which is a land of the hills and valleys. But then just beneath the hills, there is this Surma Valley. Surma comes from the name of a river. When this Khasi person, he went to Uble, the god, he was accompanied by a plains person from the Surma Valley, and both of them went to God together. The god has given them many ideas about how to organize their society, how to to discipline their people, how to introduce different kinds of social systems. And at the end of God's message, he gave something in writing to both the Khasi person and his companion. Now, with this document, with this written document, when they were on their way back, both these persons had to cross a river with torrential water over there. Because the Khasi person, he is an inhabitant of the hill, so he could not swim across the river. While he tried to swim across the river and reach his people, the document which was given to him by God, it got soaked in water, and the Khasi person, in an accident, he swallowed it up. But the Surma Valley person, because he's a plains person and he knew how to swim expertly, so he swam across, and all this time he could manage the document. So from this particular belief comes the idea that this person, the Khasi person, when he returned to his community, he has explained this thing to his community. And that is the originary myth. The Khasis believes that they have lost connectivity with their ancient world because somehow the pulp was lost. The document that was given to one of the Khasi representatives by God has been lost in a torrential river. So this is how the indigenous world in different communities in northeastern India, it is sustained. Studies in folklore and oral traditions reflect on a wide variety of knowledge, mode of thought, forms of art, and beliefs of culture. It encompasses myth, legend, and oral traditions, folk beliefs, and folk tales of northeastern India. The very nature of folk tale and oral traditions elude an all-encompassing definition. All over northeastern India, there are traditional tales which abound in the details of folk life of indigenous people. Zooming, a kind of a shifting cultivation which is practiced by many of the indigenous communities in Northeast, where some patch of a land on a hillside, it will be cleared and that will be cultivated for one particular or two particular seasons. And then ultimately the local indigenous community, they will try to migrate over to a virgin patch of land. This zoom cultivation is a part of many of the short stories and poems of different ethnic groups of northeastern India. One of the very beautiful poems, which is associated again with the Kokborok community, Kokborok language speaking community of Tripura, there is a very beautiful poem, a folk poem, which I believe which sustains or which encompasses within itself the spirit of the tribal people of Tripura, the spirit of the indigenous people of Tripura. So I will just try to read out some sections from this particular poem just to give you an idea about how or what is the color, what is the texture, or what is the flavor of this indigenous literature, which is mostly transmitted orally, but say for last 50 years or 75 years at best. Hello. There has been a trend. There has been a attempt to translate many of them and to transform these oral stories, these oral narratives, and these poems in written literature. So this is a very beautiful poem that we get from the Kokborok language of Tripura. The poem starts like this, and allow me to just read out some lines from this poem. Moon, oh moon, where are your parents? They have gone to carve a mortar out of the wood. Where is the mortar? Husking the paddy. Where is the paddy? A bird has eaten up. Where is the bird? Killed by the cat. Where is the cat? Up on the tree. Where is the tree? Felled by a sharp axe. Where is the axe? Down in the water. Where is the water? Drunk dry by the elephant. Where is the elephant? Gone up the hill. And where is the hill? Covered with planet Aram. Where is Aram planet? The boar has dug them up. Where is the boar? Caught in the trap. Where is the trap? Eaten by the white ants. Where are the ants? The fowl has gobbled them up. Where is the fowl? Stuck in the sticky blue sky. Where is the blue gum? It has sealed all the doors. So, I mean, that is how, and in the rendition or in the verbal, this is what has drawn me to this poem, because I basically am a student or a researcher of theater and performance studies. Many a time I have witnessed with my own eyes that when such folk poems are narrated or are performed in these indigenous communities, the children or the young ones from these communities,
Dr.
they all
Mazumdar, please conclude.
Okay,
In
okay.
2 minutes.
I will just conclude within next 1 minute. So one of the beautiful instances of the physicality of the folk narratives of the northeastern region can be seen in the in the Karbi version of the Ramayana, which is known, I think, in some parts of India now, which is titled as the Sabin and Alun. In Sabin and Alun, we find that Janaka, the father of Sita, he is actually a farmer, and Sita, helps her father in Zoom cultivation. So, I mean, I could have gone on longer, but the time is short. What I want to just inform my listeners right now, people who are present in this platform right now, is that these indigenous literary materials, which were transmitted for centuries across these communities verbally, but now with their transmission in the form of written literature, what we find that or what we understand is that these may provide a very interesting link in order to gloss over the past, over the traditions of these indigenous communities of northeastern India. So thanks for giving me a patient hearing. Thanks, Dr. Podel. I believe I could finish in time. Thank you. You are not audible, sir.
Okay, sorry, it was muted. Thank you, Dr. Mazumdar, for your wonderful presentation, bringing back to the life world of northeastern regions. And now the floor, I pass on to the audience. If you have any question, I take one question. Please be brave. To Dr. Mazumdar. From the audience. If you have any curiosity, any kind of clarification on the presentation of Dr. Mazumdar? I think not. And I didn't see Pratibha, the next speaker. I think she has some...
She's here, sir.
She's here?
I've joined,
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we have Dr. Pratibha from Uttarakhand, and she's coming up with the traditional forest rights of Bhutia people. You are coming up with. And let me introduce Dr. Pratibha. She is the Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science at St. Xavier's College, Mumbai. And the floor is to you, Dr. Pratibha. Your time is 12 minutes.
Okay. Do I share my screen? Can I directly share from
Yes,
here?
yes, please.
So to begin with, I would like to thank the Kaash Foundation for inviting me today for this talk. The topic is very vast, and I'll try to be as brief and quick, but clear as I can. So, as you can read the title, I'll be talking about the conflict between traditional forest rights uh, and the conservation policies and the case study of the Bhotia tribe in Uttarakhand. Now, just a quick overview of Uttarakhand. Uttarakhand is a newly formed state. It was formed in the year 2000, and these are the basic districts. A lot of area in Uttarakhand, rather 65% of the land of Uttarakhand is under the forest cover. It is identified as forest cover, and there are a number of protected areas also in Uttarakhand. And this whole concept of protected areas and protected forests brings us to the discussion today, the Nanda Devi Biosphere Reserve. This is what I am going to talk about, okay, the area which is marked here. Um, this is a satellite image of the area. As you can see, this is the Nanda Devi Peak, and this entire area, it falls in the Nanda Devi buffer zone. The tribe I'm going to talk about is the Bhotias. Bhotias, traditionally, you can see a photograph of a Bhotia girl weaving the carpet. These are very famous hand-woven carpets of the Bhotias. And traditionally, they used to do Indo-Tibetan trade uh, before 1962. And as you can see, the number of sheep and goat, on an average, every family would have some 1,200, 1,500 sheep and goat. And they had, every year, they would have almost a quintal, each family could have almost a quintal of wool. And, they were very good in wool and woolen products, along with the Tibetan trade. The lady here, you can see this is Ramdana, what we call Rajgira in Bombay. That is what she is trying to separate. Um, uh, Dependence on nature, wood, that's something very common. Now, the life before 1962, before the ban, I'm giving a very simple explanation that they had cattle and herds at home. So because they had the herd, there was meat at home. There was lots of ghee, butter, milk available. Because you had cattle and herd, there was manure and the crops therefore were good, and wool was free at home. The role of women becomes very important in the mountain regions, and because they had free access to the forest, okay, because for centuries they have been living in that area and the forest belonged to them. The community was basically conserving the forest. The advantage and the role of the women, you can just see, as it is mentioned here, that you had wool at home, better income with woolen products. The traditional knowledge was preserved. And when I say traditional knowledge, it is traditional knowledge of carpet weaving, making woolen products, and the herbs. Okay, handicraft industry was promoted, and the status of women was good. In 1962, after the Indo-China War, the Indo-Tibetan trade suddenly came to a halt. And in 1967, the community was given the status of scheduled tribes, and they all shifted their focus to to tourism, because now trade suddenly came to a halt. So woolen products, tourism, that was their main focus. Okay. In the 70s, in 1974, to be precise, 26 March, was the Chipko movement. It's a world famous movement, environmental movement. It was the same community, the Bhotias, and the villages I'm talking about. It was the same villages which were instrumental in the Chipko movement, which awakened, a new perception towards environmental protection, not only in India but all over the world. Okay. Now, one of the main source of their income was tourism, and that was through expeditions going to the Nanda Devi Peak. Here comes the actual problem. Because tourism was the focus and the peak was something which was world famous all over, multiple expeditioners would come from all over the world every year. And because of that, there was a lot of issue of cleanliness, environmental protection, some forest fires came up, poaching started, and all of this problem finally culminated into declaring Nanda Devi as a national park in 1982. Okay. Now, in 1982, it was declared a national park. In 1992, it became the World Heritage Site for natural biodiversity. No problem. Fine. You need conservation, you need to protect nature, you need to protect forests, everything is fine. The problem here was that the community in 1962 they lost their source of livelihood, which was centuries old because of the war. In 1982, suddenly, without any prior information to the community, with a stroke of pen, as we say literally, the source of livelihood of the community came to a halt. They had no alternative means of livelihood, and the order it said that no expedition, no trekking, no tourism, no grazing, and no access to the upper reaches of the forest. And that became a fundamental problem. This is the Nanda Devi Peak, just for the information of the viewers. Okay. Now, the Nanda Devi Biosphere Reserve, as you can see, it's 5,860 square kilometers, and the core is 624 square kilometer. And there are 4 villages, Lata, Reni, Pang, and Tolma, which are adjacent to the core of the reserve. They come in the buffer zone of the reserve. Now, after the ban, what happened? First and foremost, they lost their source of livelihood, as I mentioned earlier. They lost access to the non-forest timber produce also. So no medicinal herb, no vegetables, no grazing, no fruits, no access, okay, to the upper reaches. Because of that, loss of traditional herbal medicine, more dependence on the modern medicines, and because doctors are not accessible, available, the problem of poor health in the community. This is something which is, everything is interconnected. You can read it one by one. We start with ban on tourism, resulting in out-migration. When I say out-migration, the men started going out in search of job. Now, because men went out, the whole burden came on women. So you have less helping hands. This led to cash crunch also. And because of cash crunch, they started doing away with the traditional crops and they started growing cash crops. So whole focus was on potato, rajma, cholai, what I said, rajgira. And these things were easily selling in the market. They had a demand in the market. So the outcome was that the traditional crops just started going extinct and the traditional food habits also started changing. And this affected the nutrition, mainly the health of women. No grazing ground, so they had huge herds, they had to sell them off. So the easy access to wool, which was there, it completely went for a toss. Because no herds, so less manure. Because of less manure, less production, bad farming, and therefore more outmigration, and loss of traditional knowledge, handicraft, further reducing the income, and a completely self-reliant community, which had no dependence on the market, which had no dependence on the world outside, became a completely dependent community. Okay, and the whole shift was so fast, so quick, that before the people could realize what was happening to them, it already had happened. One of the outcomes of this ban was that because now they had no jobs and source of livelihood available at home, so they had to focus on education. And the education provided in the villages was not enough. Therefore, what happened was that people had to focus on children's education. And because education is not easily available in villages, you are shifting to some nearby towns. Because you can't send small children away, in some cases they did. Okay, I know of families where the older one is 10 years old, the younger one is 6 years old, and they're living on their own at the mercy of the landlord. The children, these two, had to cook, fend for themselves, and focus on education also. Okay, so because children can't be left alone, parents also started leaving the village and shifting to the smaller towns and literally living in urban slums. And as I said, a vicious chain was created. So the more outmigration of adult males looking for jobs, outmigration of women and children for the sake of better future of the children. So who remains in the villages? Old people, dependent people, resulting in a different problem that was what you call the ghost villages. This was the impact of conservation and, uh, you know, uh, 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 conservation policies which were imposed without considering the well-being of the community. Ironical thing here is that on one hand, you are stopping the community from access to the upper reaches of the forest, saying, oh, conservation. You can't even take out a leaf, not even a dry leaf could be picked up by the villagers from the forest. Okay. And on the other hand, the government also came up with the development projects. That includes hydroelectrical projects. That includes widening of the road because, the Indo-Tibetan, the villages I'm talking about, they are the Indo-Tibetan border region areas in the Niti Valley. And last village is Niti. And then, after a day and a half walks, after some distance, Tibet begins because this was their traditional route for trade. So they want to expand the road for the easy movement of the army. So on one hand, the community is restricted, 100% restriction because you want to conserve nature. But on the other hand, a number of development projects coming up. These projects again resulting in displacement of the people. Why? Because you need land. The farmland is taken away. Some of the homes have been shifted, and this beautiful scenic picture, this is from the Lata village, which I'm talking about. The traditional houses of the villagers, which was the center of their life. Young children, suddenly their entire life got stranded or rather jailed in one single room. As you can see here, this is their bed. This is where they sit. They study. You can see the 2 gas cylinders here. The kitchen is here. And this is, imagine from this environment, a child shifting here, literally getting caged. Why? Because they have to study. And there are no good villages in the school. And therefore, you're coming to the urban areas. It is expensive. So you have to manage because you don't have a source of livelihood. You have to manage with whatever small space you can put your hand on. Common toilet bathrooms, highly unhygienic, dingy lights. Think of the future of these children. How will they grow? Okay. They're here. The kid is ready to go to school. You can see he's in his uniform. And this is what the life is for them. One single dingy room. Now, from the open, happy environment, this is a mountain of debris. Okay, so this is a green, natural mountain. This is the mountain of debris, which is,
Dr. Pratibha, could you please conclude in next 2 minutes?
This is created by the hydroelectrical project that is coming up. So, whether it is conservation or whether it is development, the outcome is that the community is suffering. Whatever they traditionally owned, as you can see, the impact of the development policies. The cattle is suffering, the houses are getting cracks because of the dynamite blasts for the expansion of the roads, out migration, the locals turning into labor because they have no other job alternatives. Okay. And this is what happens because when you have disturbed nature, nature gives an answer back. So this is just a glimpse of the unmindful environmental, unmindful development causing into environmental damage. This is just to give an idea, quick idea to what can happen when you don't think properly about the conservation and about the development. So it is a chain reaction. Conservation and development policies resulting in migration, loss of land, economic insecurity, population of the villages becoming more and more less. And from my perspective, the solution lies in transparency, adopting conservation and development policies in such a way which is suitable for the ecology and the culture of the society which is living there. So the Bhotia community, which was a happy community, completely self-reliant community, today they are literally compelled to live in urban slums or a life of deprivation. I can just play that may they prosper and live happily and peacefully. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pratibha. Could you please stop your presentation? Yes. Okay, thank you, ma'am. Now, we have listened to Dr. Pratibha, a wonderful presentation. Is there any queries or curiosities from the audience? The floor is open. You can ask Dr. Pratibha.
Dr. Podel.
Yes, sir.
There's this one small inquiry, one small thing that I want to know from Dr.
Yes,
Pratibha.
please.
Allows me. Dr. Pratibha, you in your paper, because right from the time when I have just looked at the title of your presentation, I was just curious to know whether these Bhutias have any relation with the Bhutia community, which is there in the northeastern boundary of India.
Yes, they all are the same tribal community. You have Bhotias in northeast, you have in Uttarakhand, in the Kumaon region, in Garhwal region. They all are Bhotias.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Mazumdar, for your question. And thank you, Dr. Pratibha.
Thank you.
And I think we are coming towards the end of the session. I just try to summarize what we have done today. I found all the four participants, four speakers here, presentations were quite amazing. I don't know how such ideas come to you. It is very much, I get excited myself. Amenla comes from Nagaland, and she tried to look at the cultural traditions of and the tribal identity of, especially with special focus on her own community, our community of Naga groups. And she highlighted that it was each culture and heritage of each tribal communities or ethnic communities is unique, and we have to give respect and we have to understand them and their lives. And next speaker was Geeta, and Dr. Geeta brought an instance from South India, especially the state of Kerala, the communities that is called Kalasis, and their indigenous skill was much more compared to the modern engineering technology, and they were able to rescue the injured people in a train accident in 1988, and these skills were used to do lots of things. Suppose, for example, in Faraka Bridge and others, and they have a history of about more than 2,000 years. And these people have been, the more important thing is that, or what is concerned us is their traditional skill is not being practiced by their children. And these skills are, in days to come, they will vanish from our society, and we will not be able to get those skills and knowledge that we have so far. And it is a time to preserve and to document and to go them, just like Gita's. And Khalasi is just one example, and such communities are so many within South Asia. And it is time for every scholar to look into, just like what Gita is doing, what Amenla is doing, and what Shivashankar is doing, and what Pratibha is doing. They're exemplary in their own. And I came back to Shivashankar Mazumdar. I met Dr. Mazumdar in a conference in 2019 in Jaipur, and since then I have been quite a follower of him, the way that he talks and his expertise in that particular area. And bringing the examples from Kokborok community and Khasi community of Northeast India, he tried to explain the life world created in the folklores, because that particularly represents the cultural heritage of those communities. And in Northeast India, where I grew up and I played there and I studied there, and I still, when somebody talks about Northeast India, it makes me nostalgic, because that brings me back to my childhood. And the life world of these people, Northeast India, although not so big, but it has more than 200 Tibeto-Burman language speaking ethnic group. There are Thai, Kadai speaking communities. There are Austroasiatic like Khasi and Indo-Aryan people are there. And it makes a melting pot of all the cultures. And they influence each other, one another, and it becomes a kind of unique cultural system that even sometimes it is isolated from the mainstream Indian cultural system or understanding. And again, coming back to again from the region of Himalayas, Pratibha came with a case study of Bhutia people. And I still remember in sometimes back about 20 years or 25 years back in the streets of Kathmandu also, these Bhutia people used to come with the herbal medicines, and those were very popular in those days. But I rarely see these people in the streets of Kathmandu selling those herbal medicines here. And because of the globalization and other encroachment and corruption and all this kind of things, these indigenous communities of especially Himalayan regions are at stake. The life is not secure. And very recently, we have seen the floods and all those kind of things, because these were the protectors of those forest products and all those kind of things. But because of the corporate world and globalization, they have come up and they have done lots harms to the nature. And we have seen in Uttarakhand the flood in Kaash a few years back, and similarly in recent last about 1 month before, there was a devastating flood in Nepal as well, and hundreds of people died and properties were lost. And I thank you all for your wonderful presentation. And with the hope that we'll meet in such forum next time again. And we'll be sharing the knowledge that we have been creating and with each other. And I always request you, please write down so that we can reach to the wider audience. Your ideas are wonderful. And one important thing is that Kaash Foundation also has a literary magazine, and you can share your wonderful ideas there. Please do that one so that we can read your articles, and we can recommend your articles to our students in days to come. With that hope, I say that this session comes to an end. Back to Pamela.
Thank you so much, sir, for meticulously chairing the session, as well as for accepting our invitation to chair the second plenary session. Now we would move on to the next segment of the conference, that is the fifth technical session. And I hand it over to our moderator, Dr. Ravinder Kaur Chima, who is the editorial board member of Kaash Foundation's International Journal of Concerns, Emotions, Expressions, and Dimensions. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Pamela. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I, Dr. Ravinder Kaur Chima, welcome you all to this first session of the second day of the 14th International Conference on Indigenous Peoples, Challenges of Validation and Inclusion. Friends, as we know that we have 11 papers in this session, and if I may request all the presenters to adhere to the time limit of 5 minutes, and I'll be giving a reminder to you after 4 minutes, requesting you to please conclude your presentation. So please, it's a request. May I now invite the chairperson of this session, Dr. Premanand, who is from the Department of Language and Literature, St. Joseph's College, Autonomous, Devgiri. Welcome, sir. Welcome, Dr. Premanand. Yes, I think rightly we start with the session. You can invite the presenters, and sir, if I may request you also to have your observations at the end of the session, along with your concluding remarks. That would be save the time. So over to you, sir. You are not audible, sir. Please unmute.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to thank Kaash Foundation for the opportunity given, Dr. Avkash and Dr. Geeta Ajit. Thanks also to Dr. Ravindran for the moderating the session. And we will go straight into the presentations. I'm sure that all of you are ready with the presentations on the indigenous people. The first presentation is on with Dr. Banashree Fukan. Dr. Banashree is available. I don't. Yeah,
yes, sir.
she is. Yes. Over to you, Banashree.
Yes, sir.
You're on.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you're audible.
Yes, sir. I am sharing my PowerPoint.
Okay.
So is it visible?
Not yet.
My PowerPoint?
Not yet.
Yes, sir. Is it visible?
No, not yet. Yes, it is coming. It is coming. Yes.
Okay.
You just need to make it full screen.
Respected chairperson. Okay, sir.
So Dr. Banashree is going to talk about the Chaklong ceremony, a living heritage of the Thai homes. Yeah, please.
Yes, sir. Respected chairperson, Dr. Premanand M.E. sir, respected moderator, Dr. Ravinder Kaur Sinha. Good morning, everyone, and participants present here. The topic that I am going to present is on the Chaklong ceremony, a living heritage of the Thai Ahoms of Assam. Now, the northeastern state of Assam, it is home to heterogeneous groups of tribes and ethnic people, and among them, the Thai Ahoms present a unique case. This group of people, the Thai Ahoms, they came to this part of the northeastern part in the early part of the 13th century from Mongmao, a bordering territory of southwestern region of China, bringing with them a unique culture, rites and rituals, new speech, and a new script. The uniqueness of the Ahom culture is reflected in their marriage ceremony known as Chaklong and it still continued as a living heritage. The paper attempts to throw light on the ritualistic aspect of Chaklong ceremony and also to highlight the elements of taste that have entered into it. Now, the methodology includes references to primary and secondary sources. Primary sources include talking with the priest and attending ceremonies, and secondary sources include references to books and journals. The origin of the Chaklong ceremony, it had a mythical origin. It is said that according to Ahom tradition, it is said that the origin of the Chaklong marriage dates back to the time when Ahom ancestor Langdon, who is considered as equivalent to the Hindu god Indra, married Nang Hun Fa. So then prior to the Chaklong ceremony, that is the actual marriage ceremony, Chaklong ceremony, several other ceremonies precede. And earlier the ceremony, the marriage ceremonies lasted for 9 days, but it was now reduced to, later it was reduced to 7 days, then to 5 days, and ultimately to 3 days affair. The Ahom priests known as Deodhai, Bailung, and Mohons, they perform the rituals which are specifically Thai Ahom rituals, especially Chaklong. Now, before the Chaklong ceremony, it is preceded on the second before the actual Chaklong ceremony. The ceremony of Juron takes place, where the grooms, family members of the grooms visit the bride's place and gifts and apparels and then valuable gifts are presented to the bride. It can be equated to bride price. Then it is followed by No Puruhar Saul Kwa, which is a feast arranged on the second day as a ceremonial offering to the 9 ancestors. Then there is Rikhan ceremony. This ceremony is performed for praying for the longevity of the newly to be wedded to be couple. Then Deoban ceremony. It is called Deoban. It is in this ceremony 4 gods and goddesses of the Thai Ahoms are worshipped. Then Aptang is a ceremony which is a ceremony which is conducted for protection of the newly wedded couple. Then Gatyan Kunda is another ceremony. Then Doyondia, these are the ceremonies which precedes Chaklong. But this is the actual Chaklong ceremony. The most important part of the Chaklong ceremony is the moral. moral, which is this is actually a lotus design in octagonal shape, and it is surrounded by, on the four corners of the lotus there are four banana plantations, and then a thread is tied on all the four corners with mango leaves hanging.
Banasri, madam.
And then this
Banasri,
the
madam,
whole lotus.
if I may
Yes,
interrupt, can
yes,
you please conclude? You have 1 minute
yes.
to conclude.
Yes, yes. This whole the moral is divided into 16 groups, and 16 then the 16 crisscrossed into 96 sections, and the most important part of the ceremony is the offering of the hangdang, the sword, by the bride to the groom, and then and the groom gives an oath of protection to the bride, and then after the ceremony it is followed by customary games, and then where that this is in the picture we can see a typical Tayahum bride, and where this game is going on after the ceremony. Now, before that, I just want to mention that in the Soklong ceremony, there are 101 diyas are lightened, and then 101 flowers, then 101 Turiya tamus, that is betel nut within, put in a betel leaf in a cone shape, and 101 coins. So this is the 101 is a significant number, because it is believed that 101 gods and goddesses are remembered on this day. And then now coming to the conclusion, many new elements can be seen in the Ahom marriage ceremony. The Lagnagati, originally a part of Hindu marriage, is now integrated into the Ahom marriage ceremony. And one end of the bride's cloth is tied to the bridegroom's garment in a knot. But assessing the events and scrutinizing the historical facts and chronicles, it may be confirmed that there was no Lagnagati in the Soklong marriage of the Ahoms from 13th century to the 19th century. Influence of globalized market forces can be seen. Traditional apparels for the brides and bridegrooms are now designed. Then Ahom priests, Devdhais, and violence and Mohans are the key players in re-scripting Soklong, thereby attempting to re-emphasize its original Tai-Shan content. For instance, the bride wearing a headgear was not seen in the early Ahom marriages, even though it's very specific to the Ahom. In between the long years of acculturation, it got lost. Now it is revived. With time, a lot about Soklong has changed. It is essentially a syncretic ritual which incorporated various non-Tayahom elements and styles in response to the social, religious, and political processes that have shaped Ahom identity over a long period of several centuries. Amidst all this, Soklong continues to remain an integral part of Tayahom culture, and its practice is definitely an addition to diversified cultural heritage of India. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Banasri. We will move on to the second presentation. This is by Ginny Rani Boro. Ginny Rani Boro, you are the?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, you are audible. You have a presentation to share?
No, sir, I don't have a PPT presentation.
Fine. Then you can start. Over to you.
So, good morning all. Respected sir. The title of my paper is The Bodo Kocharis of the Brahmaputra Valley, Its Society, Religion and Culture. For ages, Assam has been the happy meeting ground of people belonging to different ethnic groups, communities, and cultural entities. Of the many ethnic communities of Assam, the Kocharis are one of its indigenous races. Edward Gate regards the Kocharis as the aborigines or the earliest known inhabitants of the Brahmaputra Valley. The Kocharis are spread all over the state. They have 7 subdivisions. In the Brahmaputra Valley, the Kocharis call themselves as Bodos or Bodo Fisa, sons of the Bodo. The Bodos are a race of Mongolian people who are described to be the inhabitants of a country north of the Himalayas and west of China. This land is known as Bot. They speak the Tibeto-Burman language. The Bodos are recognized as the Plains tribe in the 6th schedule of the Indian Constitution. Udalguri, Kokrajhar, Baksa, Sirang are considered the centers of the Bodo area. Due to time constraint, I just want to highlight some of the important social religious practices of the Bodo. The Bodos have some unique social customs which get reflected in their daily chores of life, as in the rituals associated with birth, marriage, and death. Amongst the Bodos, when a child is born, a thread is tied at the base of the intestinal canal, and the canal is cut above the knot with a sharp bamboo blade or with a knife or razor. One of the bystanders usually gives a name to the newly born child at the severing of the umbilical cord. There is no formally recognized midwife Thais in the Bodo community, and the matrons assisting at the time of childbirth are accorded a place of honor in a feast given to them as recognition of the value of their services. The baby is then washed with tepid water, 9 durba grasses, a branch of tulsi, and a gold ring are tied in a bundle, which is dipped into water and sprinkled over the newborn. Bodo marriage. Marriage is called haba by the Bodos. In Bodo, ha means soil or art, and ba means to bear something on the back. It is interesting to note that Sanskrit word of marriage, biba, also has a similar etymological meaning. Finally, after marriage, a person enters a cycle of great responsibility. With the marriage ceremony, the Bodos give the newly married couple a new lesson on life, which is full of duties and responsibilities. The Bodos do not like to marry into other communities. The Bodos have as many as 6 different types of marriages. Religious practices of the Bodos. The traditional religion of the Bodos is called Batho Dharma, which incorporates rites, rituals, social norms, ethics, and philosophy of the Bodos. Batho is the supreme god of the Bodos, and its worship is related to origin and creation. Ba means 5 and Tho means depth. Batho is never represented in ideal form, but is well in evidence through his living symbol, the Hizu tree, Euphorbia, which is very commonly found in most Bodo homesteads, surrounded by a circular fence of split bamboo. The Bodo philosophy is unique in itself. The 5 holy sermons of the Batho Barai are the prayers to God, conversing religious and spiritual matters, being charitable to poor, love the community people, and to be united. Cultural practices of the Bodos. Like the various ethnic groups of Assam, the Bodos also have a very rich and multifaceted culture. The Bodos observe several major and minor festivals and ceremonies, such as religious, seasonal, and agricultural festivals. In fact, all the major festivals are closely connected with agriculture. Herai, Marai, and Garja Pujas are the major religious festivals, and Baisagu is the main seasonal festival.
Ginny, madam, can you please conclude?
Okay, ma'am. The Bodos celebrate Herai, the greatest religious festival for the well-being of the people and goodwill of the crops. The Bagarumba dance is another important dance of the Bodos of Assam. However, this dance is in which only the girls can participate. It's a springtime dance, and the dance is instituted only to appease or propitiate Batho, the supreme god of the Bodos. Weaving is another integral part of the Bodo culture. Bodo girls learn to weave from a very young age, and it is said that no Bodo household is complete without a loom in the courtyard. As Aryamnath mentions, it is the Bodos who first introduced the cultivation of silk of different varieties in Assam in those ancient times, and Assam has therefore been famous for her silk from time immemorial. So I would like to conclude here by saying that the rites and rituals observed by the Bodos give them a unique ethnic identity. However, some of these are no longer practicable. Some have been lost in the advent of materialism and in an urban way of life, while others are now being confined only to the interior villages of the Bodo areas. The numerous religious fairs and festivals celebrated by the Bodos are irresistible attractions for everybody. But despite their rich culture and tradition, cultural heritage and tradition, the Bodos are seen to be relegated to the margins in the meta-narrative of history. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ginny Rani Boro. By the way, she is assistant professor of the Department of History, R.J. Barua College, Guwahati. Next presenter, we have Sheetal A. Joshi from the College of Home Science, Nirmala Niketan.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Affiliated to the University of Mumbai. Sheetal, you're on.
Yes.
You're audible?
Yes. Am I audible? And
Yes, you are. You're audible.
I will just share this.
Are you sharing a screen? Yeah,
yes.
Fine. Your screen is coming up. Yes, you need to make it full screen.
Just doing it, sir. Okay.
Yes, it's full
Good
screen.
morning, friends.
Over to you.
Today I'm going to present the findings of my research paper, Eating Habits and Nutritional Adequacy of the Transgender Hijra community residing in and around Mumbai. Okay, now who are transgenders? Basically, they are people whose gender identity is opposite to that of their assigned birth sex. And the most commonly visible ones which we see in the society are the hijras, the kinnars, the jogappas, and the eunuchs. The total population as per the last census in 2011 of this community was found to be 4.9 lakhs, and the hijra community is the most conspicuous but least accessible community living a highly closeted life. Now, it is indeed an indigenous community because evidence of their existence have been dated right from the Vedic times with references in Ramayana and Mahabharata too. In those days, they were a revered community who were believed to have special powers and enjoyed a special social status. However, when the Britishers came in, they considered this community as criminal, and from then on, the community is stigmatized and highly neglected and discriminated. Now, this community faces a huge setback because it is always pushed to live on the extreme societal margin and is rejected by the family and near and dear ones. There are several reports of harassment and violence. They have a restricted access in the field of education, healthcare, and employment. They are therefore engaged in begging, sex work, and badhai for earning a living. Okay, the rationale to conduct this study was the fact that there are very few studies which are conducted on the health and nutritional status of the hijras, and research has shown that the community lacks a healthy lifestyle and is often exposed to risk factors such as alcoholism, smoking, and substance abuse. Now, the main aims were to assess the nutritional status, nutritional adequacy, and eating habits of the community, and to explore the challenges faced by the Hijra community during the lockdown period. Now, the quantitative data of this study was collected prior to the lockdown as a part of my doctoral thesis. And data about the nutritional status of 304 Hijras were collected using purposive standard random sampling. Anthropometric data such as their height, weight was collected to calculate the body mass index, and dietary data was collected to by using the 24-hour recall method and the food frequency questionnaire. Now, during the lockdown period, as we know that this community is very vulnerable and neglected, it was likely to be most severely impacted. Therefore, a small qualitative survey was done on 8 key informants from the 3 community-based organizations of Mumbai who are working in close association with the Hijra community, and an in-depth telephonic interview was asked. Now, moving on to the results, it can be seen that the mean intake of the macronutrients, that is the carbohydrate, protein, fat, was adequate in majority of the cases, but that of the micronutrients, that is iron, calcium, vitamin C, vitamin A, were all lower than the recommended allowances. It can also be seen that 17% of the calories were contributed by alcohol. So we can say that the participants were observed to be food secure. That means they are getting food, but nutritional security was a big question mark. Now, analysis of the food frequency questionnaire showed that consumption of calorie dense junk food was high, and that of immunity building protective foods such as fruits, vegetable, milk, and milk products was notably low. More than half the participants consumed alcohol more than 3 to 5 times a week, and the dietary diversity score of 6.4 was much less as compared to the recommended score of 9. Anthropometric measurement also showed that almost half were overweight.
Sheetal, madam, you have 1 minute to conclude.
Okay, ma'am. I'll just go on to the conclusion then. To conclude, it can be said that begging, sex work, and badai, which were sources of livelihood, are no longer sources of livelihood for them. The savings of this community, whatever meager savings they had, were depleted in the first few months, and now the dependency is largely on donations. That there is a trend of decreasing dietary diversity during the lockdown and increased consumption of calorie dense food, which is devoid in nutrition. There is a low intake of fruits and vegetables, which may result in hidden hunger, And there are also cases of overnutrition because of lack of physical activity and consumption of calorie dense food. Now, the major problems which are seen in this community, which are affecting their physical and mental well-being, are increased poverty, housing security, health disparity, and social isolation. And it also goes on to show that there is a dire need to develop nutrition and health education program so as to improve the health status of this community. Okay, thank you so much for the patient hearing. Yes, sir.
Sir, you are muted. Sir, please unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you, Sheetal A. Joshi. You can put your PowerPoint presentation. And the next presenter is Professor Jadav Bhageshri Shankar. Professor Jadav Bhageshri Shankar is not to be seen.
Yes, she's there.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you can switch on your camera.
Okay, sir. 1 minute, please.
So, Professor Bhageshri Shankar is Jadav Bhageshri Shankar is from the Pratap College, Amalner, Jalgaon, Maharashtra. Yes, you are visible. Are you sharing a slide? You
Good
can
morning,
share.
everyone. No, sir. I am doing it without screen, without PPT. Okay. My title of the paper is Tribal Migration in Palghar District. First, Palghar is a tribal district before it was a part of Thane district. If glance the geographical place of the district, it is near to Mumbai. In 1850s, industry started in India. In 1879, nearly 75% cotton mills of India were situated in Bombay Presidency, but tribals did not have chance to work in industries that time. Because in the British rule, Hindus, Parsis, and Muslims were came in first time in that region. They took control all the land, and previous owners become laborers of them. These new owners also had the right in grassy land and held monopoly to control contracts over forest custom in this region, like wet bigar means forced labor, lagnagadi means marriage slaves. Landlords treated Adivasis like animals, and the struggle started under the leadership of Godavari Parulekar. After independence, situation was changed. Palghar is a marine, mountain, and rural areas district. Palghar districts, Vasai, Palghar, and Dahanu talukas benefited from the beach, and Palghar and Wada are well-developed industry talukas. Jawar, Vikramgarh, Talasari, and Mokhada came in very inaccessible area. Jawar, Vikramgarh, Talasari, Dahanu, Mokhada, and Wada talukas inaccessible areas. Tribal people have to migrate in urban area in lack of employment. I'm going to conclusion. Migration for livelihood is a big problem in India. For solving this problem, after independence, government implemented various plans, but they were not much successful for save their lives. Today, tribals lose their way of life in their region and accept for their existence. Pargar is a tribal district, and lack of employment at the local level has led to massive unemployment, malnutrition, child mortality, water scarcity, illiteracy, and other factors that have made the lives of the tribals in native place extremely difficult. Lack of assured income is threatening the existence of our tribal communities. When tribal people leave their native place for livelihood, the generation after generation, they will lose their relation with native place and culture, and it will become the reason of decline of rich tribal culture. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Jadhav Bhagyashree. Next, we have Dr. Rajshri Datta. Dr. Rajshri Datta, you are the Dr. Rajshri Datta. I don't see her. Next, we have Ammani H. Vasudevan. Ammani H. Vasudevan. Yeah, you can switch on your video, Ammani. Yes, your video is visible. Now you can share your presentation if you have.
Yes.
Ammani H. Vasudevan is the assistant professor from the Department of Language and Literature at St. Joseph's College, Devgiri. Yes, your content is being shared. Yes, you can make it full screen.
I'm sorry, 1 second. Okay. Yes. All right.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Pramanandami, sir. Hello. Good day to all. My name is Ammani H. Vasudevan. Today I'm going to speak to all of you about the original founders of the United States, the Native Americans, a proud and strong people with a vast history. 1 little, 2 little, 3 little Indians. Some of us have learned this nursery rhyme, but this was later on adapted to a new version called 10 Little Indians. Now, first off, the word Indians is a derogatory word for Indians to be called, and the 10 little Indian children featured in the song mostly met tragic outcomes. This song encapsulates the careless attitude of the settlers towards Indians. The Native Americans first settled in America thousands of years before the first Europeans arrived with numerous tribes spread across the land. They lived one with nature, farming, hunting, and fishing. Balance and harmony with nature was their philosophy. The tribe lived for one another. Before hunting an animal, they would ask permission from God and apologize to the animal. They would always throw a piece of the hunted animal into the fire as an offering to the spirit. Europeans first came in the 16th and the 17th century. Their philosophy to life was diametrically opposed to that of the Indians. They believed in private property. Indians believed all land belonged to the Great Spirit. Great Spirit was the father and the earth was their mother. Europeans, on the other hand, believed in money, while the Indians were traders when they needed specific items. The irony is that the first European settlers would have never survived had it not been for the Indians teaching them how to fish and grow crops. Indians would come to the aid of fugitive slaves, keeping them safe from bounty hunters and taking them in to be a part of the tribe. Many Black people in the US have some Indian ancestry. With the arrival of more Europeans, there was more encroachment onto Indian lands. When the Indians were pushed to the max, battles would break out. After peace settlement was finalized with a promise by the settlers not to steal more land, they would later start taking more. The settlers would cut down the trees, overfish, overhunt, and industrialize, leading one elder to say, when the last tree is cut down, the last river is poisoned, the last fish caught, then only will the white man discover that he cannot eat money. With more settlers arriving and the country becoming more rich, the drive for more land increased. The tactics related to stealing more land became more aggressive and deadly. Many wars were fought. The Indians were very strong and brave warriors, and battles were won by both sides. In the end, they were overwhelmed. They were always promised autonomy after a battle or war, only to be stabbed in the back. Shortly after, Indian tribes were pushed to further west or completely disappeared. As the settlers settled most western land, they encountered tribes native to those locations, and the same process was repeated. With the army of the US becoming more powerful, they were able to swallow up all the land all the way across to the Pacific Ocean. Many tribes were wiped out or driven off their lands. An attempt was made to civilize some of the survivors. Many native children were removed and taken to boarding schools. They were converted to Christianity and was forbidden from learning their language or culture. The results were usually not positive, with many not fitting in with both cultures. Another argument was made to put survivors on reservations, tracts of land that would belong to the Indians. Many reservations were thousands of acres, but the land was barren and alien to the Indians who were settled there. There was little investments or jobs available. Alcoholism and suicide became endemic. Today, Indians on reservations have had some success starting casinos and ecotourism, but many are still struggling. There has been awareness in modern-day America to the contribution of the Indian. White people have a deep respect for Indians, and they feel the guilt of all the injustice they suffered. Many movies and books have been produced that are sympathetic to their cause. Examples: Last of the Mohicans, Dances with the Wolves. In modern America, many school cities, rivers, and business carry Indian names like Choptank, Cherokee, Sioux, and Nanticoke. And with this, I end my presentation. Thank you. Thank you so much for all of your precious time. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Amini H. Vasudevan. We move on to the next presentation, Dr. Longshibeni N. Kithan. Dr. Longshibeni Kithan.
Yes, sir. So I'm.
Amini. Yes.
Yes. Can I proceed?
Ready with your presentation? So, as soon as Amini ma'am finishes hers, you need to quit your sharing, Amini.
Oh my goodness, everything is good.
So can I proceed? Hello?
Why is this having?
Yeah, you can test your mic, Longshibeni. I think you need to come a little bit closer to the mic. Yes.
Hello.
Could you please speak out to see whether it's okay? Your mic is okay?
Hello.
Yeah, you may have to go a little bit closer. Yeah.
Okay. Should I proceed, sir?
Not yet. I think Amini, you will have to quit. Are you able to?
So there is no.
Take your screen. Are you sharing a PPT?
No, sir. I do not have a PPT. I will be speaking verbally, but it seems my everything is fine here. It should be audible.
Okay, that's fine. Ravinder, is the screen okay now?
Amini? Yes,
hello?
Amini, please close your window. Hello.
Yeah, Ravinder, is the screen okay?
No, sir. There is something. Amini's screen is still on.
Yes. So,
Pamela, can you help out?
Yes. She'll try stop sharing her screen.
Okay. Or ask her to please sign out and then sign in if she wants to come in.
Actually, Amini has quit also. So
why this screen? Pamela, what is happening at your end?
Even I can see the screen.
Yeah, even I can see it. That's why I asked.
Oh my. So what can be done?
I think, ma'am, we could continue with the presentation.
That will be okay, but the next.
I think Dr. Premanand will put a word with Amini so that she can close the window and let her continue with the presentation.
Yeah, but she has actually quit.
Yeah, I've asked her to rejoin and then do it.
Yeah. Dr. Longshibeni, since yours is a presentation, why don't you continue?
Yes, sir. Let her continue in the meantime.
Okay, yes. Okay. So can I just have a final confirmation whether I can proceed?
Yes, please. You can. You're audible and you can proceed.
Okay. Thank you very much, Kaash Foundation and the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share my work. As already suggested in the title of my paper, I will be talking on the indigenous knowledge pertaining to water about a tribal community in the Nagaland state of India's Northeast So to begin with, I wanted to reflect on some of the theoretical insights that I have drawn from scholars like Veronica Strang, Matthew Black, and Claver. All of these scholars have recognized that in their work that there is a strong connection between water and culture, and that it is culture which influences how water is perceived, how it is valued, and how it is managed. And also the surrounding attitude towards water in turn influence pattern of water use and water management. To start with Veronica Strang, she particularly emphasized upon the symbolic meanings, both religious and secular, in her work. So I have examined that in my work as well, through the folk narratives as embedded in the myths, legends, and the folk tales of the Lotha Nagas that I worked on. And certainly water was a very predominant theme there, and also a base and source of inspiration for making sense of experience in relation to water. Say, for example, like water as a source of healing. So it's not something that is fictional or imagined, but they were actually water bodies, which I have identified in my work, thought to have healing or medicinal properties. People have actually testified to have reaped curative benefits in terms of relief from ailments and skin diseases. Then also there were rainfall rituals, because water in the form of rainfall is also very important for community. So they were elaborate and very structured and organized kind of rituals, which I'm not going into the detail. And all of those rituals were performed with the intention to propitiate rain god, rain spirit, for favor upon the community through bountiful and timely rainfall. And also talking about water spirit, it talks about the presence of a mythical kind of a figure, having a female kind of appearance. So what happened is that there were certain water bodies where the spirit is believed to reside. So any sort of activities or any kind of misbehavior could immediately anger the water spirit. So normally the water spirit would not would have a favorable temper, but then if at any point any sort of intrusion by means of open defecation or any sort of activities which the water spirit may not be satisfied with, then eventually the water spirit would intervene and retaliate to the defaulter and bring misfortune to that the family of that person or the community as a whole. So there are many findings like that, but I am just quickly jumping to my analysis, and I try to understand the perception of water in relation to factors like indigenous religion, which was a sort of animistic belief. So the connection that the spirit, human, and nature that belief like animism has a lot of influence in how a resource like water was perceived. Say, for example, I've already mentioned how in terms of water bodies also, where water spirit would reside, there were restrictions as to how people are supposed to behave. And also I try to understand in terms of the local governing system. So the community also have their own arrangement with regard to management of resource, including water. So they have a council of man, known as Tongti in the Lotha Naga dialect. So this Council of Man would regulate the activities of people to make sure that everyone has equitable distribution of water, and also to punish any sort of activities which might possibly... Yes.
Please,
right.
1 minute you have to conclude.
Okay. So these are some of the connections that I brought in relation to how the factors that might that were responsible towards shaping perception to water. So in my conclusion, I would like to say that my work also very much supplements the argument which the theoretical premise with which I started with, and I think there is a lot of scope to explore this kind of knowledge systems in terms of research, and also in terms of bridging the gap between policy making and indigenous knowledge system. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Longshibini N. Kitan. She was Assistant Professor of the Department of Folklorist and Tribal Studies, Central University of Karnataka. Thank you. And next presenter, we have Maria Gaur Ghori. Maria Gaur Ghori.
She is not visible, sir. We can go to the next speaker.
Yeah, is she here?
Maria. I can't see her.
Yeah, so then we will move on, and if she comes in,
Yes,
Dr. Barsha Kalita. Dr. Barsha Kalita. Dr. Barsha Kalita also.
Actually, sir.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sir, myself Abhismita Kalita. I'm her student, and I'll be presenting the paper.
Okay, fine. So in the place
Sir, can I proceed?
Yeah, please. I'll just give an introduction. In place of Dr. Barsha Kalita, Abhismita Kalita will give the presentation. Dr. Barsha Kalita is an assistant professor of the Department of Social Work, NERIM Group of Institutions, Guwahati, Assam. Over to you, Abhismita.
Sir, am I visible? Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible and you're also visible.
Sir, okay, I will just start my presentation.
Yeah, your presentation is coming up.
Okay.
Yes, the rights of Adivasi people in Assam. Yeah. You need to make it full screen, and you're on. Yes, you're on.
Very good afternoon to one and all present here. Good afternoon to Sir Chairperson, sir. I myself, Abhismita Kalita, a social work student from NERIM Group of Institution, Assam, would like to present my paper on the topic, The Rights of Adivasi People in Assam, Its Implementation and Reality. The Adivasis of Assam, just a second, sir. The Adivasis of Assam, also known as the Tea tribes, are one of the most prominent indigenous group in India, migrated from Central East India during the colonial era. But even after years of migration, still they lead a life of deprivation, isolation, and discrimination. The indigenous communities are given various legal and constitutional safeguards for the protection of their rights. But due to the lack of education and illiteracy, the Adivasis are denied the basic rights to the housing facilities, education, proper healthcare services, and they also fail to get access to the benefits of the various governmental schemes, programs, and services. Therefore, the purpose of this paper is to determine the rights of the indigenous people in Assam, as well as to find the hindrances behind the lack of development of the Adivasi communities in Assam. The rationale of the study is that despite being a significant contributor in the economy of Assam, the Adivasis are the most neglected and discriminated section in the tea plantation sector. Even though government has undertaken various initiatives to improve the lives of the tea plantation laborers, still their socio-economic condition could not be improved. So this research attempted to study whether it is the negligence of the government or the illiteracy and isolation which have deprived them from their rights. I further attempted to understand the reason behind the ignorance of the laborers regarding their rights and their other government benefits. Who are responsible for informing them? Why they have not been informed? Thus, my study attempted to focus on these issues, which have not been studied or much researched upon. The objectives of the study are to determine the rights of the indigenous people in Assam and to find out the hindrances behind the lack of development of Adivasi communities in Assam, and to explore the contemporary social issues among the Adivasis, recognizing the core problem behind the ongoing crimes like rape, murder, sexual abuses, human trafficking, as well as practices like child marriages in the tea tribes villages in Assam. The study design includes the systematic review and synthesis of related literature. Various journals, theses, articles, and online reports have been collected for the secondary data for this research paper. And by studying various articles, journals, and online reports, I have realized that regardless of many constitutional legal safeguards, the Adivasis are continuously denied from their fundamental rights. The Adivasi groups claim the indigenous status based on the criteria that they have been agreed India-wide, but the government of Assam still hasn't recognized the scheduled tribe status for the Adivasi community in the state. Because of this, the Adivasis are unable to obtain many opportunities from many schemes and policies for the reserved category. And also, we know that the bedrock of the indigenous struggle is the land ownership issues. All over the country, the Adivasis are pushing the political and legal agenda for the recognition of their rights to self-determination and the struggle for land ownership and land rights issue. Over the decades, the Adivasis have been forced to leave their traditional forest territories and move to plantation, working as laborers in the industries and construction sites. Article 15 and 16 of the Indian Constitution provides reservation for the marginal section of the society. But the Adivasis, due to their lack of ST status and illiteracy, they are often rejected from these benefits. Various studies and research conducted on this on the illiteracy and backwardness of the Adivasi people have only resulted into one keyword: exploitation. The study also included the discrimination and sexual harassment faced by the indigenous women, where their lives are at a very vulnerable state. Although the tea plantation laborers have been significant contributor to the economy of Assam, they have struggled for their identity over the years. The Adivasis had clashes with Assamese over sharing of resources and Boros over sharing the scheduled tribe status. This further weakened their condition and isolated them. Yes, ma'am. Yes,
you have 1 minute to conclude. You have
okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. I'll just conclude the paper. With conclusion, I would like to state that their fights for scheduled tribe status is relevant as the status will bring a change in the condition, but a mere provision of ST status will not help them to uplift their socio-economic condition. They may get few more seats in the Lok Sabha assembly, but this will create an elite section of the community itself who would get benefit in the long run, and the rest may remain poor and underdeveloped as before. The struggle may provide new momentum to the struggle of identity politics, but utmost focus should be in the socio-economic development of the Adivasi community. Also, the central and the state government should take certain measures to improve the condition of the laborers, especially the tea plantation laborers, by generating the new employment opportunities, better education facilities, technical training, developing areas outside the plantation, and cultural development of workers. And with that, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Abhismita. We will move on to the next presentation. Dr.
Excuse me, sir. Dr. Rajeshri Datta is here. Excuse me, sir. Dr. Rajeshri Datta has joined.
Is she here? No.
Yes, sir.
Yes, you're here. Oh, sorry. So you can.
Sir, can I start?
Yes, please.
So a very good afternoon to one and all. The topic of my presentation is empowerment of tribal women through Panchayati Raj institution, reflections from Odisha. So let me share my screen. Is the screen visible, sir?
No, it's not yet.
Okay, sir, let me, sir, continue.
Yes, that will be better.
Okay, the empowerment of women is becoming an increasingly popular term in development. Women's empowerment begins with consciousness about herself and her rights, capabilities, and political awareness of how gender and socio-cultural and political forces affect her. So empowerment in Panchayati Raj institution has not only promoted gender equality, rather it has strengthened the grassroots democracy, and the 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act of 1992 provided for gender equality in grassroots democracy by entrusting power to the women through the system of reservation. So empowerment approaches not only like providing services, but also it recognizes the lived realities of multiple layers of discrimination that hinder their access to services. Now, 73rd and 74th Constitutional Amendment Act advocated 1/3 reservation of seats for women in local bodies, and Odisha became the first state in India going ahead by reserving 50% seats for women in Panchayati Raj institution. And this has also enabled the tribal women in Odisha to increase their political power so they can have equitable share in decision making process of society. So therefore this paper is basically secondary in nature, and this paper focuses on the empowerment of tribal women through Panchayati Raj institution, and also this paper outlines the different hindrances towards empowerment of tribal women in Odisha, and the way forward. And the data needed for analysis has been collected from census 2011, journal articles, newspaper, and magazine clippings. Now, if I speak a bit about the profile of tribal communities in Odisha, about 44.70% of the area of the state has been notified at the CIDIL area and comprises the entire 7 districts of Odisha, which include Mayurbhanj, Koraput, Malkangiri, Rayagada, etc. And according to 2011 census, the CIDIL tribe in Odisha constitute about 22.8%, and 22.3% are male and 23.4% are female. And the important tribal communities include Santal, Oran, Gon, Kond, Munda, etc. Now, when we focus on the Panchayati Raj institution, they play in Odisha, they not only play a central role in the process of enhancing tribal women's participation in politics, but also in decision-making process. The state legislature of Odisha implemented Panchayat Laws Amendment Bill 2011 by amending the Odisha Gram Panchayat Act 1964, Odisha Panchayat Samiti Act, and the Odisha Jilla Parishad Act, and further enhancing the quota from existing 33% to 50% reservation for tribal women in Panchayati Raj institution is an important part of the empowerment of such women, and as a result of which almost in all the districts tribal women's participation increased in 2012 and 17 panchayat election as compared to 2007 panchayat election. Now, and one more thing I want to focus is that political empowerment is related to economic empowerment. And here the paper basically focuses on 2 economic aspects. One is agriculture, another one is a self-help group. And 80% of tribal women in Odisha are engaged in agriculture. And Biju Krusak Vikas Yojana,
Dr. Rajeshri, can you please conclude?
Yes, ma'am. The last, I would like to what are the different obstacles, like lack of recognition of the collective rights of the indigenous people, then loss of traditional roles and knowledge, domestic violence, poverty. These are some of the hindrances. But we can say that empowerment is not a distant dream for the tribal women in the 21st century, and they can play an important role in bringing about a revolutionary change in social, political, economic, psychological, moral, and cultural forefronts or we can say that empowerment of the tribal women can bring different types of development in different forefronts in the society of Odisha. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Rajeshri. Yes. We move on to the next one, Dr. Lundab Soma Bhutia. Is it? Dr. Lundab Soma Bhutia.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Am I audible?
You can just get ready. You need to, your laptop needs to be shifted slightly further higher. Yes, that's okay. Are you sharing a PowerPoint? I'll just introduce you. Yes. She is the assistant professor and Department of the Buddhist and Tibetan Studies, Nagmyal Institute of Tibetology, Gangtok, Sikkim. Over to you, Dr. Lundab Somo.
Thank you, sir. Greetings to one and all present here.
You need to be a little bit louder.
Okay. Greetings to one and all present here. Since there is limited time, I would like to present my paper. So I would like to share my screen.
Video is not coming on, you can continue with your presentations.
Wait a second, sir.
And your mic is still not loud enough.
Is it on?
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yeah, now you're okay. The lepchas, is it, or lepkas? Fine. Please continue. think we have lost Dr. Lundam.
Yeah, we can't hear her.
So we will give her but would you be able to remove the share screen? If we can remove that, then we can go on to Dr. Chinmay.
Okay, hello.
Yeah, she's back. Yeah, you need to. Yeah, you need to take your mic slightly higher. That's all.
Is it okay, sir?
Yeah. Okay, please continue.
Sir. Okay, so my topic is the lecture and insight of the. Hello.
Yeah, you're audible. Please continue.
The lecture and insight of the existing indigenous race from the hills of North Bengal. The Aboriginal lectures prefer to be called Romkup, having an indigenous outlook dating back to centuries as old as the mountains of Great Himalayas, which they claim to have descended from, and now settled in the region which stretches across the Himalayan belt, comprising parts of Nepal, Bhutan, Sikkim, and present-day North Bengal hills. My focus here will be entirely on the two districts, that is Darjeeling and Kalimpong. So here I have provided an unskilled map of the whole North Bengal region to understand the strategic location regarding the topic. This is known as Kaden Muli, a typical lecture house which can be seen with its unique features. This lecture house is made out of undisturbed logs of wood where there's no use of nails. The houses are built on foundation of untampered wooden logs, which is a painstaking and laborious task. For this, the entire lecture population of that particular village assist in completing the house. Over the years, due to shortage of timber and the existing forest laws, the expensive nature of building these houses, there have been changes which can be easily noticed in the maintenance and upkeep of these old traditional houses. The use of nails is evident as wood has become scarce and the straw roof has been substituted with tin roofs, which are easily available as well as pocket friendly. The lecture rituals passed on through generation are presided over by the Bongthing, means priest, or Mun's priestess, even today, as their presence is imperative in all ceremonies, especially in times of death, prayers for appeasing the deities, removal of obstacles, and so forth. Here, the influence in age-old tradition, which changes in times, can also be noticed in lecture rituals. Here too some adjustments are made, keeping in mind the modern tradition as will be evident in the slide. The picture in the slide belongs to Gebu Achuk, the only accepted lecture king from Kalimpong. These three standing stone structures are known as Longchok, a tradition of reverence, worship, and invoking the deities by the lectures. The slide also shows an annual prayers being offered to the sacred Mount Kanchenjunga. Today, the lecture youth are striving to enlighten their own and the world about their indigenous traditions, culture, heritage to keep the flame of their existence burning, looking eagerly to be included, accepted, and respected so that the lecture can enjoy the liberties provided by this great nation. Since the year 2013, with the formation of Development Board for the lectures by the Government of West Bengal, progress can be seen in the field of housing and drinking water facilities. Many night schools have been introduced where lecture language is taught. Yet, health, education, and employment remain an ongoing struggle for the indigenous community. As a scholar, the more I learn, interact, and face reality, the more grateful I become towards the natives. In this case, the indigenous lecturers who have shared their natural resources, incorporated our culture, religion, and
Dr. Lundu, you have
Yes,
1 minute to conclude,
okay.
please.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Hope for a better future, gratitude for their kindness are the only solace we can provide for their compassion and sacrifice. With this message of hope, I would like to thank the chairperson, moderator, and the entire Kaash Foundation for organizing this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lundap Somo. Now we have one more presentation to complete. Dr. Lundap, you can stop your share and we move on to Dr. Chinmay Moore. Dr. Chinmay. Dr. Chinmay,
Yes, sir. I can hear.
So you can switch on your camera. Yeah, you're coming on.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
You're audible. You need to slightly tilt the laptop. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. You're audible now. Are you?
Yes, sir. I'm reading my paper.
Okay, fine. Let me just introduce you. You're Dr. Chinmay Moore is a research scholar of the Hindu Scriptures Chinmaya Mission. Over to you, Dr. Chinmay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to the Kaash Foundation for giving us this opportunity. My paper is Indigenous Intelligence to Stay in Harmony with Nature. A WhatsApp message showed how 30 illuminated drones were used by Greenpeace, a non-government environmental organization with offices in 55 countries, to get one important message across to the world leaders who had assembled at Cornwall to attend the G7 summit on June 11, 2021. And the message was, stop extinction of natural life, act now. This message triggered the inception of this paper. How far removed are we from our indigenous roots, and how important it is for us to understand indigenous culture and intelligence to save natural life and humans from extinction. People are generally described as indigenous when they carry forward their traditions or aspects of an early culture that is associated with a given region. Indigenous people are the keepers of unique languages, knowledge systems, and beliefs, and own invaluable knowledge and practices for the sustainable management of natural resources. The paper attempts to show the inclusion of folk tales as an attempt to the validation of being indigenous. Oral tales and folklore are very important aspects of highlighting the validity of a particular tribe or culture. Oral tradition, like folklore, is a form of human communication wherein knowledge, art, ideas, and cultural material is received, preserved, and transmitted orally from one generation to the other. Cheluvi sensitizes us. Cheluvi is a local folk tale of Kannada, which has been turned into a short English play by Girish Karnad and also a short Hindi movie directed by Girish Karnad in 1992. Cheluvi sensitizes us to the most pertinent issue of modern life times. Indiscriminate use of nature for selfish needs will only get us near extinction. Cheluvi, the young girl, can turn into a beautiful, fragrant champak tree. She has a message for all humanity. If only we show respect towards trees, will they survive, or else we will get extinct. We have the famous environmentalist Vanda Shivapal with the Navdhane campaign, whose cry is to save seeds, or else with indiscriminate felling of trees, many of their species will get extinct. Albert Einstein had said very beautiful things. Quote, one thing I have learned in a long life, that all our science measured against reality is primitive and childlike. We still do not know 1,000 or 1% of what nature has revealed to us. It is entirely possible that behind the perception of our senses, worlds are hidden of which we are unaware, unquote. The indigenous intelligence knew the use of mantras to invoke unseen powers of nature. Mantras were sacred knowledge of the natives, which would seem uncanny to a logical scientific mind. The secret of nature was well understood by tribals like Cheluvi. Cheluvi belonged to a very poor mother and an older sister. She knew some mantras which were taught to her by a mendicant, by which she could turn into a flowering champak tree. To help her mother, she would turn into the tree and ask her sister to pluck her flowers and sell them. This way, they were helping their mother. The local prince saw her being transformed into a tree. He got fascinated. He married her, and she would turn into a flowering tree for him. His sister noticed this, and she asked her how was she doing that. She wanted her to turn into a tree for her sister-in-law. Cheluvi turned into a tree, but the sister-in-law with her friends manhandled the tree. She plucked flowers, mutilated the branches, and Chelluvi was armed. But the sensitive prince, with his loving ways, healed the branches and got Chelluvi back to original form. This story only teaches us how important it is for us to stay in harmony with nature and to save nature from being denuded. Progress is important, but not at the cost of harming a natural environment. We have to learn from indigenous people the right ways to conserve and serve nature. Nature is a master and God. If we show reverence and have the right attitude towards it, we will survive, or humans will get extinct with other natural birds and animals and things. Yes.
Madam Chinmay, please conclude.
Yes, concluding. My concluding statement is to develop indigenous intelligence to live in harmony with nature. So the only hope for us is to act now, stop nature from being harmed, preserve the native intelligence to conserve nature. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Chinmay More. So I think we are already running short of time. So I would like to wind up the presentations by telling you all that your research findings, paper presentations were all wonderful. The pictures too were wonderful. Thank you very much for the session. And I'd like to thank Kaash Foundation, Dr. Avkash, and Dr. Geeta for collaborating with St. Joseph's College, Devgiri. Thank you. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Premanan, for chairing the session and your words of wisdom. On behalf of Kaash Foundation team, I express my sincere thanks to you and thanks to all the presenters. So thanks to Kaash Foundation for this opportunity on my behalf. I now invite the moderator of the next session, our own team member, Dr. Kavita Mishra Pandey, the Joint Director of the Environment Section.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chima, for inviting me over here. So from here, I would like to take the proceeding further for the technical session 6. And I also request Dr. Ejaz Mohammed Sheikh from the Department of Linguistics, University of Kashmir, to chair the session, technical session 6. Dr. Sheikh, can you hear me?
Yes, I am hearing you. I am audible.
Okay. Welcome to the online international conference of Kaash Foundation, sir.
Thank you so much.
Okay. So just to a brief information, in this particular session, we have around 10 papers. The rules have already been conveyed in the previous technical session. I'll just remind to the presenters. Everybody will be given 5 minutes. After 4 minutes, I will just request you to conclude in a minute. So you need to complete your presentation in a 5 minutes time. I invite Sheikh sir to take the proceedings further from here.
Okay, thank you very much. At the beginning, let me thank the Kaash Foundation for providing me an opportunity to hear the session, and also for collaborating with our university, that is the University of Kashmir. And we have got in this session 10 papers, and as pointed out, that every presenter will have 5 minutes at his or her disposal. I will request all the presenters to stick to the time. And I will be starting with the first presenter. It is Mehnaz Rashid. I am a joint author for the paper. I will request Mehnaz to come in and discuss light on the topic, making and breaking of identity through language, a case study of Shekadal community. Mehnaz.
Good afternoon, all. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Mehnaz, you are audible. Please.
Sorry, I'm not able to share the screen. I'll just read the paper.
Okay, give the brief overview and in 5 minutes try to sum.
This is the joint work by my supervisor, Professor Ejaz Ahmed Sheikh, and me, Mehnaz Rashid. The title of the paper is Making or Breaking the Identity Through Language, a case study of Sheikh Hagal. Language and identity have long been considered as two components of human social life that are closely and intimately related. Language performs the fundamental acts of identity for its speakers. You are what you speak. There are two perspectives regarding language shift in identity. One perspective is language shift with identity shift, and other is language shift without identity shift. So in multilingual contexts, identity through language becomes challenging, and it becomes an issue and is strongly shaped by the social, cultural, political, and historical settings in which it occurs. The present study is about an indigenous group called Sheikhs. Sheikhs form a minority indigenous group in Kashmir. In common parlance, they are known as Watals or Shupers. Until some decades, they maintained a nomadic lifestyle. Hello. At present, they have a permanent settlement. They are settled at different parts of Jammu and Kashmir, like Baramulla, Pulwama, Kulgam, Kupwara. In Srinagar, they are settled at the foothills of Hari Parbat, Navata, Darga, and Panipura. This community speaks a language which they call Obdigal, Free Katha, or Shekhagal. It's an unclassified language and does not have any genealogical affinity with any other group. And the name of the language or its people is not mentioned in a census. The language does not have any literature or written system. It's acquired in the home domain only. It has a limited number of speakers. This community is surrounded by the Kashmiri speaking community, which is in majority, and in all dimensions, they are in majority. Thus, Sheikhs are in continuous contact with Kashmiri, the language of linguistically dominant and economically prosperous neighbors. The use of languages in various domains is an indicator of the changing linguistic scenarios in a community with regard to the maintenance and shift of the language. The issue of maintenance and shift is largely dependent on the language use and language attitude of the speakers. Given this backdrop, the present study analyzed the language use in different domains. The study revealed that Shekhagal serves the communicative function in home domain only, and Kashmiri is used in all other domains, and Urdu being also used. The data regarding the attitude reveals that the community's unfavorable opinion towards their mother tongue. They believe that their language has little potential for aiding upward social mobility, and as a result, they place a minimal value to it. Apart from that, mainstream communities' attitude is also unaspiring. The linguistic vitality score as per EGIDS scale reveals that the language is definitely endangered and has undergone an extreme language shift. Thus, it can be said that community has given up their linguistic identity by not using Shekhagal in all domains and have negative attitude towards it. The community has switched to Kashmiri and can speak fluent Kashmiri, thus trying to make an identity through language with the mainstream. But still, Kashmiris don't accept them as a part of their society. They want to make a respectful identity for themselves by breaking ties with their linguistic and ethnic identity and making the ties with prestigious Kashmiri language. Thus, it is reasonable to conclude that this community has abandoned its linguistic identity due to the taboos connected with it. And however, even after giving up their linguistic identity, they have not been able to forge a new respectable identity for themselves. In contrast, by tying themselves to the prestigious linguistic group of speaking Kashmiri and ignoring the ethnic elements. Thus, this has resulted in nothing more than an identity dilemma. Thank you.
Thank you, Mehnaz. Thank you for your good presentation. Let's move to the second presenter. It is Anam Fatima. A scholar from Patna University. The topic of presentation is tangible and intangible cultural heritage of food tribe of India. Anam Fatima. Is Anam Fatima present in the room? Is Anam Fatima present in the room? Please join.
Sir, I can't see the person.
I believe the presenter is not. Yes? Anam Fatima, It's not there perhaps. Okay, let us move to the next presenter. She is Anisa Farooq, a scholar, Department of Linguistics, University of Kashmir. And her topic of presentation is traditional food, health and activities of indigenous people, Gujar Bakarwals of Jammu and Kashmir. Anisa Farooq.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yeah, go ahead, Anisa, please. Yeah, you are audible. Please go ahead.
The topic of my work is traditional food, health and activities of indigenous people, the Gujar Bakarwal of Jammu and Kashmir. This is the outline of my study. It is estimated that there are 350 million indigenous people living across the world, which is approximately accounting 5% of the total population, which constitutes more than 5,000 languages and cultures. In India, indigenous people constitutes about 8.2% of the total population with little or no basic necessities. One approximation is that 80% of the world population is dependent on indigenous knowledge for either food or medicine. Gujar Bakarwals are the homeless tribes of the Gujar who travel from one place to another as a part of their traditional journey. These people have spent their entire lives surrounded by aqueducts, which is the main source of their livelihood. Purpose of the study is the utilization of the cultural knowledge, traditional food, and activities that promote health and well-being of the community peoples. Methodology. Data was collected from the Srinagar district of Jammu and Kashmir, where several families of the Gujar Bakarwals had set their tents, and each family were interviewed, including 8 women and 2 men. Gujar Bakarwal's tradition. For thousands of years, the well-being of indigenous people has been sustained by their traditional food, physical activities, as well as keeping in tune with natural environment. The food, health, livelihood, and belief system of indigenous people are tied up to their cultural heritage. The diet and active practices of Gujar Bakarwal promote fitness and add immeasurably to the overall health picture of health. Traditional activities. Traditionally, Gujar Bakarwal men dedicate some part of their time to hunting. The hunted animals such as wild goat, jackals, and different wild birds. The products obtained from the hunting have a nutritional and medicinal value. Some parts of the hunted animal, like teeth, bones, feather, and leather, have some arsenal and witchcraft use. For example, the hair of a jackal is used as a witchcraft for children and young individuals. Women are only in charge of food preparation, while the male members never contribute in this work. Both male and female members of the community gather food and firewood from the foresters. Children are also taught how to find and collect the food from the foresters. Traditional diet and plant as a medicine. Traditional diet is primarily based on vegetables, pulses, and cereals, particularly maize flour and wheat flour. Birds include hen, cock, pigeon, and crane, and animals such as a goat, sheep, and cow are eaten occasionally. Wild berries are the most popular fruit that are dried and canned and then added to the traditional drinks and sweets. In general, most vegetables are dried for the winter use. However, primary method for the cooking is steaming and roasting on fire. Plants of several kinds are harvested for the food and medicine. For example, a wild plant, which is traditionally called as wool, it is used to treat the bones and joint problem. And another wild plant called chutial is used for the hair. Nuncha has a lot of traditional value. In the Kodi cha, which is called black tea, it is used to treat the cough, cold, fever, and body ache. In addition, rice paste or outer gourd covering, it is used to treat the mumps, which is a common illness in children of the community. Cultural attribute of the traditional food. Gujar Bakarwals agree that the traditional food and traditional physical activities enhance individuals' health, physically and mentally. Traditional food is considered as healthier and less expensive than the market food. The elder community members, they think that the purchase of the market food is inconvenient to health and well-being. Oral health status. Guyatal states that the well-being of the individual and the community is determined by the individual's connection to the land, ancestry, tradition, and cultures. An individual's perception of their health is reflected in the self-assessed health status. An individual's current health status provides a wider view of the overall
Ms.
community health.
Anisha, please conclude.
Yes.
Please conclude, ma'am. Yeah.
Results. The key concept to maintain the health and well-being is to retain the cultural identity, traditional system, and environmental integrity. Gujar Bakarwas are inextricably connected to ancestry, which is in turn interlinked to their livelihood, activities, and health. The cultural heritage is the center of the Gujar Bakarwas identity and well-being. Conclusion. The case study of the Gujar Bakarwals gives the important information on the locally produced, collected, and hunted food activities and health status. Gujar Bakarwal's reflection on the local food system and activities should be encouraged and acted upon to promote and protect the sustainability of the culture. Gujar Bakarwal's food system and active practices clearly have many excellent health benefits. Thus, the cultural activity promotes fitness and serves the Gujar Bakarwal's well. Thank you.
Thank you, Anissa, for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
We move to the next presenter. The joint presentation by Anthony Naranjan Majhi and Jyotsna Joshi. It's from Central University of Odisha.
Yes, sir.
Topic of the presentation is Paniya people of Wayanad, Kerala.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, all present there.
Okay, please start.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone present there. And I'm unable to share the screen, but I'll be reading my paper. This is Niranjan Majhi, the presenter, and this paper is done with collaboration of Miss Jyotsna Joshi, belonging to same department, Department of Sociology, Central University of Odisha. The title of the paper is Cultural Analysis of Paniya People, Wayanad. First of all, we know that in India, the tribal people play a key part in constructing the cultural heritage, and they are considered as the true inhabitants of the India. So the tribal people, why Paniya it is called? Because the tribes who are living in the southern parts of India are known as Paniya tribes. And the Paniya tribes long back ago by the king of Malabar, who brought the Paniya tribes to the place called Wayanad, which is located at the border of Karnataka and Kerala states, and they were treated as slaves. But in the due course of time, with the abolishment of the slaveholding system by Paniya, by the government, they were resettled towards in a different ways. So in this paper, we have analyzed about Paniya tribe and their ethnic features, major aesthetic and their aesthetic symbolic cultural expressions in the recent changes in detailed manner. So the study area is Wayanad, which is located in Kerala, which is the extreme rural district of Kerala. And some of the reviews we have done, which is relevant to the topic. And our research methodology, we have followed both primary and secondary research, primary research, qualitative and empirical research strategy. And secondary research, we have taken from internet websites and books and articles. So first of all, let me speak about the ethnographic of the people, Paniya, the tribes. So first of all, they are dark-skinned tribe and they are short in nature and broad noses and curly or wavy hair. They are having, traditionally, they are food gatherers. And usually they eat crab, rice, tapioca, fish, vegetables, and some of the important edible roots from the trees. And Paniya community has their own religious tradition and ritual practices like Kutichatan and Katu Bhagavati and Kali Mula Malukar, then Aryama and Ayapan are the chief god and goddesses. And they have got the leader of their own community. In their language, the leader's name, leader means Chemi. Chemi means the headman. So now I would like to tell that the symbolic cultural expressions that's used by them. First of all, they are using different types of ornaments. The first is earring. Earring's name is Toda in their language. Toda, it's one type of earring which is made out of red seeds stuck inside a ring of coconut palm or dry grass leaf using bees wax and gum from jackfruit trees. So with these particular aspects, the particular things they are making the ornaments, that is earring. And another one is this panakala. It's a chain which is worn by the neck. Occasionally they wear, and they also consider it as a sacred ornament, which is made out of beads and kind of coins that were used by their ancestors. They patch it along with that. Now, another mudachi, that is a type of necklace made with small beads and plastic thread. So, which is worn usually in their daily life. Now, household vessels used by them. The household vessels is very interestingly made out of the wood pieces, which is shaped in a round ways, and it becomes a container. And the grinder they use for grinding the chili, red chili, the grinder is made out of the wood, and the wood is collected from jackfruit tree and tamarind trees, out of which they are making the grinder. They also utilizing the bamboo sticks for fishing and storing the water. And they're also having a coconut shell spoon as for taking rice of for drinking
Professor
water.
Maji,
Yes,
please conclude, sir.
Yeah, definitely. So my focus is the recent changes in the Panya tribe. So I'm just coming to the conclusion part. So the recent changes is nothing but due to information and technology and the modernization and the educational system that has been spreading across. Because of that, the cultural changes taking place. So before there was group system of living, but now the nuclear family system has occurred in their community. And before the traditional dress is not seen now. They are wearing designed lungis and all they are wearing, and the jewelries they are wearing nowadays. So now they have avoided wearing the wood pieces the chain made out of wood pieces. So there is a gradual changes occurring in their society because of the social influential and as well as the Sanskritization part also takes place most importantly for the changing of lifestyle. Now, the conclusion part is tribal people who are the yearly inhabitants on Earth, they are gradually losing their skill setup, which they have practiced traditionally from their ancestors. Now, there is a big threat for them that in the course of time, their children may not be cultivating or practicing that particular culture and tribes and the way of life that has been existing. So this is what all with regard to the paper. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Niranjan Maji. So we move to the next presenter, Anuja Augustine from Xavier's College. Title of the presentation is The History of the African Indian Community and Their Inclusivity in India. Over to Anuja Augustine.
Sir, am I audible?
If you can hear me.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, please start.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, you are audible. Start.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Anuja Augustine. I am a TYBA history student from St. Xavier's College, Mumbai. Today, I will be presenting about the history of an African Indian community and their inclusivity in India. So to give a brief introduction, in India, the Siddhis or the Habshis are settled in the states of Gujarat, Karnataka, Telangana, Goa, and Andhra Pradesh. They're also settled in parts of Sindh, Sri Lanka, and Maldives. And it is usually assumed that the Africans assimilated in India, they only came through slave trade, but that's only partially correct. So we'll be looking into some of the historical context, which states about the African relationship with India. So assimilation and relationship of Africans in India was from centuries. Trades, exchange of goods, sea voyages, and also through slave trade. And one of the earliest evidences, we can find it in Indus Valley civilization. So the archaeological evidences from IVC sites, so we can find Lothal in Gujarat, and some of the sites in Dholavira also reflects the contact between the west coast of India and the east coast of Africa. We can also find some archaeological findings which suggests the voyages that took place between India and Africa, which can be proved by the clay seals excavated at Ur at ancient Mesopotamia. In 1982 at Rojdi in central Gujarat, we have found remains of finger millets and sorghum that originated from Africa. In this way, we can find that the influence of African in the Indian soil in terms of food, in terms of exchange of goods, trade, etc. Some other evidences which confirms the relationship between Africa and India before the European trade in the early 16th century. We have discovered coins of the kingdom of Aksum, that is ancient Ethiopia in South India, which dates from 1st to 7th century CE. We can also find in the writings of Strabo and Pliny, and Ibn Battuta also refers to the trade between Africa and India. We also see that Pericles of the Arabian Sea is the earliest first-hand document regarding the trade route between Africa and India. Now we look on to the contributions of Siddhis in India in terms of administration, military, and art and culture. People settled in India as traders, as slaves, they slowly and steadily, due to their physique, and they were considered as very courageous, energetic, and the Indian rulers, the Indian sultans in Deccan, slowly and steadily took them into their military, their administration. So we'll look into some of the examples. So one of the earliest example is Jamaluddin or Jalaluddin Yaqut, who was a Habshi administrator of the royal stables in the court of Sultana Razia of the Mamluk or the slave dynasty. The second example is the Siddhis of Janjira. Janjira was known for the strategic spot, and one of the significant role of protecting and guarding the the Janjira fort was of the Siddhis. So we can find some of the examples of Siddhi Yaqut Khan, who was a Habshi naval administrator of Janjira fort. In 1618, we see Siddhi Sirul Khan was appointed as the first Siddhi governor in Janjira. Now, in terms of military, we find one of the great administrator and the military personnel was Malik Amba, was an Abyssinian slave boy who rose to become the de facto ruler of the Nizam Shahi dynasty in the 16th to 17th century. And he also was a pioneer of guerrilla warfare in Deccan. He also developed a unique form of guerrilla warfare technique called the Bargigiri, which is a swift hit and run. And there is one more aspect about Malik Amba, which we'll see it in the next slides. Before that, we'll be seeing about the contribution of art and architecture of the Siddhis. They were not only good in administration and military, but they also contributed in terms of art and architecture. So one of the example is the Siddhi Sayed Mosque at Ahmedabad, which was built by an Habshi nobleman, Sheikh Syed al-Habshi Sultani, during the reign of Sultan Muzaffar III of Gujarat Sultanate. The next example is a mosque of Siddhi Bashir in Ahmedabad. Now, here I would like to again talk about Malik Amba. So this is a painting of Mughal Emperor Jahangir.
Miss Anuja, you have only 1 minute to complete.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, ma'am. I'll conclude it. So we see this Jahangir standing on the top of the world, aiming for the beheaded Malik Amba with a bow and arrow. So this actually reflects the importance and the power which Malik Amba had on to the history of acculturation of Siddhis in India in terms of religion and activities. Siddhis as a community, a nation, they are facing in the present. Even in the past, though Siddhis were used by the rulers for their imperial expansion, they were always considered foreign and inferior. For instance, we can see for gaining a social status of nobility, Malik Amba got his daughter married to Nizam Shahi ruler Murtuzada II. In today's scenario, the Siddhis live in an economically, socially, and politically unstable society. Their social status also depends upon the region they are settled in. The government of India recognized the Siddhis of some regions of Gujarat as scheduled tribes, and through this, some got government jobs and so on. But what about the other Siddhis residing in other parts of India? There must also be in the future, they should receive the financial provisions from the government of India, which will uplift the community and which will help them to grow and develop their personal and communal identity for the collective growth of the society. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity.
I request all the speakers to kindly abide by the time. Please don't exceed the time. 4 minutes you need to do your presentation. After that, I'll give the warning. You need to conclude your presentation in 5 minutes time. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Yes, let us move to the next presenter, Aswin Winter Japang, if I am pronouncing correctly, research scholar from Department of Cultural and Creative Studies, Jehu Shillong. What Aswin? If Aswin is there present in the room, please. Aswin Winter Japang. I believe the presenter is not there in the room, so let us move to the next presenter. Is Chaitali Datta, research scholar, Department of Sociology, MIT Institute of Social Sciences, MIT University, Noida. The topic of the presentation is Rabha tribe and their way towards development and modernization in West Bengal, a sociological outlook. Chaitali.
Am I audible?
Yeah, please.
Sir, and my PPT is showing?
Yes, ma'am, you may go ahead.
Yes, your PPT is also visible. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Chaitali Datta. Today I'm going to present my paper named Rabha Tribe and Their Way Towards Development and Modernization in West Bengal, a Sociological Outlook. As we know, tribes are being known for being lived in an isolated and confined in their own society, considering often as backward class by the mainstream. But now we can see tribe in two ways. One is by their oldest tradition, another by their transition with the passage of time. This transformation is because of their adaptation of modernization policies, changes, interaction with outsiders, urbanization ultimately led them to enter and compete with the mentioned society. Main objective is to present some observation to outline changing situation of Rava in their present day society, particularly in dress pattern, education, weaving, dance, singing, medical treatment in West Bengal. Both secondary and primary sources of data has been used. Primary data have collected through observation, informal discussion during pilot survey. Secondary data has been collected from various published materials. Ravas of West Bengal. So Ravas is basically a small indigenous matrilineal tribe of West Bengal, numbered only 27,820, constituting 0.53% of the total tribal population in West Bengal, concentrating on northern region of West Bengal, that namely North Bengal. Origin of Rava tribe is not known properly. Ravas living in northern part of West Bengal may be subdivided ecologically into two groups. One is forest Rava, who living in or within outskirts of reserve forest, village Rava, who live in revenue village, inhabiting with other ethnic groups like Hindu, Muslim, Nepalis, and other tribes. Ravas were confined to their society and traditional life previously. There were a lack of interaction with outsiders, lagging behind in terms of development, unable to enter in mentioned modernized society. But with the flash of time, due to their attaining development, succeeding in to set foot in mentioned society because of interaction with outsiders, development, modernization, policies, welfare, adaptation of Christianity apart from Hinduism, major cases. With the help of modern technology like smartphone, internet, television, they are able to connect with outsiders. During pilot survey among villages of Rabha tribes, it has been seen that besides their tradition, dance and singing, younger generation are fond of Indian Bollywood music and movies, and also foreign music like K-pop, English songs, South Korean, Chinese movies and dramas. Young generation are more active in social platforms like Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, etc. They are following different K-pop groups like EXO, BTS, Blackpink. Their growing trend in global culture not only affecting their taste of music but also their daily lifestyle like the dress pattern, terminological usage, and so on. This young generation, Java men and women are following South Korean fashions like wearing oversized dress. Young men are styling like Korean celebrities. Young girls are calling older sister Unni, or younger girls are calling elder sister Oppa. These both are Korean terms. They are not only learning new Korean words, understanding meaning by English translator, but also using them, improving their English language too. Younger generation are more interested and active in getting knowledge and adopting modernization. In literacy percentage among Rava of West Bengal is substantially increased from 30.4% in 1991 to 73.6% 2011 as compared to all scheduled tribes. Gender gap in literacy percentage has declined to 12.5% among women Rava in 2011. Earlier, women used to wear their traditional dress, that is lufung, kamfang, fangchu. But with the passage of time, there are availability of more kind of dresses like kurti saris. They are adorned by them. Young generation are wearing Western dresses like jeans and all. It's very common to wear crop Western tops and traditional Rava long wrapper skirts, creating a fusion of Indo-Western wear. Earlier, weaving were their part of household, but now the interest of weaving is gone. Earlier, they used to perform various dances to initiate their duties, but now it has become a
Ma'am, I request you to kindly
for
conclude.
Rava women.
Ma'am, please conclude.
Yes, ma'am. Just 1 minute. Yes, ma'am. 1 minute. But it has become an important source of earning for the Rava women. Like they sing and dance in front of tourists who come to local based sanctuaries. Earlier, they have to depend on traditional medical man and traditional medical treatment and traditional medical man, that is Huji. But now they are learning about new present modern medicines. But still, Huji exists. People from different education background, different communities, locally based people visit Huji. And they also prefer homeopathy and Ayurveda. Conclusion. At present, society is developing very rapidly, so it is important for indigenous people to develop according to present situation and enter into mainstream society for their own well-being. Ravas are in the track of development and modernization. They are challenging themselves by maintaining their tradition as well as becoming modern, besides trailing with mainstream modernized society. This indicate further studies regarding changes and development in the Rava society. Thank you.
Thank you, Chetali. So let us move to the next presentation. It is a joint presentation by Sajjad Ahmed Pedi and Usman Sir. They are research scholars in the Department of Linguistics, University of Kashmir. The topic of their presentation is language and identity vis-a-vis Kashmiri language, challenges in the changing scenario. Over to Sajjad and Usman.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sajjad. Good afternoon, everyone. Sir, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. Please. Start your presentation.
Thank you. So this is a joint work by me and my colleague Sajjad Ahmed. The title of our paper is Language and Identity vis-a-vis Kashmiri Language, Challenges in the Changing Scenario. So according to Nelson Mandela, if you talk to a man in a language he understands, that goes to his head. If you talk to him in his mother language, that goes to his heart. Identity is the distinguishing character or personality of an individual, which defines a person and his relation with the outer world. In fact, the search for identity begins at the age of adolescence when a person questions himself, who am I and what my relation with the people around me is. In this stage, the identity crisis occurs. Man is recognized in the society by means of different identities like social, national, racial, religious identity, ethnic identity, and one of the most important identities is the linguistic identity. Linguistic identity is the identification of a person on the basis of the language he speaks. Linguistic identity is the most important identity of a person, as in certain areas people are known by the languages they speak. People in Wales speak Welsh and thus they are identified as Welsh. Language is not only the medium for communication, but it also bestows a person with a distinct identity of belonging to a certain linguistic community and speaking a distinct language. Language and identity is the most important research field in linguistics and is growing and demanding field which studies the relationship between language and identity. Language is a complex system and it has not only the function of communication in our lives, but it also functions as the carrier of our culture. It connects us with the history, traditions, politics, and folklore and transfers these elements from one generation to the other. Losing one's language means losing one's roots, one's identity, and one's culture. According to an estimate, since 1950, 250 Indian languages have gone extinct and over 40 languages are endangered. One of the famous linguists, Joshua Fishman, comments on losing the language. He says, when we take away the language of a culture, we take away its greetings, its curses, its cures, praises, laws, literature, songs, rhymes, proverbs, wisdom, and its prayers. It is the responsibility of the people who speak a particular language to preserve and remain loyal to their mother tongue so that they may not lose their cultural roots and the linguistic identity. According to an education specialist, Hurisa Goverson, when a person speaks his mother tongue, a direct connection is established between heart, brain, and tongue. Our personality, character, modesty, shyness, defects, skills, and all other hidden characteristics become truly revealed through the mother tongue because the sound of the mother tongue in the air and its meaning in the heart gives us trust and confidence. Kashmiri language as an important identity of the Kashmiris. It is the mother tongue of the majority of the people of Kashmir region in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Kashmiri language is one among the 22 scheduled languages mentioned in the 8th schedule of the Indian Constitution. Kashmiri is called Kashur or Kashur Zaban by its native speakers. According to the 2011 census, there are 7 million speakers of Kashmiri language in the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir. Kashmiri is an Indo-Aryan language and falls under the Dardic subgroup of Indo-Aryan language family. Kashmiri language has a very rich literary heritage, but unfortunately, the new generation has developed a negative attitude towards this language and are inclined towards English and Urdu language. It is a matter of great concern for the people of Jammu and Kashmir to preserve and save their mother tongue. Kashmir from the danger of extinction because if the same situation continues, the Kashmiri language will disappear soon and Kashmiris will lose their rich cultural heritage and their linguistic identity. The present work primarily focuses on the problems and challenges being faced by the Kashmiri language. The paper focuses on 3 main points which are considered as the main challenges for the Kashmiri language. Number 1, attitude of new generation towards Kashmiri language, administrative policy towards Kashmiri language, and number 3, problems regarding the teaching of Kashmiri language. India is a multilingual country where people speak different languages belonging to different language families. There is unity in diversity, but there are many elements which are apparent in our society and which are dangerous for our cultural and linguistic diversity. One of the biggest challenges has been posed by globalization. Rather, it has become the biggest threat to the local cultures and languages in the world. The global languages like English has become the lingua franca of the world and in which people speaking a particular language communicate with speakers of different languages and different cultures. In fact, this language has revolutionized every field, but at the same time, we cannot deny the importance of Kashmiri as a mother tongue and as a part
Dr.
of local
Uzma,
culture.
I'm sorry, you need to conclude in a minute, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am, sure. So I'm concluding my paper. So losing one's mother tongue means losing one's identity. Kashmiri language is not merely a language for the Kashmiris, but this language is embedded with rich cultural heritage and identity. The present situation is alarming for the Kashmiri language because the new generation is rapidly shifting towards Urdu and English. This is a matter of great concern for the Kashmiris and their rich cultural and linguistic identity. There are various reasons for this shift, which include the negative attitude of the new generation of Kashmir towards the Kashmiri language, because the new generation is more inclined towards other languages, which include English and Urdu. They believe English is a language of opportunities and they can make their careers by learning the language. But they forget that they are losing connections with their history, literature, traditions, and are losing their identity. The government is also responsible for this onslaught on Kashmiri language because they are not providing the full support and patronage for this language. Students are also not motivated to learn the Kashmiri language because of their negative attitude towards this language. And there is also a dearth of the subject-specific teachers who can teach Kashmiri. Government has the responsibility to recruit the subject-specific teachers who can teach Kashmiri language. There is also the responsibility on the social and cultural organizations, including Kashmiri Language Union, to organize seminars and conferences to aware the people of Jammu and Kashmir about the importance of their mother tongue Kashmiri. Thank you.
Thank you, Uzma. And goes without saying that Kashmiris have developed a negative attitude towards their mother tongue, but the situation is not that grim that it will lead to endangerment at that rapid pace. And if we move to the next presentation, it is by Thomas Malcolm, PhD scholar, Northeastern Head University. And the topic of the presentation is Ethno Development and Indigenous Peoples in North India, reflections on UN calls for a new social contract. Over to Thomas Nelson. Thomas Nelson, if you are present, okay. Yes, you can start your presentation. Thomas, I believe you are not audible.
Sorry, sir. Am I audible now?
Yeah,
Hello?
please.
Yes. Let me share my slide.
Please, yeah, you are audible, Thomas. You are audible. Please go ahead.
Okay. I'm trying to share my screen, but just give me a minute, sir.
You had shared right in the beginning, but you were not audible. You are audible, but the screen is not shared.
Yes, I'm sharing right now, sir. Is it visible now, sir?
No.
Is my screen visible?
Not yet.
Okay,
No.
okay, then I'll just go with it. I mean,
Your screen is visible, Mr. Thomas.
Okay, all right. So, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Thomas Malsam. I'm a PhD scholar from the NIHU, from the Department of Sociology. So, for today's presentation, my paper entitled is Ethno Development and Indigenous People in Northeast India, reflecting on the UN's call for a new social contract. So coming to the northeastern region, it refers to the wide safe lands between the Bhutan, China, Myanmar, and Bangladesh. And only the narrow corridor between the border between Nepal and the Bangladesh is connected, almost is completely disconnected from the rest of India. And the indigenous now, the Northeast indigenous peoples are very diverse in terms of their culture, identity. And coming to the development process in Northeast India, it is very much important to an element of reconciliation between the indigenous people and the state. But quoting from the line, the Duncan McDougall, he said that development in the region is clearly dysfunctional, narrow, and far from responding to the need of the indigenous people. So now here we can, if we look at the colonial period, the crooked policy of the colonization, it was adopted, which created more complexities and the confusion of a much higher order. And since the capitalism was planted in a feudal soil, the poisoners percolated in or fit into the body of, it is turned into a semi-feudalism. And now, in order to respond to such kind of thing, there are many, provisions like Article 46, you can see, and this special schedules, fifth and the sixth schedules are adopted. But despite existence of various discrimination policies, special constitutional provisions, developmental and reconciliation effort to respond the socio-economic inequalities or the disparities, the indigenous people, they continue to remain impoverished and the vulnerable to the impose of the limited unfortunate opportunities. Uh, and since in the coming to the post-India, because of the capitalists of it was all the advanced countries, it was concentrated on more on production means of productions. So whereby the earning super profit, it's not very attractive proposition, for the indigenous peoples. And because of this, even a labor migration it took place, if I give examples of a Tripura, the state of the Tripura. So, the labor migration, it is basically from the East Pakistan, which is now Bangladesh. And even then, the United Nations Declaration on the Right of the Indigenous People, like the peoples, the Article 31, which talks about the self-determination, but it is still a kind of a concealed dream to accomplish by the marginal section of the indigenous society. And now coming to the sustainable goal, the no one living behind the pledge, it has renewed the special attention and the interest of the marginal section for them to develop on their own path. But yet, the indigenous peoples have been remained and are still the unwelcoming recipients of the ethnocide. Here, the ethnocide, I term it as the Lahiri seed, the developmental plant which is planted in a formative tumor. That means it resulted as an ethnocide, that is a loss of a culture and an identity. So now, if we try to examine this thing, it is basically used the economic development of modernization, which is basically from the Western perspectives, where the thinkers like the Willis will argue that yes, modernization is very much good for the marginal section of societies because it will make them modern. They will be new. They will be up to date, leaving their old tribal natures. And hence, since then, what they do, the examination of the developmental studies, the nation has been considered that one nation, if there's a one nation is successful, so that nation, the strategies or the process will be copied to the other, nations. But that is not the answer or the desirable development that they see the indigenous peoples. So henceforth, in order to respond to this, political economic development of modernization from Western perspectives, the approach of ethno development it has emerged. So this approach, it is the countering the ethnocide by enabling.
Mr. Thomas.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
You have only 1 minute to conclude.
Yes,
so.
yes, sure. I don't have much. I'm concluding. So this ethno development is very much important for the indigenous development for them to develop on their own. So which is why when we talk about the indigenous nations, the call for a social contract, which is basically made earlier among the dominant populations. So what we need to do is that the social contract, it has to be made among the indigenous communities. So in my conclusion, what I want to say, as Spicer pointed out, that the changing people way is living is a more delicate response than surgery. So which is why an effective dialogue between the indigenous people and the state must be made, and the ethno development approach must be inculcated in the formation of the development projects or the policies, so that the ethno development had resulted as empowering to achieve the self-determination. Here, self-determination, it is the inclusion, participation of the indigenous people in their decision making. So here I conclude my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you very much. So we move to our last presentation, joint presentation by Zahid Bashir and Sabir Ahmed from Department of Linguistics, University of Kashmir. The topic of their presentation is ethnic identity, patterns of language use and perceived intergroup discordance among Balti speakers of Kargil, a socio-linguistic study. Over to Zahid Bashir and Sabir Ahmed.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Zahid Bashir, research scholar in the Department of Linguistics. In today's conference, the topic of my presentation or the title of my paper is Ethnic Identity, Patterns of Language Use and Perceived Intergroup Discordance Among Balti Speakers of Kargil, a Social Linguistic Study. Language endangerment as an academic enterprise has seen a tremendous growth after UNESCO's General Assembly adopted the Endangered Language Project and the Red Book of Endangered Languages in November 1993. So there has been an important rise in the significance of the notion of language endangerment studies. A substantial body of literature has been researched out by the linguists all over the world, working on issues like identity, language endangerment, sustainability, revitalization of minority linguistic groups, etc. Since the erstwhile state of Jammu and Kashmir possesses a number of such minority ethno-linguistic groups speaking different languages, the sustainability of these groups has been in a continuous threat over the years. On the other hand, globalization has adversely affected the minority communities all over the world. Most of the minority communities have lost their identity and got assimilated with the dominant and majority linguistic communities. Many ethnic minorities in the country face problems of ethnic identity and language endangerment. Since language are not only means of communication, but also a treasure of cultural beliefs and traditions as well. It's a medium for maintaining ethnic identity, heritage, culture, and exchange of information. The present study has been undertaken to inquire about the patterns of language use among Balti speakers of Kargil. Since the speakers are in a prolonged contact with the dominant communities like Kashmiris and Ladakhi, therefore there are fair chances that the speakers may use dominant language in different social domains, which have negative consequences on their ethnic identity and language as well. The data of the present study has been collected from the native speakers of the language residing in the villages like Kirkichu, Lamsu, and Balti Bazar. The data has been collected from 200 Balti speakers living in these villages. The speakers of the community have migrated are migrating continuously to Vemina area of Srinagar and Gandharbal area of Kashmir. Some speakers of the language are found in Panad village of Tral, Tehsil in district Pulwama. Since ethnic identity of minority communities hold much significance in the context of contact situations wherein they are surrounded by the dominant communities, the strength or the weakness of these communities not only depends upon the use of ethnic languages or language, but upon the perception of the group members. A strong perception of the membership of one group against the outer group has been found to counter assimilatory forces, which may force members of the group to change identity and language as well. It's worth mentioning that strong sense of belonging also helps the members to safeguard their language identity as well. The following results have been found while analyzing the data in identity section of the study. Among the Baltis of the Kargil, the perception of being members of Balti community seems strong, as indicated in the results depicted in Figure 1. A majority, 62% of the participants strongly agreed, and another 31% agreed to their identities as Balti-speaking Baltis, distinct and separate from the majority Kashmiris. However, there was a significant minority who have partly associated their identities with the Kashmiri. A meaningful 30% of the participants have agreed, and another 6% have strongly agreed to call themselves as Balti-speaking Kashmiris. This perception holds significance owing to the fact that members of the family have migrated out to their villages in Kargil to the parts of Kashmir, as there seems to another reason for such a perception. Regarding the assimilation versus maintenance of identity, a combined majority of 44% and 43% had respectively strongly agreed that they should maintain their Balti identity by strictly holding on their language and culture. But again, reflecting assimilatory tendencies among certain members of the group, a significant 31% have agreed and another 3% have strongly agreed that they should assimilate with the majority Kashmiri community, although majority of the participants are in disagreement with it. Regarding the expression of identity, confidence over expression of their identity and in interaction with the members of the majority community, as agreed by 65% and strongly agreed by another 10% of the members that they are proud of their identity and readily disclose it before others. However, a combined 18% have agreed and strongly agreed that they are ashamed of their identity and fear to disclose it while interacting with members of the Kashmiri community. This reflects a sense of insecurity, at least in some members of the community, to feel freely portray their identities for fear of being discriminated or stereotyped as being backward. Regarding the patterns of language use,
Professor Bashir, can I request you to conclude in a minute, sir?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. I will conclude. Regarding the patterns of language use, a clear picture is seen to emerge while the use of Balti decreases. It's mostly seen in the younger generations. Young males are seen to be losing Balti maximally, even showing complete loss of Balti in case of counting and naming days of the week. On the other hand, the old males show maximum retention of Balti. In formal contexts, Balti again appears to be dominating the scene, though Urdu and English seem to be replacing constantly on a greater scale. It is interesting to note that in both the contexts, the use of Balti is very low, indicating thereby the greater use of Urdu and English in offices. It is also evident that use of Balti shows a sharp decline as the conversation shifts from informal to formal contexts. Even though the members of the group who have migrated to towns and cities were part of the study have largely expressed a strong emotional attachment with their traditional homelands, but the contact and pressure from the dominant communities have weakened their ethnic identity and has affected their way of living as well. Regarding the intergroup discordance, members of the group who have migrated to towns and cities who are the part of the study have largely expressed a strong emotional attachment with their traditional homelands, but the contact and pressure from the dominant communities have weakened their identity and language. The speakers, mostly migrated bonds, have adopted Kashmiri way of life and follow Kashmiri traditions and customs in marriages and in day-to-day life as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, all the paper presenters. It was a very nice hearing to all of you and the diverse views on the topics which have been allotted for this particular technical session. Now I invite Dr. Ejaz Mohammad Sheikh, sir, to give his chairperson remarks on every present papers and also the concluding remarks of this technical session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Kavita, and it was a really nice session. And overall, we had 8 presenters there, and who presented their papers. with the Mehnaz talking about the Shekagal community, and we had got Anisa, she talked about the Gujar Bakrwals, Antony Maji, she talked about Panya people, then Anuja talked about cities, Netali talked about the Rabba tribe, Sajad, and Uzma, they talked about the endangerment, somehow the shift towards other languages regarding Kashmiri. Thomas talked about the indigenous people of Northeast India, and Zahid talked about the Balti speakers. Overall, I can say the presentations were really good and they were in tune with the broader theme of the conference. And I should thank the presenters for being on time, respecting the time allotted to them. And summing up, we can understand that it is a really difficult task to present your views within 5 to 6 minutes, but still I believe they were successful in managing the time and giving very good presentations, insightful presentations. And thank you, the presenters. And lastly, thank the Kaash Foundation for this wonderful international conference on the indigenous people, and also doing it in collaboration with our own university, University of Kashmir. And I hope that they will go along with the deliberations and discussions that have taken place from yesterday, go a long way in upliftment and development and in safeguarding the interests of the indigenous people. Thank you all.
Thank you so much,
Thank you,
sir.
Kavita, for moderating the session.
Thank you so much, sir, for your nice words and appreciation to all the presenters. On behalf of Kaash Foundation and the team, I also express my sincere gratitude and thanks to you for being a chairperson for this technical session and collaborating with us on our 14th International Conference on Indigenous People, Challenges of Validation and Inclusion. Now, with this, we are moving further for the technical session 7. And now I request Dr. Santosh Rathod, the core committee member of Kaash Foundation, to take the proceedings further from you. Dr. Rathod, over to you, sir.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Technical session 7 is happening simultaneously on Zoom. We would now proceed to technical session 8.
Okay. So in technical session 8, then I invite Ms. Vibha Hasicha from the Department of Foods, Nutrition and Dietetics from the College of Home Science, Nirmala Niketan, to moderate the session 8. Over to you, Vibha ma'am.
Ma'am, I guess she's not there. You could introduce the chairperson.
Okay, so the technical session 8, we have a very eminent academician, Professor Anil Bankar from Idol University of Mumbai. I invite Professor Anil Bankar sir to kindly be the chairperson for technical session 8. And thank you so much, sir. So like previous session, for this technical session, we have around 7 papers. The rules are going to be the same. Every presenters are going to get 5 minutes. After 4 minutes, I will be requesting you to do your concluding remarks. Over to you, Bankar sir.
Thank you, Dr. Kavita. I'm very happy to see you all the paper presenters, and just now I had attended this session, technical session. Due to some NAC work, we all are busy at the City of Mumbai, but Dr. Avkar Jadhav sir and the whole Kaash Foundation, they are taking efforts, and I'm very happy to see and congratulate Kaash Foundation. They have chosen these very important themes, the indigenous people, and it is necessary to discuss and deliberate on this important issue. That's why this 2-day international conference, I think they have got a tremendous response on this particular issue and this particular theme. And I'm very happy that Kaash Foundation has given me an opportunity to chair this technical session 8. Now I request the moderator to invite the paper presenters, and the session is open for this technical session 8, and one by one, I think there are 7 or 8 paper presenters.
Sir, there are 7 papers.
Okay, no problem. You can call one by one, and 4 minutes there will be for presentation, and last 1 minute for conclusion. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, please.
So with the permission of the chairperson of the technical session 8, I invite the first paper presenter, Professor Professor Ejaz Mohammed Sheikh and Azra Rashid from the Department of Linguistics, University of Kashmir, to do their paper presentation on language maintenance and shift vis-a-vis language attitude, a case study of Kashmiri speakers of Anantnag district. May I request the presenters to present their paper?
I don't think they are in the. Are they there?
I can't see them. So moving further.
Yeah, next one.
Yeah, yes.
Kavita, go ahead. Next.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So moving further, I invite another presenter for technical session 8, which is again written by Professor Ejaz Mohammed Sheikh and Hilal Ahmed Dar from Department of Linguistic, University of Kashmir. And their paper is on ethno-linguistic study of Gadi speech community of Jammu and Kashmir. May I request the presenter to kindly present their paper?
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
I am Hilal Ahmed Dar, a scholar in the Department of Linguistics, University of Kashmir. The title of my paper is Ethno-Linguistic Study of Gadi Speech Community of Jammu and Kashmir. Ethnolinguistics is the study of link between language and culture, as well as the worldview of various ethnic groups. Ethnolinguistics is a blend of ethnology and linguistics. The core idea is that language is a manner of ethnic identification as seen by ethnicity, manifesting itself in specificities in the usage of a particular language variety, or in the selection of language variety for communication with another ethnic group. According to Ismail Silva, language is the bearer of culture. Language is the vehicle of culture. When we hear the statement that language is a part of culture, it is in fact meant that utterances are correctly understood only if they are symbol of cultural phenomena. People in a particular speech community are not all the same in terms of physical and psychological characteristics, but in terms of language, they are same. Now, talking about Gadi speech community, the upper belt and some neighboring parts of Bhadrawa Tehsil of district Doda of Jammu and Kashmir are home to the Gadi speech community. Gadi speakers can also be migrated at some time or other through Chamba Hills. They are Hindus and have the same subdivisions of caste as the others. Background of the community. The word Gadi meaning shepherd is derived from Sanskrit word Gadar, which means sheep. Gadi is a semi-pastoral and semi-cultivating tribe. Originally, Gadis belonged to the Chamba region, but with the passage of time, some of them migrated to Bhadrawa area. The reason for their migration are many, but as claimed by some of the speakers of Gadi language, the harsh winters and the oppression of Mughal emperors are said to be the main reasons for their migration. There are as many as 20 villages in Bhadrawa where Gadi speakers are found. The number of speakers of Gadi language in Jammu division are 46,400 approximately as per the census of 2011. Most of the population works as shepherds. The Gadi people are locally called by the name Gadeshi, which means the people from the country of shepherds. Cattle rearing is considered as one of the main occupations of Gadi people. Thus, no matter how rich or poor a person is, everyone among Gadi's community respects their occupation. The person having large number of cattle is considered as rich among the community. Cattle rearing is considered as a respectable profession as it is the profession of their ancestors. People belonging to the community who have migrated from higher regions to the main city of Bhadrawa have taken up different jobs as they enjoy the reservation in the appointment of government jobs. Endangered status of the language. UNESCO's Atlas of World's Language in Danger of Disappearing has declared Gadi language as definitely endangered language, which means that the transmission of language to next generation has been ceased. Talking about the religion, the religious belief of Gadi people revolves around the faith of Lord Shiva. While worshipping Lord Shiva is almost a common practice in Hinduism, Gadi people differ from other Hindus in belief towards Lord Shiva. They believe that Lord Shiva allows only Gadis to sit on his seat, and they are the descendants of Lord Shiva. This belief makes them the special disciples of Lord Shiva. A good number of festivals are celebrated by Gadi people throughout the year, and every festival has its own significance and importance. Shivratri, the birthday celebration of Lord Shiva, is their main festival. Dress patterns of the community. The elders of the community strictly follow their tradition and wear their traditional attire. However, the youth of today are aware of the current fashion trends and lifestyle, which makes them to give up their traditional dress. Secondly, they want to conform to the large society around them. As such, one can see a remarkable change in the clothing of boys. Nowadays, they prefer jeans with t-shirts and t-shirts. And the traditional woolen waistcoat is replaced with ready-made fashionable jackets. The girls of the community have also given up their traditional attires and wear modern dresses. Talking about the kinship, for both affinal and consanguineal connections, the Gadi community has its own set of kinship names. Most connections are denoted by unique terms, but some are denoted by single terms, such as all male cousins being referred to as Bhai term and all female cousins being referred to as Dada term. Food habits of the community. As the Gadi community follows Hinduism, they are purely vegetarian. To preserve their cultural values, they retain the traditional way of growing food on their.
Mr. Hilal, you have only 1 minute to conclude, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Yeah.
To preserve their cultural values, they retain the traditional way of growing food on their own. The small fields on the hilly terrains are being used for agricultural purposes. The common dishes prepared by Gadi are kadam, which is prepared by mixing different vegetables like tomato, potato, onion, and carrot. Dals like chana and maa ki dal, paneer, sarsura saag, mustard greens, etc. are their main dishes. Rolla is the special food prepared on special occasions like festivals, marriages, etc. It is made up of flour and is made just like chapati and is one half baked on the pan. After that, it is reshaped and is made like round like a bun and served to the guests. Rolla is usually served with honey and ghee. This was a brief about the ethno-linguistic study of Gadi speech community. Thank you.
Thank you, Lal. Now I request next paper presenter. Moderator, please call.
Viva ma'am, you are we are unable to hear you. Viva ma'am, kindly unmute.
Yeah, can you hear me now? Can
Yes,
you hear me
ma'am.
now?
Yes, ma'am.
So, good afternoon, Pankaj sir. I'm here. I'm Vibha Hasija, moderator for today's session. And thank you, Kavita, for taking over. Last minute, I was not able to log in. So, thank you so much for that. So, sir, shall we go ahead then, Pankaj sir, with the next presenter?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes. So, we have Professor Aegis Mohammed Sheikh and Arza Rashid of the Department of Linguistics, University of Kashmir. And the title of the research paper is Language Maintenance and Shift vis-a-vis Language Attitude, a case study of Kashmiri speakers of Anantnag district. So can we have Mr. Sheikh take over the presentation? You have exactly 5 minutes.
Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, I'm share my screen. So my topic is language maintenance and shift vis-a-vis language attitude, a case study of Kashmiri speakers of Anantnag district. Anantnag district is the second major town of the valley. Kashmiri language is the dominant language in terms of the number of speakers in the valley. Majority of population in the district Anantnag has Kashmiri as their mother tongue. Urdu and English as second language are learned through education, media, law, and social interactions. Thus, people of Anantnag have three...
Azara ma'am, sorry to interrupt. I request all the paper presenters, when presenting your paper, kindly unmute your video.
So I'm unable to share my screen as well and this video as well. I'm using my phone. Yeah, I have logged in through my phone.
Okay, no problem.
All right, so go ahead. Let's not waste more time.
Yeah, the people of Anantnag have 3 different codes at their disposal and often switch to languages like Urdu and English in their conversations. The objective of my paper was to investigate language attitudes of younger generation in Anantnag district. And a total number of 87 respondents falling within the age group up to 25 years was selected for this study. It consisted of 41 males and 46 females. And the linguistic tool which I have used for this was the social linguistic questionnaire. After collecting the data from the survey, the data was codified, tabulated, and then quantified. And the statistical package for the social sciences, SPSS, was employed to analyze the data. Keeping in view the nature of present study, language attitudes of Kashmiri speakers were investigated. And in this regard, 18 questions were utilized to elicit language attitude of Kashmiri speakers of Anantnag district. And it's clear that 100% of respondents reported that Kashmiri should be able to speak Kashmiri. 98.9% reported that they do not want to give up their mother tongue, that's Kashmiri, completely because Kashmiri is their main identity. 97.7% respondents do not want to give up Kashmiri language even to some extent, thus exhibited a positive attitude towards their mother tongue. Again, from the graph, 97.7% respondents has a positive attitude with respect to preserving their mother tongue, that's Kashmiri. And in response to a question whether Kashmiri should be preserved, there was an overwhelming response by the respondents. 100% respondents replied in affirmative. 90.8% of the respondents were willing to learn Kashmiri as well, whereas 96.6% gave a positive answer, and the respondents believed to preserve their cultural heritage for coming generations. 57.5% of the respondents were of the view that Kashmiri is better suited for business purposes, while as 42.5% of the respondents reported that Kashmiri is not better suited for performing business activities due to the increased use of other languages like Urdu and English. With regard to employment situation, 62.1% of the total respondents believed that Kashmiri is not better suited for employment. Due to globalization, English being the most commonly used language in the corporate world, the knowledge of English is most important for employability. For schooling, 79.3% of the respondents showed no preference towards Kashmiri in this situation. This group mentioned that possessing knowledge of English can provide them better job opportunities. When the respondents were asked one more question, that is, do you feel that Kashmiri should be used for day-to-day activities? Majority, that's 89.7% of the respondents, thought it's important to use Kashmiri in day-to-day activities of life in order to preserve the cultural legacy. Again, from the graph, we can see that 95.4% respondents do not want to give up Kashmiri and adopt some other language. They responded that Kashmiris are known by their language throughout the world and their identity is linked with their language, that's Kashmiri. Thus, again, respondents indicated a positive attitude towards Kashmiri. While as 56.3% answered in negative while asking one question, that is, do you think that Kashmiri should be made the official language of Jammu and Kashmir? 56.3% answered that it should not be made the official language of Jammu and Kashmir. Similarly, 44.8% of the total respondents preferred Kashmiri to be made the national language, while as 55.2% didn't agree to it. Again, 100% reported that it was necessary to continue speaking Kashmiri. Thus, respondents indicate a positive attitude towards speaking Kashmiri. It's clear from the figure also that 40.2% felt that Kashmiri should be taught as a compulsory subject at 10+2 level, while 59.8% respondents felt that there is no need of that. While majority of the respondents, that 75.9%, believe that English and not Kashmiri should be the medium of instruction, as English is the global and professional language, and teaching in English will help the children do better as far as higher education and employment is concerned. When last
Kindly
question
go
was
on,
asked,
conclude.
yeah,
Kindly go on,
92% believe that if Kashmiri language dies, then culture will also disappear. So to conclude my paper, we can see that majority of younger generation of Kashmiri speakers of Anantnag district has positive attitude towards their language and identity. In most of the questions, more than 50% of the respondents gave a positive answer to each of the question. The study also revealed that use of Kashmiri among younger generation has decreased in the education, either in school as well as in office domain. They felt belongingness with Kashmiri, but at the same time, they felt that English is a universal language of high prestige. It's the English language which can provide them better job opportunities. There is no doubt that this indicates a partial shift from Kashmiri to Urdu or English in the younger generation of Kashmiri speakers of Anantnag district in some domains. On the other hand, when respondents were asked whether Kashmiri should be preserved, almost all the younger generation of Kashmiri speakers showed a positive attitude with regard to preserving and maintaining their mother tongue, that's Kashmiri. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Azra. So you have any comments to make, or shall we go ahead with the next?
At the end, we will
Sure.
take all.
Okay, may I call upon Professor Arjez Mohammad Sheikh and Hilal Ahmed Dar from the Department of Linguistics, University of Kashmir, and the topic being ethno-linguistic study of Gadi speech community of Jammu and Kashmir. Hilal Ahmed Dar.
Ma'am, I have already presented my paper.
But yours was the person you presented just before that. Okay. Apologies. We go on to
Yes,
the
ma'am.
next person. Thank you. Rachel Irene De Silva from Central University of Gujarat, Gandhinagar. And the topic being the Rohingya refugees in South Asia, an exploration of margins and borders. Please go ahead, Rachel.
Yes, ma'am. Hello. One second. Can you see my presentation?
It's
Hello?
not yet visible on my screen.
Okay.
It must be loading. Maybe you could start and then let the presentation come on because we're timing you.
Okay. Uh, so I will be presenting on the Rohingya refugees. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers and the chairperson for giving me this opportunity to present my work on the Rohingya refugees. So I will be discussing how the Rohingya identity is being subjectified and how the subjectivity of the Rohingyas is produced through history and the historical course. The main question, I hope you can see my presentation, ma'am. I don't know. Okay.
Not yet visible, actually.
Not yet visible. Okay.
Can we, a technical team, can we help or is it a network issue?
Yes. I hope you can see it now.
Yes. Yes, go
Yes.
ahead, Rachel.
So yes. So I will be yes. Basically, there have been a lot of debates as to whether the Rohingyas are indigenous to the Rakhine state of Myanmar. When we look at the literature on the forced migrants in South Asia, we see that the forced migrants were created by number of boundary making processes which have discriminated against the people. And there have been forced migrations in South Asia, increasing displacement, and it is difficult to determine as to how to categorize the displaced people. And Also, there have been the politics of the insiders and the outsiders with the imposition of the Western model of the state, and this perpetuated the flow of refugees. South Asia has a number of refugees, internally displaced people, and refugees, and stateless people. I will start talking about the main debates regarding the Rohingyas. So, the Rakhine state of Myanmar, where the Rohingyas claim is their ethnic homeland, was actually ruled by several dynasties, such as the Vaithali, Lamro, Mraku dynasty, and it was also annexed by the Konbong dynasty of Burma. These earlier dynasties were by the Arakanese kings. Uh, though the historians have said that those who call themselves Rohingya are actually the descendants of the Chittagonian immigrants from Chittagong in Bangladesh, and they came into the Rakhine state after the British took over the Arakan Rakhine province in 1824. And he has also stated that there has been the formation of ethnicity under colonialism, and it is the outcome of the colonization of Myanmar. So, however, his view has been contested by a local historian who is from the Chittagonian region and who has talked about the marginalization of the Rohingya. And he has said, who are the Rohingyas and why this problem? There are about 18 lakh Rohingya Muslims in Arakan, a less than half of the total population. By the new Citizenship Act of the ruling military junta in Myanmar, the Rohingya Muslims are denied of their rights, right to own property, the right of franchisee, and even the basic human rights. That is the right to live with dignity and honor has been taken away. The Rohingyas have been facing inhuman torture in so much that they had to leave their hearth and home, leaving all their properties. And he has further stated that there has been Muslim settlers in Arakan. They were the Arabs and the shipwrecked people coming to the state of Arakan in Myanmar for trade. And he has also talked about the growth of a civilization.
You have 1 minute more.
Yes.
So if you have to conclude something, you can.
Yes. So I will conclude saying that there have been a civilization, but also the identity of the Rohingyas is contested by people who say that they do not belong. And the current position, if we would say that they have become refugees, and also that they have become refugees, almost displaced in Saudi Arabia, in Pakistan, Thailand, Australia, Malaysia, and also the state of Rohingyas is such that they do not have the basic shelter. They do not have right to life, shelter, air, water. Even the school education is under the threat, and they have number of issues, and they are not even recognized as refugees. And I would finally like to conclude saying that currently they have emerged as a stateless people. So this is the presentation.
Yes. Thank you, Rachel. You are well within time. Very interesting aspects you have covered. Thank you so much. Going ahead to the next presenter is Rituraj Basumatari. I think, Rachel, you'll have to stop screen sharing soon. So, and Rituraj can start his screen sharing. Rituraj Basumatari.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah.
From the Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Guwahati, and the topic is Indigenous people and their right to self-determination with special reference to northeastern region of India. Go ahead, Rituraj.
So my name is Rituraj Bosumotari and I am an MPhil research scholar at Tata Institute of Social Science, Guwahati. And my topic is Indigenous people and their right to self-determination.
May I request you to keep your video on? Is your video on? I'm not able to see. Please put on your video. Thank you.
So my topic is Indigenous people and their right to self-determination with special reference to northeastern region of India. So Northeast is generally a land which consists of 7 states. At present, it has 8 states, including Sikkim. And the 7 states are Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Tripura, Nagaland, and Sikkim. So these 8 states, they constitute the region of Northeast India. And in Northeast India, except Assam and Tripura, almost all the other 6 states are tribal majority states who are known as indigenous people. If I say indigenous people, it means the aboriginal people. They are known by different names in different countries. Madam, I think I will not be able to on my video because of network issues. So I have to present in that way only.
Okay.
So indigenous people means the aboriginal people. They are known by different names in different countries. In America, the Red Indians were the indigenous people. In New Zealand, the Maori people, they are the indigenous people. And in they are known by different names in different countries. In India, the government of India, they recognize the indigenous people as the scheduled tribes or the ST. So in Assam, if we speak about Assam, there are many indigenous groups just like Boro, Raba, Garo, Khasi, Jwentia, Karbi, Dimasa, and so on. And what the indigenous people are demanding at present is the right to self-determination. That means self-governance. And the right to self-determination at present is a very, very controversial issue because as per the constitution of the UNO, the indigenous people, they have the rights to determine themselves or the rule themselves or the right to self-governance. But if we come to the context of India, if the indigenous people are asking for a right to self-determination, then sometimes they are often termed as anti-national by the government of India. Based on the right to self-determination issue, many of the insurgent groups in Northeast India, it has given rise to the problems of insurgency, and they are demanding right to self-determination. And to justify the right to self-determination, the Indian government states that right to self-determination is an individual right where an individual has the right to determine himself or herself, but it's not a right to seize it from the India. So it's a very controversial statement because it lacks proper justification or a clear-cut definition. And based on the issue of the right to self-determination, we have seen it has even taken the form of insurgency or terrorism in Northeast India. So there are many terrorist groups in Northeast India, at least 40 to 50. And in Northeast India, generally, three types of demands we see at present. The number one demand is demand for separate homelands. There are many ethnic groups in Northeast India who wants their own separate homelands within the Indian Union, just like Bodoland in Assam, Tipraland in Tripura, Karbi Anglong, Dima Hasao, it is also in Assam. So Khasiland in Meghalaya, Garoland in Meghalaya. So in that way, many tribal communities, they want their separate state or separate homeland within the Indian Union. It's termed as demand for regional autonomy. And most of the student union, ethnic student groups, they take role in the demand for regional autonomy. And the second movement...
You have a minute, Mr. Rituraj.
Hello?
You have a minute, I said. Go. You have 1 minute.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Now I would like to come to the conclusion part. And the second demand is movement against the outsiders who are migrating from our neighboring country, which is located in the southern side of the border. I don't want to name it as already all of us know it. And other is there are some extreme groups who want separation from mainland India, just like the United Liberation Front of Assam, National Democratic Front of Bodoland, National Socialist Council of Nagaland. They want to separate from the mainland India. So the right to self-determination is a very, very controversial issue, and it has no clear-cut definition, unlike democracy. Democracy has a clear-cut definition, which is given by the former president, US President Abraham Lincoln, which opines that democracy is a government by the people, for the people, and of the people. But unlike it, terrorism and the right to self-determination, the UNO has not given clear-cut definition of it till today. And we hope in the coming years, UNO will be able to give a clear-cut and precise definition of these terms. So with these few words, I would like to conclude here. So thank you.
Thank you, Rituraj. It's very interesting. In fact, we have to, I think, reach out and integrate the indigenous communities much more into the Indian fold, so that the separation is not really. Thank you so much, Rituraj. The next speaker is Mr. Somik Sai, and he's from the History Department of Lady Shri Ram College for Women. Gender relations in marriage and customary law of the Nishi tribe of Arunachal Pradesh. So, Romik Sai, take this.
Good afternoon, everyone.
I'm sorry, I mistook your name there a little bit. So, welcome, Romik. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so I will just present my screen. Is my screen visible to everyone?
Yes, we can see it. You may want to put it on slideshow.
All right, I will just do that. All right, so good afternoon, everyone. Today, I will be presenting on gender relations in marriage and customary law of the Nishi tribe of Arunachal Pradesh. So the Nishis are one of the most popular tribes of Arunachal Pradesh. So in my paper, what I try to do is I try to look into whether the status of women of the Nishi tribe, whether is it in par with women of the mainland India, or do they actually enjoy a considerable freedom and authority? So Nishi tribe at a glance, the Nishi tribe is from Arunachal Pradesh, and so the word Nishi basically is made up of two words, which is Ni and Shi. So Ni refers to a human and Shi refers to a being, and therefore the word basically means a human being. And they consider themselves descendants of a mythic forefather called Abotani, and they follow a religion called Donipolo. So the Nishi society is patriarchal, patrilineal, and patrilocal, and property is inherited by men, and women only have access to movable properties like traditional jewelries. And a woman can actually become a priest in Nishi society because the Nishis believe that a priest is born, not made. So if you have the talent, you can actually become a priest. And according the Nishi political organization is called Niel. So the women there actually have no participating role. They are only male spectators, and they can only participate if they were actually involved in the case. So therefore, the gender relation and status of Nishi women is deeply rooted in tradition, custom, and mythology. So I will basically look at different marriage practices. So I will mainly focus on polygyny and bride price. So the closest word for marriage that we have in Nishi is called Nida, and the Nishis are endogamous, but they practice clan exogamy. And so the polygyny practice and child marriage and bride price, they have been existent in Nishi society for a very, very long time. So there are various myths regarding to how they actually came into existence, but I won't delve into those now because of the time constraints. We also have different kinds of marriages, such as marriage by lineage, arranged marriage, forced marriage, levirate, marriage by capture, child marriage, marriage by elopement, and widow remarriage. So in case of widow remarriage, women actually they continue to enjoy the same status as before, and they can marry whoever they want. But the first condition is that they have to look for someone to marry from the husband's lineage. If there is no one to marry from the husband's lineage, then they can go and marry whoever they want. So in Nishi society, we have a system of bride price, and women are often exchanged for mittens. This picture right here is of a mitten, and they are exchanged for women, and uh, along with mitten, also other animals like pigs are also given. So the bride side is also liable to give some gifts. So they mostly give gifts in form of traditional ornaments. So we have headwear called dumping, we have traditional jewelry called tasang, we have Tibetan bells. All of these are considered very valuable in Nishi society. So when we look at polygyny, we actually have the mythic forefather of the Nishi tribe called Abotani is considered to have had many wives, and those wives included not only humans but also animals. And so we have a scholar called Minoti Bhattakur who tries to analyze the reasons for polygynous marriages. So one of the main reasons she comes up with is that she says the practice of polygyny can be attributed to indispensable labor of the Nishi tribe, Nishi women. And in the olden times, having more women was equivalent to having more political power, more power and political influence, because it automatically implied that you were rich because you had to pay the bride price of so many women, and that automatically gave you a prestigious position in the society. And barrenness, so in the Nishi society, boys are often given more importance in the society, although the labor of women is recognized, and although women actually act as a means of upward mobility for many families.
More, Romik. 1 minute.
All right. So I will just hurry up. So I will just move on to bride price. So a promise of bride price, bride price actually varies according to economic and socio-cultural settings of the society. And if a man marries a woman by paying a huge number of mittens, he is well respected in the society. So we also have academic review. So there are actually two coins of the bride price. So some scholars believe that bride price is detrimental to women because women are equated to mere objects who are disposable commodities, and they're transferable from one family to another. But we have a scholar called N.T. Rickham who believes that there is no bride price. It is actually a system of equal gift exchange from both the sides. And now I'll just come to the conclusion. So the status of men and women in society is culturally and socially determined. However, in the name of preserving traditional values, women are often relegated to subservient positions in society, and males, they often have a precedence over women. However, as we come to the end of the study, it becomes imperative to ask one question. Like we've seen before, like we've seen in the presentation, there is often a constant friction between the state law and the customary law. So, what I personally think is that I actually have a question. So, will the Nishi women be better off in the will they be better off in the customary law, or will they be better off under the state law? So I think if we delve into this question further, we can actually come up with an array of possible answers, and
Thank
it would
you,
be really
Romit.
interesting to look at.
Thank you, Romit. I'm so sorry to interrupt there, but fascinating
I
and
understood that.
yeah, I'm sure. Thank you. Fascinating, and I think looking at the very, very different aspects of it, it's really nice to see where the work can be done. Thank you, Romit, so much for that. The next presenter is Ruchira Sarma. Ruchira is from TYBA History Department, St. Xavier's College, Mumbai, and she's going to talk about the theme of Indigenous peoples, the right to equality versus right to self-determination, or is it both? So go ahead, Ruchira. Please start, Ruchira.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear.
Yes. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ruchira Sharma, and I'd first like to thank Kaash Foundation and the associated collaborators for organizing this wonderful event, as well as for giving me the opportunity to speak on the title of Right to Self-Determination among the Tribals of Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So beginning with the islands themselves, the Andaman and Nicobar Islands are located at the junction between the Bay of Bengal and the Andaman Sea, and they have been home to various Aboriginal tribals since the prehistoric times. However, over the past 2 centuries, there have been serious changes that change the history and the future of these islands as well as their inhabitants. Moving on to the development and the concerns that come up from them, the Niti Aayog of the Government of India proposed 2 plans, namely the Holistic Development Plan and the Sustainable Development Vision document, that are proposed to introduce all-round development in the islands. But issues such as increase in the population, threat to the ecology, as well as landlessness among the tribals, these are serious threats that will affect the tribals and the islands in the longer run. So throughout history, there have been numerous incidences where people from outside come into new regions and they interact with the tribals or the indigenous populations of the land. And these incoming groups have their own sets of beliefs and ideas which may not align with those of the original inhabitants. And the resulting skirmishes often result with the natives being on the losing side and them starting to adapt to the lifestyle of the newcomers. So through history and even the current conditions, I have analyzed three tribal groups in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, namely the Great Andamanis, the Jarawas, and the Sentinelese. So the Great Andamanis came into contact with the outside world during the colonial era, and this interaction led to them being introduced to various vices such as alcoholism, introduction to opium, as well as to new diseases towards which they had zero immunity. The Jarawas came into contact with the outsiders when the more in contact with the outsiders when the Great Andaman Trunk Road was built in the island in the 1970s. And when the tourism increased with time, the lifestyle of the Jarawas was seriously affected. The last group that I analyzed in the paper was the Sentinelese tribe, who are considered to be the most isolated tribe in the world. And these tribals have repeatedly expressed their disinterest in engaging with the outside world, and they have often used violent means to express this opinion. So this brings us to the question about where does the balance exist between the right to self-determination and right to equality. So those who are in favor of the development plans argue that the development ideas will bring the tribals an opportunity to leave behind their ignorance and come up with the opportunities to preserve their culture and history through scientific means. And this, however, stands in opposition to the reality, which is that the original lifestyle of the Jarawas is undergoing a serious change because of the interaction with the tourists who come there. So that brings us to the next part, which is what is the way ahead. Now, if the development plans are truly in the favor or are in the benefit of the tribals, they should be included in the decision-making process. And when there is a conducive environment created between the NGOs and the tribals, they will be further empowered to voice their opinions on certain issues such as the development or setting up of schools or other infrastructure. By sensitizing the mainland Indians, officials, and bureaucrats, the common people will be made more aware of the issues and difficulties faced by the tribals, and this would make them more understanding of the reality in the islands.
Ruchira, you have a minute. 1 minute.
In conclusion, I'd like to yes. In conclusion, I'd like to say that there is obviously no question that the tribals are human beings who have the right to, who have a rightful claim over development and access to information. And this, they also have the right to become aware and engage with the outside world if that is what they wish for. But but the right to self-determination of the islanders needs to be respected for the true essence of equality to be realized. And the indigenous people have the right to decide their own destinies, and their freedom to determine their own futures must be respected by the government as well as all of us. And if that is not respected or understood, then how is this pursuit of development any different from the colonial attempts of the Europeans to civilize the savages of India and Africa? So that's it. Thank you so much for listening.
Wonderful, Ruchira. I love the last part, what you said. The in parenthesis, the savages, how we look at it. So thank you so much for that. This next presenter is Sabine Azam, and from the doing MPhil in International Relations from Greenwich University, and the title of the paper is Indigenous People and the Role of the UN. May I call on Sabine Azam? Sabine, please take over.
I'm here. Ma'am, I had shared my presentation with someone, so I'm just using from cell phone. So if someone can help me in this.
Is that possible? Technical team, can we share your presentation if it's with you?
Already shared on WhatsApp, ma'am. So if they are doing.
No. I'm asking the technical team if they can screen share Shabine's presentation. Is that possible? Can someone help me out over here, technical team? Otherwise, I think Shabin, you can just go ahead because no one is responding yet. I think you can just speak. Is that okay with you? You can put on your video and speak. Is that fine? Or
I think we can, Dr. Asija, we can allow her to share the screen. The option can be opened up.
She's she's on phone, so she's not able to share the screen. That's the issue. Shabin, do you want to organize it and come back a little later? We'll take another presentation by then. Is that okay with you?
Ma'am, if it is convenient, so I can talk on my topic. So
go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, gratitude. So my name is Sabine, and as you know, that topic which I used to present as indigenous people and the role of United Nations.
You can put on your video, Shabin.
Sorry?
You can put on your video if you're comfortable.
Yeah, unmute your video. Sabine, please.
Okay. So just conveniently, because I had worked a lot on my PPT, so I'm just trying to show it. So my hard work. So basically, the term indigenous talks about like giving the multidisciplinary or indigenous people. So the basic term has no system entity has established an official definition of indigenous. So fortunately, the literature which I gone through didn't specifically give me any meaning of the word indigenous. But for the indigenous people are also referred to as the first people which are original people, native people, and culturally they are distinct ethnic group who are native to a place which has been colonized and settled by another ethnic group. So meanwhile, I had just pasted a picture of indigenous people so you can see. So having a very unique culture, language, their own identity. So the specific word indigenous in itself separately didn't make sense. So when it is being a compound word, so in its sense, a very first people or native people can be said as indigenous people. To the second. So that is the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. Instead, based on the following, the system has established a modern interpretation of the term. At the individual level, this is a sort of occurs for or a self-will for self-recognition, as indigenous people are accepted as a member of the community. Strong ties to territories and natural resources in the region, but misfortunately, this practice is not being oftenly seen in the modern world. Historically, continuity with pre-colonial and pre-settler societies from non-dominant social, economic, and political grounds. So these are the things which, according to United Nations, can be defined or are the definitions of the indigenous people as unique peoples and communities resolved to preserve and their ancestral habitats and system. So besides that, I had just mentioned the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. So there are totally 42 plus charters, which are just in black and white, according to United Nations, which are just talking about the indigenous people. So these are like mostly people think as from the society who are indigenous people. The term indigenous people is used to describe any ethnic group of people who live in a place of which they are the earliest non-inhabitants. So earliest non-inhabitants, you can see having the furry caps, their own customs, own clothing, traditions, languages, specific areas. So they would be said as. So here are which I pasted. I got from literature. So the ethnic groups mostly go for like stop racism. So this is a misfortune, a stigma, or just a society behavior which the indigenous people are facing. The political representation and participation of the indigenous people, as which the picture I had engraved that shows that indigenous people share many of the same characteristics as other marginalized groups in society. But the misfortunate is that, as we all same is with the indigenous people, that the lack of political representation and involvement, economic marginalization and poverty, lack of access to social services. So vis-a-vis, the situation is same for the indigenous
one
people.
more minute, okay?
Okay.
1 minute more.
Okay, so this is like a fight for the right. Still, they are just fighting for the respect, indigenous people's right, and end colonialism. So they just talk about that. The work to have their identities, ways of life, and traditional lands, territories, and natural resources recognized. Now, as United Nations Permanent Forum for Indigenous Issues, the Declaration of United Nations about Indigenous People talk about their survival, dignity, security, and well-being around the world. That is of the general role of United Nations, which talk about UN helps shape institutions, open societies, and economies, and enforces the rule of law. So that the aid which is came would be a golden thread of development that helps countries prosper and avoid conflict. Besides that, conclusion and recommendation from my side are that did you mean it? Like whatever United Nations is saying, just celebrating a day or just having chartered in black and white is not pretty much enough. Right of indigenous people updated that search for state practices and open justice for them means earlier finding, including the discovery of their customary international law, including their rights to autonomy or self-government. There are ever more example of domestic and international practices, the right to cultural identity, recognition and maintenance, the right to their land and natural resources, and the right to restrictions. So the thing is that there is the world is
Sabine,
changing.
can I ask you to
So the
conclude?
reforms and laws, that is a little bit lines which would be great to say. The greatest respect is reserved for those who help other people, those who understand that their life play themselves out within a set of patriarchal relationships. So for the indigenous people, there is a lot of work still in progress, and
Thank you
hopefully
so much,
one day.
Sabine. I think you have hit the nail on the head and asked so many relevant questions. Thank you so much for that, Sabine. I'm going ahead due to paucity of time, and Shirley Matthew is our next presenter. Shirley Matthew is assistant professor at DJ Sangvi College of Engineering, Mumbai, and the topic is feminist consciousness in contemporary writings of Naga women, an analysis of the many that I am by Anungla Zo Longkumar. So, Shirley Matthew, maybe have a presentation. Shirley, you're there?
You can call next paper
Okay.
presenter.
All right. So we go ahead because Shirley can join in later if she gets a connectivity. So we take the next presenter, Vani Nair. Vani Nair is research scholar from Sri Kerala Verma College, University of Calicut, and she talks about a glimpse into the not so distant future through the lens of the indigenous young adult dystopian science fiction, reading The Marrow Thieves as a cautionary tale. Wonderful. May I have Vani Nair's presentation?
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon to everyone. Am I visible?
Yes, we can see you. You're audible too.
Okay, ma'am. So the title of the paper I'm presenting is A Glimpse into a Not So Distant Future Through the Lens of Indigenous Young Adult Dystopian Science Fiction, reading The Marrow Thieves as a cautionary tale. The target readers of young adult fiction are usually between 12 to 18 years of age. It is an ideal conduit for them to experience vicariously the problematic and complex aspects of their increasingly destructive civilization. The genre facilitates in developing an understanding between the young readers and the marginalized, exploited, and oppressed characters at a time when they are yet to be completely corrupted by the pernicious, dominant, and materialistic ideologies of the adult world. Under normal circumstances, the chances of the voices of the subalterns reaching their ears are pretty slim. Young adult fiction, while gratifying their need for excitement and pleasure, also prods them to interrogate the status quo by unapologetically laying bare the harsh realities of their times through carefully woven narratives without coming across as preachy. The Marrow Thieves by Sherry DeMalin, published in 2017, is about a dystopian future set in 2050 Canada. Mankind is slowly approaching the precipice leading up to the abysmal depths of extinction. Drastic climate changes caused by global warming and radically altered flora and fauna are also proving to be menacing. Meanwhile, an affliction like never before is plaguing the human race. Curiously, people have lost their ability to dream with adverse psychological consequences, even leading up to absolute madness and suicide. This paper follows the travails of the natives in the book who hold the cure to the crisis in order to prove the potential of this genre in educating the youngsters about the trials and tribulations of indigenous people who are often exploited for the larger good. DeMalin, through the coming to stories of each of the characters in the indigenous group, gives a poignant picture of the long-lasting effects of inhuman measures adopted by the sovereigns to reign in the spirit of oneness and collective responsibility within the community towards each other. Under the pretext of harvesting the cure for dreamlessness, which can be interpreted as attempts at forced separation of the natives from their past and rendering them rootless, the author is creating a case for historical and cultural trauma inflicted upon these marginalized groups. The boarding schools that Migwans, one of the characters, refers to are the Canadian Indian residential school system that functioned through the 19th and early 20th centuries as a state-sponsored attempt at assimilating the kids of the First Nations into the Euro-American culture. But like Migwan says, in the novel, all it was capable of achieving was to warp and twist the psyche of a generation of youngsters, filling them with self-doubt and scarring them mentally. Because there was no one working in their best interests, often the children in these schools were subjected to several experimentations without their consent or informing their guardians. Frenchie is now told, Frenchie is one of the characters, the protagonist actually, He's told how, when Tree and Zigwan, two other characters, were found, they were held captive by a group of townspeople trying out every possible means to access their dreams as if they were magical reservoir for the same. When the group found them, they were hanging like mannequins from a rope thrown over a beam in the barn. They were full of holes that had been stitched up with rough thread all up and down their sides, and with a pinky missing on each hand. There were 7 then. According to the Chair of Truth and Reconciliation Commission, Aboriginals were subjected to several medical and pharmaceutical trials and experimentation. Justice Murray Sinclair says that some of those medicines developed were then withheld from the very same Aboriginal children on whom they were originally tested. According to National Report on Adults, Youth and Children Living in First Nations Communities, based on the First Nations Regional Health Survey, respondents who attended the residential schools were most likely than those who did not to have been diagnosed with at least one chronic mental condition. Demalin has, by means of the story, purposefully drawn up the cultural trauma of a section of people such that the general collectivity is forced to take cognizance, both at the affective and cognitive level, of the roots of the ills plaguing the marginalized, while simultaneously convincing them of their culpability in the process. Zigwan, Tree, Frenchie, Migwan, Isaac, Riri, Chiboy, Wab, Rose, and the rest of the group have all been denied the reality of their very existence. Despite the immediacy of the danger that they were all in, Migwans almost always made it a point to regale the youngsters and the kids with the tales from their past and their own stories.
You have a minute.
Okay, ma'am. Further in Marothis, Demalin warns about the latent problems with presuming the entire human population as an undifferentiated unit while considering the subjection to the ill effects of global climatic changes. The hierarchies of power structures and how certain groups of people are more affected than the rest is often ignored conveniently. In the novel, along with the historical and cultural trauma, the natives are also shown to be suffering from environmental trauma. The environmental crisis first affects the people in the fringes before it reaches the dominant group. The theme of climate justice is almost entirely absent from mainstream cultural representations of climate change. Those whose agency is most constrained, however, are also the most vulnerable to the violence of climate shift as well as the main victims. Frenchie's group symbolizes the marginalized, and by keeping the spotlight on them constantly throughout the novel, Demalin makes sure to underscore this point. With this, I come to the end. Thank you.
Wonderful, Vani. I think, books have this beautiful messages to give, right, of the existing conditions as well as what we could do. Thank you so much for that very lucid presentation, Vani.
Thank you.
Next presenter is Tasneem Rawat from the Department of Foods, Nutrition and Dietetics, College of Home Science in Niketan, and her topic is formulation of nutrient-dense mix enriched with dietary fiber for enteral feeding. Please go ahead, Tasneem.
Good afternoon, dear organizers. I am Ms. Tasneem Rawat, and I'm going to talk about formulation of nutrient-dense mix enriched with dietary fiber for enteral feeding. Now, the global demographic shows that there is a rise in the elderly population, which constitute the indigenous population. And in India, around 6 crore of the elderly population are susceptible to non-chronic communicable diseases like diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, which increases their vulnerability to malnutrition and which makes them less likely to consume food orally because of various physiological problems also which they go through. Hence, specialized nutrition support becomes important in order to prevent as well as treat malnutrition. Enteral nutrition is one such support mechanism which allows delivery of the nutrients through Ryle's tube, of which nasogastric tube is quite commonly used because of its convenience and safety. Now, there are two kinds of formulas which are delivered through the tube. There is commercial formula and home-based formula. Commercial formulas are quite expensive if they're used in the long run, and home-based formula, though they are cheap, they result in the clogging of the tube, of the pores of the tube. Hence, we thought of developing such a feed which is cheap and which doesn't result in the clogging of the pores. According to ICMR 2020, one should be consuming around 50 grams of dietary fiber per day. Now, elderly population, because of the physiological problems like denture issues, it becomes close to impossible to consume such high amounts. Hence, we thought of incorporating local green gum, which contains galactomannan, a very potent prebiotic, but one cannot use more than 1% of this fiber because it increases the viscosity of the solution. Hence, we thought of irradiating the fiber, thus resulting in the breakage of the long chain polymers into smaller polymers, and hence it helps in the reduction in the viscosity of the solution. So with this rationale in mind, we developed an aim of the study, which is to formulate a nutrient-dense mix enriched with dietary fiber for enteral feeding. The objectives of the study was to formulate home-based nutrient-dense mix, to modify the standardized and developed mix with the radiated fiber, and to study the suitability of the feed for tube feeding. The methodology goes like development of the high protein, zero sugar, home-based enteral formula. This is the nutrient-dense mix which I have developed. And I performed various analysis, that is chemical analysis, nutritional analysis, and sensory analysis studies I have performed. Now, talking about the methodology in detail, I have processed various cereals, millets, pulses, which involved soaking, germination, dehydration, roasting, grinding, and various other processing techniques were involved. And I also incorporated the whey protein, followed by I developed a base mix, which were then divided into three mixes. One which did not contain the locust bean gum, the second one which contained unprocessed locust bean gum, and the third feed which contained irradiated locust bean gum. It was then reconstituted with potable water. It was lyophilized. It was then vacuum packed and then stored till further analysis. So this is the basic composition of the three variations of the formulas which I have prepared, which contained almost 20 grams of the fiber in all of the feeds per 100 grams. And all of the study protocols have received ethical clearance from recognized organization. Coming to the results, pH of the formula was found to be between 6 to 6.5, which shows that it's compatible with non-interference on gastric motility. When water activity was studied, it was seen that it was around 0.97, which reduces the possibility of the growth of microorganisms. And these feeds were found to be hypotonic, avoiding any possibilities of GI complications. When viscosity was studied, it was seen that the third feed, which contained irradiated dietary fiber, was found to be less viscous. I mean, it was comparable with that which did not contain any dietary fiber. And when it was passed through the Ryle's tube, when it was passed through the Ryle's tube, it did not result in the clogging of the pores of the tube. When nutritional analysis was performed, it was seen that the third feed, which contained irradiated fiber, was low in calories, low in fat content, but it was rich in dietary fiber. It also contained good amount of calcium and iron. And when sensory characteristics were studied, it was seen that the third feed was more superior compared to the other two feeds.
Tasneem, you have a minute. 1 minute.
When cost analysis was done, it was seen that the feed which was prepared, it was comparatively cheaper than the commercial feeds. To conclude, I would say that the irradiated fiber which was added to the developed feed can be found to be useful for patients with GI complications because of its prebiotic potential. It is cheaper than the commercial feed and can pass through the feeding tube. Some of the expected outcomes of my study are that the study can help to assess the impact of the developed feed on the nutritional status of elderly population. It can bring about improvement in the health parameters and nutritional intake. It can bring down the blood glucose and lipid levels. It can increase the longevity, and it can not only be used for patients on tube feeding, but also it can be consumed orally. An application of patent is under process. Now, talking about the societal benefits, it's a cheap alternative, easy to prepare, safe, shelf stable. It can provide comfort to the patients. It can be used for varied population like infants, children, adolescents, pregnant women. Even immunocompromised patients could consume this, and it can be distributed through various government programs. So with this, I would like to end by giving a longevity quote, which is given by Ida Killing, who is 106 years old, that eat for nutrition, not for taste. Do what you need to do, not what you want to do. And don't leave out your daily exercise. Love yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tasneem, because I think you've shifted that definition of indigenous population a little bit for looking at the elderly here in a positive way. So thank you for that, Tasneem. Very nice presentation. Going ahead to the next presenter, Mahendra Jaiswal and Farhad Malik, researchers in the Department of Anthropology, Mahatma Gandhi International Hindi University, Wardha. May I? Yes. And the topic is Lok Chikitsa में सामाजिक सांस्कृतिक व धार्मिक विश्वास की भूमिका. Really looking forward. Yes, please go ahead.
बहुत धन्यवाद मैम. शीर्षक है लोक चिकित्सा में सामाजिक सांस्कृतिक और धार्मिक विश्वास की भूमिका.
सर आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है. ओके
जी मैम.
अभी सुनाई दे रहा है. आप शुरू कीजिए.
लोक चिकित्सा विशेष तौर पर जनजातीय समुदायों में अलिखित स्वरूप और मौखिक परंपरा के रूप में यह समुदाय द्वारा मान्यता प्राप्त सामाजिक में देखा जा सकता है, जो लोग परंपराओं के माध्यम से विभिन्न टोटम प्रथाओं मान्यताओं आदि के द्वारा एक पीढ़ी स्थानांतरित। इस संदर्भ में भगवान रिवर्स चौबीस ने अपनी पुस्तक मेडिसिन मैजिक और रिलीजन में को स्पष्ट किया है। उनका कहना है कि लोक चिकित्सा कई पीढ़ियों के द्वारा विकसित हुए प्रणालियां होती हैं, जिनके प्रयोग आधुनिक चिकित्सा से तरीके से शारीरिक मानसिक रोग की पहचान और उसके निवारण की प्रक्रिया अपनाई जाती है। वहीं 68 की बीमारी से संबंधित वही मान्यताएं और प्रक्रियाएं जो कि स्वदेशी सांस्कृतिक विकास का परिणाम है, तो आधुनिक चिकित्सा संबंधी ढांचा प्राप्त नहीं। इस तरह से लोक चिकित्सा कई मानव पीढ़ियों द्वारा विकसित विज्ञान प्रणालियां जो आधुनिक चिकित्सा प्रणाली से एकदम भिन्न तरीके से शारीरिक व मानसिक रोग।
Can we request the scholar please to be loud because he is not at all audible? आप थोड़ा सा नजदीक आके
आप थोड़ा जोर से बोलिए और माइक अपने पास रखिए, मुंह के पास। थैंक यू।
सॉरी मैम, आवाज आ रही है मैम?
हाँ अभी बेटर है, अच्छे से सुनाई दे रहा है, आप अभी बोलिए।
अच्छा अच्छा, तो फिर से पढ़ दी मैम?
नहीं आप जहाँ से रुके हैं वहीं से शुरू कीजिए।
जी जी, धन्यवाद इसके लिए। इकरनेक्ट 1942 का मानना है कि लोक चिकित्सा अलौकिक शक्तियों को प्रसन्न कर रोगों का उपचार करते हैं। जहाँ तक अलौकिक कारणों का प्रश्न है तो सरल समाज में चिकित्सा विधान अलौकिक शक्ति या घटनाओं की व्याख्या करने की प्रवृत्ति पर आधारित होती है। उन्होंने लोक चिकित्सा का वर्णन इस प्रकार से किया है कि यह एक अलग वर्ग है, अर्थात आधुनिक चिकित्सा से भिन्न है, यह जादुई पक्ष पर जोर देती है, जैसा कि आधुनिक चिकित्सा में नहीं होता है। इसमें समाज का सीमित सामाजिक पक्ष सम्मिलित है, अर्थात यह संस्कृति से प्रभावित होती है। इस प्रकार से इस चिकित्सा प्रणाली में प्रेतात्मा, देवी देवता, जादूगर, नजर, व्यभिचार, जादू टोना और अभिचार, जादू टोना, अलौकिक शक्ति आदि होते हैं। लोक चिकित्सा के प्रयोग और संपादन हेतु विशेषज्ञ लगभग प्रत्येक लोक समाज व लोक संस्कृति में देखने को मिलते हैं। यह विशेषज्ञ धार्मिक कृत्यों के संपादन, जड़ी बूटी प्रदान करने, टूटी अस्थियों को ठीक करने व सर्पदंश से निदान करने हेतु भिन्न भिन्न हो सकते हैं। जैसे कोरकू जनजाति में लोक चिकित्सा को पड़ियार, भगटो डुगरी, कोलाम आदिम जनजाति में वैद, बैगा, आदिम जनजाति में ओझा, गुनिया, भारिया जनजाति में भूमिका आदि नामों से संबोधित करते हैं। मणिपुर की विभिन्न जनजातियों में जादुई धार्मिक विश्वास स्वास्थ्य के कारणों के रूप में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाती है। इन सभी जनजातियों में अलौकिक आत्माओं को खुश करने के लिए और उनके प्रकोप से बचने के लिए कई प्रकार के अनुष्ठान और कर्मकांड संपन्न करती है, जिसमें पारंपरिक चिकित्सकों की भूमिका अति महत्वपूर्ण हो जाती है। इनका मानना है कि उपचार के अलौकिक रूप में अत्यधिक निर्भरता मुख्य रूप से इसकी आसान पहुंच व आधुनिक चिकित्सा की कमी के कारण है। जी मैम, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, इतना ही।
बहुत शुक्रिया, थैंक यू सो मच महेंद्र कुमार जी।
काश फाउंडेशन को बहुत बहुत आभार हमारी तरफ से इसके लिए कि उन्होंने हमें अवसर दिया। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद
जी
जी।
Thank you so much. So I think, Sir Bankar sir, it was a wonderful session. And first of all, congratulations to Kaash Foundation, because I think you've done a wonderful job to get all the researchers, to working in this space together. And as I see each of these presentations, it's coming from so many different places and having their own, thought process into it. And it's heartening, isn't it, sir, to see so many people working in the space of the indigenous communities. I think it's a very good way forward, and I invite sir to give his remarks after all viewing all the presentations. So please go ahead, we want to listen to you.
Yeah, thank you, Viva ma'am. So this is really a wonderful session, and I congratulate all the paper presenters. It's very important thing that the papers from the diverse groups and the different part of the country and universe, they have presented their papers. And one thing is very important that the hello.
May I request everyone to be unmute, to mute themselves, please? Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay. See, the indigenous group and this theme is very, very important because of the more concentration the government and even the NGOs level would have to focus on the tribal people, mostly the indigenous group in India as well as the abroad. I was listening, Sabine, the position and the conditions of the tribes at USA also, and some of the Rachel, someone she was talking about the refugees of the Burmese and Rohingya, even Kashmiris and the northeast, and even the Andaman and Nicobar Island. These are the tribal groups. All will focus on. Ritu Dion, ma'am, your can you mute your video, this one audio, please? Ritu Dion, ma'am.
She's muted now, sir.
Okay. There are three important things which I would like to respond as per this session is concerned. The main thing is that the paper definitely, no doubt, within 4 or 5 minutes, it's hardly impossible to present all the things, but they have tried at their best level. And one more thing that the focus on the different tribal groups at northeast, Kashmir, and the south, and the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. These are the diverse group in India. And when I had visited Port Blair, the Jarwa community of that Andaman and Nicobar Island, and their condition, it's a worse condition in India, even after the independence and the 75, now we are going to celebrate the 75 years of Indian independence. But if you look at the situation of this tribal community, it's very shocking that to see the condition of these people. Even now, they are not getting enough foods and shelters. This is important thing. And if we look at the central part of India, central and northeast part of this India, most of the tribals, they are this centralized in this particular area, the Madhya Pradesh, the Chhattisgarh, the Jharkhand. These are the important areas where the most of the tribals they are located. I'm also working on this indigenous group, and particularly the Palghar district, the Warli communities. These people, they are located in Thana and the Palghar district of Mumbai region. These people, they have their own dignity and they have maintained their culture and cultural belief systems. And when we are talking about the transformation of this tribal culture, one thing we have to remember that when we are talking about the whole umbrella of the Indian culture, okay, so the Indian culture, it is flourished because of these tribal groups, all the small ethnic groups and their cultural systems. If you see the northeastern groups, they are very good, and their cultural things, it is flourished in Indian culture. If you look at the Baigas and the Warlis, their painting and their belief systems, okay, so these are the important thing. It is a notable part, and we have to preserve this culture and their cultural systems, whatever they are trying to transform to the next generation. But as for the government level, it is very important thing to preserve the tribal culture and to flourish this culture. It should be reflected in the curriculum and the different the government level. Just museum, it is not a solution to preserve their culture, but it should be reflected to the routine life. These are the important things, and I think through this conference and seminars, we are focusing on this important issue, and definitely the government will take care of all these things. Thank you for giving me an opportunity, and once again, I congratulate all the paper presenters.
Yes, thank you, sir, for that very nice insight that you have given based on what you have heard and your own experience. It was really great listening to you. And I think the message here we take ahead is, we don't need to really, we need to nourish them and protect them and, help them integrate into society. We have to prevent the marginalization. I think that is that very strong message that what you spoke about and how that the culture we should not lose and we should take that ahead. So thank you so much. And I think it's a wonderful session. Great to see so many presenters dealing with various other aspects like literature and studies and all of it together. So we go ahead to the next session, and may I invite Pamela to take over this session. Pamela, please go ahead.
Thank you so
very
much,
much. It was
ma'am.
a great opportunity being here on this platform. Thank you, Kaash Foundation.
Thank you, Professor Anil Bankar and Ms. Biba Hasija for conducting the last technical session so beautifully well. With this, we come to an end with to our technical sessions of the conference. And now we will move on to the next session, that is the valedictory session. For this, I would like to invite Dr. Kaash Jadhav, the founder trustee of Kaash Foundation and the director of the Center for Academic and Professional Development, to kindly coordinate the valedictory session. Over to you, sir. So,
Thank you, Pamela. We are trying to connect with our valedictory scholar, Dr. Ritu Diwan, and she should join us soon. In the meanwhile, may I request the moderator of the last session, Dr. Viva Asija, if she could give her concluding remarks over the session. And then from there, we'll take it up for the valedictory. Dr. Viva Asija, if you could give your observations over the session as such.
Sure, Dr. Jadhav. So this topic, it's actually quite an eye opener, and I think it's something that we all have to start. I'm sure there are groups working on, on the indigenous groups very strongly, but somehow it's not really mainstream. And I'm from the nutrition background, and as I'm looking at all the work that is being done, I think the thoughts are that no matter what background we come from, but if we are able to identify aspects of the indigenous communities that were in the space that we work with, and I think a part of our work needs to be focused also on as Professor Bankar said, how to preserve the culture and the heritage that they come with. I'm sure they have that they have developed over the eons their own beautiful style of living, their own ritual practices, the art which is there, the literature which is there, and somehow in the technological invasion and in our quest for progress and in the way we evolve, we have gone ahead, and we expect the indigenous communities to be walking alongside all of this, and let go of their traditional cultures and very rich heritage. So for the large section of the country, I think this should be the focus. So whether it is the architecture where we are looking at indigenous populations, building systems and architecture. Maybe could be science, certain scientific practices that some indigenous communities have developed, and maybe we could take that ahead, mainframe, and help these communities. Maybe it is nutrition. I mean, I would definitely talk about it because I'm from that background, and the entire aspect of various tribal communities present currently, and the kind of the foods that are available, the plants which are available, especially in the Northeast. In fact, we have hardly documented food and agricultural systems strongly in the Northeast. A part of our country. In fact, in the mainstream, nutrition practice, we don't know also what kind of food is used and what vegetables are used and by the communities, and some of them could be nutritious and very valuable and could be used across the country, or whether it is the literature and the art part of it. I think beautifully documented by three people here who brought in literature and its aspects with indigenous communities. So the songs that they have, the music they have, the musical instruments that are there, the writings, which a lot of angst is also there in the writings, because it talks about the marginalization, about the lack of opportunities, and what I love what Vani presented in terms of the the fictionalized version of where possibly we could go ahead, or the fact that a fictionalized version of what these communities are actually facing. So somehow I think we need to be coming together as a forum. And so congratulations to Kaash Foundation actually to put together this entire concept of the indigenous population. Right now we are possibly our focus is quite a bit on Indian populations, but of course I know that there have been many international speakers also in on this forum, and this is a reality not just for India but globally. And if we look at the UN Sustainable Development Goals, we're looking at quality of life, and we're looking at equality, or equal opportunities, let me say it that way, equal opportunities for all communities globally. I think that's a very strong aspect that we have to take forward. Let us tell me, Dr. Jadhav, when we have a time bar over here, because I could speak. Because I think it's a beautiful topic, and I would love to ask Dr. Jadhav also here at this point that, what really, where do you see the intersection between science and, the scientific aspect and preservation of the indigenous communities? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Dr. Vibha, in fact, it's a very apt question. When I did my presentation yesterday, I did cover this aspect. Though we are waiting for our valedictory speaker to join in, but we can have a small interaction here. The thing is, when we pen down history, the problem generally occurs that we don't look at some of these anecdotes or the myths or some of these cultural practices or the oral traditions, okay, as a documented history. But then we cannot rule out their existence. To give you a simple example, the minute you said science, Bharia community, which is indigenous community, prominently in Madhya Pradesh and Chhindwara area, you would find them very interestingly involved in medicinal science as such. They have medicines, the herbal medicines or the Ayurvedic medicines for each and every diseases, to the extent even for blood pressure to sugar and all that stuff. Now, when they were trying to connect it to our contemporary issues, health issues, what was amazing was to also understand that they could correlate the contemporary lifestyle. So we look at them as they're not in the mainstream, but they do know what is happening in the mainstream. We sometimes want them to be in the mainstream, and we in fact drag them to the mainstream. But for them, where they are, that is the mainstream.
Absolutely.
I remember a 75-year-old person, when I just asked him, I said, so what time you leave for the evening market? Then he looked at the sky. जेव्हा सूर्य तिकडे येतो ना, आम्ही मग तेव्हा चालायला सुरुवात करतो ना. His geographical understanding, his time sense did not require a watch for that matter. They are so thorough in, I think their closeness to nature makes them more impactful. And that is something which we have in a way lost. Though we may have smartphones, but I don't know how smart we are as such. So,
absolutely true. No, I agree with what you're saying, because I think, a lot of us go into the space thinking that we have to hold their hands and uplift them to the space where we are. That may not be the best strategy. It's a confluence actually that we are looking at, with them and us. So we will not want to integrate them into our mainstream. Maybe we need to go into their mainstream and find that space where, we can create more uniqueness out of it.
I think we should also not go, because one of the research students, when she presented, she asked me, "Sir, which area should I take up?" I said, "Why don't you work on centennials?" Because 3 years back, when I was part of this entire exchange program at Andaman Nicobar, and the government has come out quite strictly on the regulation of not, moving into their periphery as such, and they also don't like. There are hardly 40 people who are in fact surviving, and they belong to that entire Homo sapien trend as such. So I think it is better that we allow them to live and exist in harmony. We show our solidarity, and that can be an external solidarity as such. But thank you, Dr. Nasija, for moderating the session and for your wonderful
My
comments.
pleasure. Thank you so much.
We have to move towards our next segment, and our next segment is supposed to be the valedictory session. And I just received a message from Dr. Ritu. She is joining us very soon. In the meanwhile, we will move on to our cultural segment. And in the cultural segment, we have fabulously and meticulously arranged group who are going to be live with us from Kashmir. We have Ustad Shahnawaz, Sabir Shahnawaz, along with his team members who will take us to the Valley of Kashmir and to some of this folk traditional songs as such. As you can see them, like, they are there with their team members. Namaskar. Adab. Adab. So, प्रोफेसर शाहनवाज जी, आप प्लीज इसके बारे में बताइए, आप आज क्या पेश करने वाले हैं. वी ऑल्सो हैव द फॉर्मर डीन फ्रॉम कश्मीर यूनिवर्सिटी, डॉक्टर Shabir with us. We have Dr. Ritu Dewan who has joined us. Dr. Ritu Dewan, can you hear us? Dr. Ritu Dewan, she is facing some technical issue. So as Dr. Dewan would join in, we can begin with Shahnawaz ji for his introductory round as such. The floor is yours, sir. Please begin. Dr. Dewan, we can hear you. Can you switch on your video if possible?
I'm sorry. This is really, I don't know whether you can see or.
If you can just arrange your video, I was just about to invite a fabulous group of artists from Kashmir. If you could just arrange your video, your camera angle, we would be able to see you.
I can't hear you at all.
Hello, hello, Dr. Dewan.
Are you able to hear?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
Hello. Am I audible to you now, Dr. Dewan?
Very, very far away.
But you are with the. Are you ready for your presentation, Dr. Dewan? We are able to hear you loud and clear.
Yes, I'm ready and waiting, and my only thing is that I can't hear you at all.
I will just excuse myself from उस्ताद जी, मैडम का सेशन था तो थोड़ा उनको जुड़ने में दिक्कत हो रही थी. अभी मैडम जुड़ी है हमारे से दिल्ली से, तो उनका एक छोटा सा टॉक है, तो उसके बाद में हम आपके तरफ आते हैं, अगर आप बुरा ना माने तो. ओके, कोई बात. हाँ, शुक्रिया शुक्रिया शुक्रिया. I would like to introduce Dr. Dewan. We've been waiting for you, and a very illustrious scholar, and we are quite happy and honored to have you actually with us. I would give a small insight about Dr. Dewan. Yeah, Professor Ritu Dewan is the Vice President of Indian Society of Labor Economics, Vice President of the Indian Society for Agricultural Economics, Visiting Professor at the Institute of Human Development, Trustee of the India Forum, and President of the Indian Association for Women's Studies. She was, till her retirement, the first ever woman director of the Department of Economics, University of Mumbai, and the founder member of the first Center for Gender Economics in Asia. That's really an honor. She has over 150 publications, including 40 books and monographs, encompassing a wide range of issues related to development economics, gender studies and gender economics, rural and urban development, infrastructure, labor market, environmental displacement, peace studies, etc. She was a member of the feminist economist group for, and she was also part of the 12th and 11th five-year plans appointed by the Planning Commission, Government of India. She is also consultant to UNDP, UN Women, ILO, International Labour Organization, World Bank, Asian Development Bank, World Wildlife Fund, Action Aid, etc. Her other honorary posts include National Executive Member of the Pakistan-India People's Forum for Peace and Democracy, Honorary Advisor to the Kashmir Foundation for Peace and Development Studies, and Board of Trustees for the Center for Budget Governance and Accountability. She's also associated with training and capacity building related especially to gender budgeting and gender issues, and has conducted numerous workshops for the central government and also state governments, including Jammu and Kashmir, Maharashtra, Goa, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, etc. A research focus which interlinks academics, advocacy, and action is the result of issues related to the marginalized. Her last two books focusing on theoretical empirical analysis of paid unpaid worker and of demonetization. We are quite honored to have you, Dr. Ritu Diwan, and a wonderful person. I've been interacting with her for the last few days, and she so gracefully agreed to be with us on this valedictory session for the two-day international conference. Dr. Diwan, we have had more than 80 paper presenters so far, and they have really done a wonderful job of bringing out the voice of the voiceless. So we invite you for the valedictory session, ma'am. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jadhav, and sincere apologies to everybody. For 45 minutes, we have been trying to log on into whether it's a WebEx or Zoom, etc. और अगर ये हम लोगों का हालत है as professors and academicians with all the access in the world and all the benefits in the world, at least in India, I don't know what, the children of the indigenous population, which is the most marginalized and the most vulnerable, how they access anything at all. So I think in a way, this is a wonderful start because it really locates the problems which we all are facing. First of all, thank you very much, Dr. Jadhav, for calling me for this. I'm very honored, very privileged, and delighted, of course, to be part of this really amazing event which you all have organized. So I congratulate Kaash. I congratulate, it's like a pan-India conference which you have organized. So there's St. Joseph, there's Panchvali, there's my alma mater, Xavier's, which is for me very essential. And of course, Kashmir University with, the link which I have with Kashmir is something, one doesn't believe in all this, but we'll say Saat Janmo ka, yeah. Because when I started working on Kashmir was the year that the international year was announced, that is 1994, the International Year for the Indigenous People. So many congratulations on this, and I would really like to just make a few. I'm sure you've debated a lot. You've had an amazing number of papers. I joined in a bit yesterday, and I could just hear. I couldn't see much. About 90 papers is what Dr. Jadhav tells me. So that is really something which is amazing and something which is needed very, very much at this point of time. And, I don't want to romanticize the past and say, okay, everything was just perfect earlier and the kinds of problems which you're facing now. But I think the kind of issues which are being raised, particularly in the past few years, is really, I think we need to demonize the present. And for me, that is, focused on 3 or 4 aspects, which I would like to talk upon. And that's what I title my talk as the de-indigenization of the indigenous population. And this is a process which has started quite some time back. I would place it, of course, right from, the British period or even the pre-British period. But I'm not going to go that far, but I try to locate it within the neoliberal paradigm which exists. Within that, the issue very much of the push for privatization, which we know started in the late 19 or the mid 1980s actually, gained ascendance in the 1990s. And of course, in the past few years, it has reached immense proportions. So it's not only privatization, but it is also the corporatization and corporatization of just a few. So it's a monopoly corporatization of what is not even a crony capitalism. It's gone way, way beyond that. And that is a major reason because what has been done, and I think we read about this every single day in every part of the country, and that is the appropriation of the common property resources in rural areas and, of course, even in urban areas. I know in the history of Bombay, you will find that a large number of hutments which have been broken over a period of time start with what is called the denotified criminal tribe. You know, that the Pardi tribe, of course, for example. And just by saying denotified criminal tribe, you're actually reinforcing the concept of a criminal tribe, which is how the British perceived some of the sections of the indigenous population. I cannot stress enough on this issue of cauterization and the sale of lands and the common property resources on which the indigenous peoples are dependent on. I think as of now, there are about 500 different aspects or communities who are defined as IP or as indigenous people. And there's not a single one who is not impacted by this, whether it's in Orissa or Kerala or any other part. And I will just give 2 or 3 examples of this aspect. There is a new component which has come in the very recent past, and that is something which takes away whatever little or attempts to take away. Of course, it cannot succeed if we are all united and fight against it. But the attempt is to take away everything that compromises the life and the livelihoods and the lifestyle of the indigenous people, whether it is their livelihoods or their earning capacities, whether it is their lifestyles, whether it is their assets or resources, their political structures, their social structures, the culture, even the language, the food, the identity. I mean, there's not a single aspect which is left, which is not sought to be taken away. And this is what I call the majoritarian appropriation. So the appropriation by a majority mindset, which is extremely problematic in political terms, in economic terms, and in every other kind, whether it's social, political, cultural, etc. I think I will be talking about 3, but one I want to, the 3 which I'm focusing on, one, of course, I'll start with Kashmir, the issue of Jharkhand and the issue of Lakshadweep, I think, which is a very new issue which has come. Kashmir for me is, like I said, from 94, the year that the IP was declared, the year of the indigenous people was declared. And when I had gone to Kashmir, because nobody had written on the impact of conflict on women and children at that point of time. So I took a women's team. I traveled every single part of Kashmir, almost every single part of Kashmir, and brought out this book, which some of you are there from the Kashmir University. You would have read The Green of the Valley is Khaki. And within this, I wrote very specifically about one category, which that time I know people were laughing at me and saying, "Aisa to shabd hi kuch nahi hai." But I think today it's come in very common parlance, and that is the issue of half widows, when I had first used it in 94. Now, during these travels, I found, and later on, when I would talked about human development or horticulture or tourism, my books on Kashmir, I came across this community, which, I mean, all of us are familiar with them, the Gujar Bakarwals, who are nomads, who go and follow where the grass is. So depending on the season where they travel, we are familiar with the entire situation. So they don't have any permanent residence in courts, as a typical bureaucratic or a political mindset would try and understand. Now, I don't want to go into the history of the Bakarwals and the Gujars, but this I must say that when I was doing the Human Development Index of Kashmir and of different districts and talukas in Kashmir, they were at the lowest rung. The literacy level of women was, I think, 10 to 12%. Education of children virtually nil. Their nutrition levels very, very low. But what they did, and so that's why I don't want to romanticize what they have suffered and what all indigenous peoples, they have not got any benefits of growth at any point of time, I think, all over India, unless they have struggled for it. So, the issue of food security becomes very basic. The issue of survival at many points becomes very basic. So things like education and good health are like luxuries. And I don't know how far, we have to travel together to attain that. Now, we know it's just a few days ago was 2 years of the abrogation And there has been, some of us have studied what has happened in the last 2 years after 370 has gone. And I was really surprised in the studies which I've done, and which very few other people who have done, is that after abrogation of 370, there were more than 100 central laws which came to be applied in, I don't know what to say, Union Territory or the region of Jammu, Kashmir, Leh, Ladakh, etc. So more than 100 central acts, but one act which was not implemented and is still not implemented is the Forest Rights Act. Now, please remember, this is something which we got for after a very, very long struggle over many decades, hundreds of struggles over many decades, and also the fact that the dependence of the indigenous peoples, and in this case, particularly the Bakarwals and the Gujars, is very high, or it's totally determined by their linkages with the forest, the resources which they get, with the priced or unpriced resources in the forests which are there, their right to travel to pasture. Sorry. There is also, of course, the issue of loss of pastures. And this is again a small little quick study which one did and found that during just 3 months, August, September, and October of 2019, the first 3 months of the application, 125 projects were cleared. And all these projects were stands and impacting the rights to pasture, which the Bakarwals and the Gujars have had for a very long period of time. There is, of course, other political connotations of what has been going on and how they impact the nomads, and of course everybody else, but here particularly the nomads, keeping the fact that they travel, they don't have a fixed location, they don't have a fixed address. So what are the new domicile rules after abrogation of 370? What are they going to do to the citizenship rights and to the other rights, to the rights of livelihood, lifestyle, etc., where the Bakars and the Bakarwals and the Gujars are concerned? So for me, this is a very, very important issue. And I think it's just going to be a very long struggle, a very protracted struggle, and something where we all have to come together where this is concerned. I'm not even getting into issues of loss of identity, etc., which are extremely obvious. Another area where I have some familiarity with is, of course, I've been doing displacement studies for a long period of time and focusing on primarily the tribes. In fact, this is something I started with my PhD when I worked on the Adivasis and the Warli and the Katkaris, etc., in Maharashtra. The second area where I'd like to talk about, and which is today in huge discussion and in huge debate, and that is the area of Jharkhand. Now, Jharkhand, when I was president of Indian Association of Women Studies, linked up with Hazaribagh and Ranchi universities and started women studies centers and various other kinds of research projects which we were able to do. And in the frequent visits which we went there, and I found one of the greatest examples of majoritarian appropriation in a religious manner. And this is something which is quite new, and I think which we really need to understand. So we are all familiar with Birsa Munda, who was a leader in the late 19th and early 1900 is when he was killed. And the huge struggle for land which he took, he was of course a tribal, and his struggle for land which went on and got massive support and resulted in what we know as the Chota Nagpur Tenancy Act. That is one of the most important tenancy or the land reforms which exist in India. Now, when in my travels in Jharkhand, Ranchi, and in various other parts of Jharkhand, I suddenly discovered a statue of Birsa Munda with a tika on the forehead. And I was really quite amazed because Birsa Munda did not belong to any of the major religions as we see. He was basically a tribal. And this I saw well during the election campaigns which were taking place and various other kinds of events which were taking place. And one of the slogans which was given during the elections and some of the posters which were put up claimed that Birsa Munda was a Hindu king. Now, this goes against history, it goes against facts, it goes against the actual reality, and it goes against the struggles of the indigenous people of Jharkhand. And this for me is, you know, this majoritarian mindset, which now I don't know how political to get, but this is something which is there open for debate, is that he is being supported by certain sections for attacking Christians, for attacking missionaries. Now, please remember, this is nothing, his struggles had nothing to do with religion. It was the issues of identity of the indigenous peoples of Jharkhand, of the tribes of Jharkhand. And his struggle was against the colonizers who happened to be of a different non-Indian so-called religion. So to reduce him to, a Hindu king is to deny the history of the Adivasi struggles which have taken place, the indigenous people struggles which have taken place. It denies them the right for their distinct identity, and it denies them the right to choose their own religion, which is still there in the constitution of India. I think we all have become very, very aware of Jharkhand, particularly in the last 2 months, with the reports of the kind of work which was done amongst the Adivasis, whether it was Father Stan or Jean Drez or various other people who have been working in that area. The third illustration which I'm giving, and which again, I don't know if there was a paper which was presented on this, so forgive me if I'm repeating, and that is what is going on in Lakshadweep. Now, Lakshadweep suffers a double identity issue. All right, 94% are tribals, are scheduled tribes according to the constitution of India. And the double identity issue is that 97% of these tribes belong to the minority community of Muslims. Now, keeping this issue again as a aspect or a manifestation, I would say, or an attempt by the majority for majoritarian appropriation has come into discussion in the recent past. And there are a few illustrations which I will give you of this. This is not exclusive to Lakshadweep. It's happening in many places, but I think Lakshadweep is really being used as a I don't know what to say, a testing ground for deeper and further de-indigenization of the indigenous people of India. Presently, I'm in this state of Goa, and there is a huge agitation which is going on against the ports which are there, the new Port Act which has come, the Major Ports Act, which takes away the right of even the panchayat or the district authorities or the state authorities to do anything in terms of appropriation of land, which can be done by the center under this Ports Act. So that means your entire fishing community, many of them who belong to the indigenous community, are going to be very heavily impacted and are impacted. And this was the first attempt which took place in Lakshadweep last year. That is, they relocated the fisher folk. For what? For development. Now, when I say development, please see development in quotes. You know, development has a very different connotation if we see it in a very ethical kind of a manner. But if we see it in terms of the current political dispensation, it's something very different. All it means is grow, grow, and grow at the cost of people and for the benefit of a few. I think nothing is so more clearly manifested unless you see the inequality reports which have been coming out, that even during the pandemic,
while the poor became so much more poorer, the rich actually increased their profits by 40%. It's unbelievable what has been happening. And now these other attempts which are there to reduce the rights and appropriate the historical identity of the indigenous people is something we need to be aware of. So what they did in Lakshadweep, right in the first attempt which they did, they said for developmental activities and tourism, to increase tourism. Now, I don't know how many of you have been to Lakshadweep, but historically it has had one of the most balanced environmental and development, policies, that only so many people are allowed as tourists. Even if you're going on a cruise ship to Lakshadweep, you can't be more than a certain number of people. You can't stay for a certain more than a certain number of hours, because the whole ecological and environmental balance of the local people will then get destroyed. Now, in this context, to increase tourism activity, to increase developmental activity, hundreds of or thousands of attempts and relocation has taken place of the original inhabitants. So that is your forest tourism or your animal, tourism, etc. The sea, the way the sea is being appropriated. And in fact, in one of my works, in one of my books, which I was doing on the coast of Maharashtra, and what has happened to the indigenous people on the coast of Maharashtra. And this is the resettlement rehabilitation kind of a debate. और एक आदमी एक फैमिली ने मुझे पूछा कि if somebody loses land, you can give them land. पर अगर समुंदर का टुकड़ा हमको कहाँ से लाके दोगे? So it really impacts their entire history and the entire existence, not even of the current, but the historical existence in a particular context. There is also in Lakshadweep, and this is really, I think, a trial ground for what is coming. So I think it's something we really need to be careful about and need to look out for in other spaces. The change in the Panchayat Act, okay, which was followed by other states, but it started in Lakshadweep, and that is banning of standing in elections, in Panchayat elections, of anyone who has more than 2 children. Now, apart from the fact that it is, of course, anti-poor, it is anti-women, very much so, because if you keep the health indicators in mind, I think the poorer you are, the more stillborn children you have, or the more miscarriages which you have. So this constraint on 2 children is something which is just a huge attack, not only on them. And that's why the double identity, and that's why I chose Lakshadweep as an illustration, not only as indigenous, but as a minority, as a Muslim minority indigenous. Also, what has already been done, and this goes against any medical science or any scientific analysis, is that the midday meal scheme now has no non-vegetarian items, not even an egg, when we know that the egg is the most nutritious for growing children. And this is something which has been banned for the first time. And of course, other states following the banning of providing non-vegetarian food, including eggs, in the midday meal scheme. There is also the opening of liquor shops, against which there has been huge demonstrations. I don't want to go into the anti-alcohol. I'm not taking a moralistic stand on alcohol, please. I mean, it's a personal decision, etc. But to impose it on a community where it is banned is something, I find it very strange. In Kashmir, the liquor shops are banned, and in Lakshadweep, there is a huge push to increase liquor shops in that area for the illustration, or for the excuse of attracting tourists, as if tourists come only to drink. I mean, that's another issue, which of course I'm not going into. There are 2 other acts, and one is the introduction of the Gunda Act. Okay, this is a new act which has come. And if you see the National Crime Record Bureau data, there is hardly maybe 2 or 3 crimes, in whatever way you define it, which have been recorded in all the islands of Lakshadweep. Now, what the introduction of the Gunda Act has done, and we've seen one illustration already, which also means the implementation of the UAPA and various other kinds of acts, is when there was opposition to some of these schemes, particularly the environmental opposition which came. You know, but that famous Arifa, who the filmmaker, who was actually arrested under the Gunda Act for writing and trying to make a documentary on the environmental and ecological balance in historical balance in Lakshadweep. The next one and the last illustration which I would like to give is something uh, which is very, I really don't know what term to use for this, but I think there's no greater manifestation of the linkages between majoritarianism, between the political dispensation of these days, between the economic changes. As an economist, I would say between the economic changes and the political changes in political structures which are coming. And that is the introduction of what is called the Animal Preservation Regulation in Lakshadweep. Preservation Regulation. Now, what does this say? This bans all dairy farms. Every single dairy farm is banned, and all the rights, every single right, whether it is milk or cheese or meat or whether it's chicken, anything, any definition what comes under a dairy farm now will be looked after, and the sole right has been given to the Amul Cooperative Society of Gujarat. Okay, now Amul milk, Amul cheese, Amul butter. There's a huge potential for it in Lakshadweep, and it would have been a big source of livelihood if that had been developed. The food processing component, etc. Now, link up this animal preservation regulation with the banning. Okay, it's not even regulation; it's the banning of all dairy farms and the sole rights being given to the Amul cooperative. Link it up with the new Ministry of Cooperation, which came 3 weeks ago, and you will find the huge economic, political, majoritarian linkages which are sought to be established. Of course, the fact, and I think that is something which we all know, which has happened in several states in the north. It has not happened in Goa yet, where I am, but it has happened in Lakshadweep, and that is the banning of beef. Now, beef, if you remember, we all know, is eaten by the poorest of the poor, particularly in the context of the fact of trying to get protein and cheap protein. So, banning of beef is also an attack on the nutrition and on the future health of particularly the poorest of the poor who cannot afford to have any other kind. It's a staple. There's nothing which is not staple about this. Now, there are many other issues, and for me, I can go on and on, but I will stop here. And I will end with one aspect, and I think history of India has not seen this. I don't know which history of the world has seen this, that the kind of policies or against the indigenous population has led for the first time ever in the history of India to fighting and firearms being used across two states. What happened in Assam and Mizoram, and what happened at the border there. And this is something very recent, and it's something which I think gives us a lot to think about, and also a lot to anticipate and struggle against in the future. I will stop here. Like I said, there's a lot more, but and maybe at some other point of time we can have a greater discussion. Thank you so much for this. Thank you very much.
Dr. Divan, it is quite fascinating, that you are basically not a scholar by book, but you're a scholar by field. And it is very, very rare to find a scholar of your stature, who has experienced, who has worked, who has made difference and has been equally a catalyst. I still feel like the way you had explained this entire aspect of the struggle for their own rights, which are supposed to be inherent rights. That means it's a long drawn struggle. So we
Yes.
really need to ponder on the entire concept of freedom and in what sense it is, and it is freedom for whom, and if it is development, and development for whom, for that matter. You have really opened the
Development
debate.
has become a bad word these days. Growth has.
Absolutely, absolutely. If it is a development at the cost of their sustainability, it should not,
Yeah,
be.
absolutely.
And the way you rightly mentioned, that the since I teach history, I always feel first you should know the facts and then you distort the facts. So the kind of a distortion also, which if at all it appears and it comes, and if it changes their entire identity, their icons, then we need to really be careful about that as well. I am so happy that you managed to wind up this 2 days celebration so eloquently, so well, with your words being so optimized in a manner where they hit us so hard. And we did meet once in campus long back, but then I would really appreciate if at all when you come down to Mumbai again, we would really like to meet you in person as well. So
Okay,
thank
thank
you,
you so
Dr.
much.
Devan,
Thank you.
for joining us. Thank you very much.
Anytime.
Thank you. We move forward to our cultural segment, and I invite one of our team member from Youth Brigade, and also our reporter, primary reporter, senior reporter of Kaash Connect quarterly newsletter. She has been instrumental with us right from our inception time, and been hosting our webinars, online webinars, in a manner which has really set some kind of a precedent. So for the cultural session, I invite Pranati to take over. Pranati, over to you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the kind words and for the opportunity. Before we move on to the cultural segment for today, I'd just like to review the performances that we had yesterday. We had some brilliant and wonderful performances from the denotified and nomadic tribes, and there was a lot of insight and understanding of the social conditions that are prevalent there through the videos that were also presented. We also had wonderful performances from Shillong and Kerala. So without further ado, let us now begin today's cultural segment. I would like to invite Ustad Shahnawaz and his team members who will be performing a musical for us live from Kashmir. So before the performance, Ustad Shahnawaz ji will just be saying a few words about their performance. So Ustad Shahnawaz ji, हम बड़ी उत्सुकता से आपके परफॉर्मेंस के लिए इंतजार कर रहे हैं और अब आपसे दरख्वास्त है कि आप अपना शो शुरू कीजिए. धन्यवाद.
Hello everyone. Thanks for inviting us in this wonderful meeting. It's really a great pleasure for us to be the part of this meeting. So here we have Ustad Shabir Ahmad Saz, who is the top grade artist from the Jammu Kashmir, and he is employed in the University of Kashmir, and he is teaching the cultural music of the Kashmir, that is Sufiana Musiki. And right at the moment we are going to present the Sufiana program before you. It's really a great honor and great pleasure for we people to be before you. So in this performance we are going to present Mukam Buslik, and in this Mukam we will present two compositions. One will be the Diyaka Tal, that's of 8 beats, and another composition will be 6 beat tal, that will be Persian. First composition will be Kashmiri poetry, and the second one will be Persian poetry. We are really thankful to you. Let's enjoy this music. This performance was developed by Shabir Ahmad Sazwas, the Santur instructor in the department of Sufyana Santur in the University of Kashmir and with his students. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the wonderful compositions, Ustaz Shanawaz ji and your team. I'd also like to thank Dr. Shabir Bhatt, former Dean of Kashmir University, for organizing this musical under the leadership of Ustaz Shanawaz ji and his team. Thank you so much. We really, really enjoyed it. Moving forward, thank you. Dhanyavad. Moving forward, I now would invite Dr. Dhanaram, core committee member of Kaash Foundation and
Dr.
coordinator.
Dhanaram is joining in. We have Sajid Ahmed Teli.
All right, sir. So while Dr. Dhanaram is joining us, I would like to invite Sajad Ahmed from who will be presenting a song for us. Sajad, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Sajad. Yes, you're audible. Please continue.
Hello, everyone. This is Sajid Ahmed, research scholar in the Department of Linguistics, University of Kashmir. Today, I will be singing a Kashmiri song written by Rusul Mir. Ha ishq suro devanat hai. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are, Sajid. Please continue.
Aşk tsuru rashk kartas devanatay pano nasib chukts lagan beganatay ha aşk tsuru mati majnuno रट नजद मकानतई बहलाल सुंदर आई सईपुर सामानतई हा इश्क चोरो रश्क करथस देवानतई पानो नसे चुप्स लगान बेगानते आश्क सुरो बुम्बरोयिम बुरजल दरगाचेस प्यारानतई क्या चुप्स शेरान नल गोवुम जोलानते हा इश्क चोरो रश्क करथस देवानतई पानो नसे चुक्स लगान बेगानते हा इश्क चोरो शम्मत पोपुर द्राइल यारानतई दोनवई दजिद पे अद सपदो यकसानते हा इश्क चूरो रश्क करथस देवानतई पनो नसे चुक्स लगान बेगानते हा इश्क चूरो थैंक यू
आजाद, थैंक यू वेरी मच। बहुत खूब आपने ये गाना गाया। इसके थोड़े बोल की मीनिंग अगर आप बता देंगे हमको तो वो और अच्छा लगेगा सबको। इस बोल की जो मीनिंग
सर ये एक कश्मीरी गाना है, ये एक सूफी गाना है, तो पूरा मीनिंग जो है नहीं बता सकता हूँ, लेकिन थोड़ा सा बताऊंगा। ये एक जो आशिक है वो अपने महबूब को बुलाता है कि मैं आपका इंतजार कर रहा हूँ, आपके इश्क में दीवाना हो गया हूँ, आप कहाँ हो? मैं आपका तो अपना हूँ, लेकिन सिर्फ आपने मुझे छोड़ दिया है, आप कहाँ गए हो? और फिर बोलता है कि आपको तो किसी और ने लिया है, मैं तो एक जैसा कि वो लैला मजनू है, मैं तो लैला की तरह आपका इंतजार कर रहा हूँ, सेटल आप कहाँ चले गए हो? मैं आपके इश्क में पागल हो चुका हूँ। ये ऐसे ही है कुछ, मतलब पूरा तो मैंने ट्रांसलेट तो मैं पूरा कर नहीं पाऊंगा, लेकिन ऐसे ही कुछ ये शायर जो है अपने महबूब को एड्रेस कर रहा है।
सजाद, धन्यवाद सजाद।
थैंक
डॉक्टर एजाज का भी हम धन्यवाद करेंगे क्योंकि उन्होंने बहुत ही कम समय में हमको सजाद अहमद तेली के साथ में कांटेक्ट करवाया। बहुत
सर
अच्छा लगा आपका
सर ने
गाना।
अभी बोला तो मतलब मुझे पूरा टाइम ही नहीं मिला, सर ने अभी बोला तो मैंने अभी प्रिपेयर किया।
नहीं नहीं, धन्यवाद सजाद। ओवर टू यू प्रणति। वी आल्सो हैव डॉक्टर धनाराम विद अस।
थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you so much, Sajad, for the lovely performance. I now invite Dr. Dhanaram, core committee member of Kaash Foundation and the coordinator for the Madhya Pradesh chapter. Sir, the floor is yours.
सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। मैं डॉक्टर धनाराम एमपी से हूँ और मूलतः छिंदवाड़ा निवासी हूँ और मैं ऐसी जगह से बिलोंग करता हूँ जहाँ पर कि पूरे भारत की ट्राइब्स, मैक्सिमम ट्राइब्स यहाँ पर पाई जाती हैं और भारत की सबसे बड़ी जो ट्राइब है गौंड जनजाति, वो जनजाति छिंदवाड़ा डिस्ट्रिक्ट से लेकर के इसके आसपास के सिवनी, बालाघाट, मंडला और बैतूल सभी जिलों में पाई जाती है। और यहाँ पर छिंदवाड़ा में जो अलग-अलग तहसील्स हैं और उनमें जो जनजातियां हैं उनके बारे में आपको थोड़ा बहुत बताना चाह रहा हूँ, क्योंकि कल से हम काश फाउंडेशन हेलो काश फाउंडेशन के बैनर पर विश्व आदिवासी दिवस के रूप में नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे हैं और ऑल ओवर वर्ल्ड से इसमें पार्टिसिपेंट जुड़े हैं और उन्होंने अपने क्षेत्र की ट्राइब्स के बारे में बताया हुआ है और प्रेजेंटेशन दिया हुआ है। ऐसे ही छिंदवाड़ा एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट है और जो कि मध्य प्रदेश पर है और ये जनजाति बहुल जिला है। यहाँ पर हर तहसील पर अलग-अलग तरह की जनजाति है। मुख्यतः पूरे जिला पर गौंड जनजाति है और इसका एक क्षेत्र है पतालकोट। उस पतालकोट पर प्रिमिटिव भारिया ट्राइब रहती है। पहले से ही जाने का रास्ता बना हुआ है, पक्की रोड बनी हुई है। अदरवाइज सीढ़ियां भी नहीं थी और जो पेड़ों की लताएं होती है उनके द्वारा जाया जाता था। तो हेलो और इस जिले में जो भी जनजातियां हैं, मवासी कोरकू जनजाति है। इन जनजातियों के द्वारा विश्व आदिवासी दिवस कल मनाया गया है और मैं आपके सामने जो क्लिप लेकर आ रहा हूँ वो है यहाँ से लगे हुए बालाघाट जिले की, जहाँ पर कि कल ये कार्यक्रम मनाया गया। पिछले 1 साल से मैं काश फाउंडेशन से जुड़ा हुआ हूँ, जनजाति बहुल क्षेत्र में रह रहा हूँ और जनजातियों के रीति रिवाज तौर तरीके बहुत करीबी से देख रहा हूँ और अभी भी इतने डेवलपमेंट के बाद और शिक्षा आने के बावजूद भी विवाह है या संस्कार और जो भी इनके रहन सहन है, रीति रिवाज हैं, वो अपने मूल रूप में है। हालांकि शहरी क्षेत्रों पर काफी बदलाव दिखता है और पर संस्कृति ग्रहण का साफ साफ झलक मिलती है। तो आपके सामने ये पीपीटी है, प्रेजेंटेशन। There is no sound. ये जो क्लिप है बालाघाट से ली गई है कल के कार्यक्रम की और वर्तमान समय में वहाँ पर गौंड जनजाति के साथ साथ बैगा जनजाति भी मिलती है। गौंड जनजाति अभी भी भारत की सबसे बड़ी जनजाति है और एजुकेशन स्तर पर ये या फिर सरकारी जो जॉब हैं उन पर सब बाकी जनजातियों की तुलना में अधिक आ गई हैं और छिंदवाड़ा में खास करके जो रीति रिवाज हैं वो काफ़ी अच्छी तरह से देखे जा सकते हैं। जो जंगली क्षेत्र है, जंगल या जहाँ पर वन ज़्यादा है वहाँ पर इस प्रकार बैगा जनजाति भी मंडला पर है। उनके भी जो विवाह संस्कार हैं वो भी अलग हैं और मवासी जनजाति भी यहाँ पर है और कोरकू जनजाति भी है। इस प्रकार हम देखते हैं कि जो भी क्षेत्र भारत पर पर्वतों से जुड़े हुए हैं, पहाड़ों से जुड़े हुए हैं, उन क्षेत्र पर ज़्यादा जनजाति रहती है और वो अपने तौर तरीकों को अभी भी निर्वहन करती है। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you so much, sir. That was truly insightful, and thank you for the small clip as well. I would now like to proceed and invite Dr. Shabir Bhatt, former Dean of Kashmir University, to please convey his feedback for the sessions.
Dr. Avkesh Yadav, Director, Kaash Foundation and Center for Academic and Professional Development, distinguished speakers who are connected with us in a digital mode right now, participants of this international conference, my colleagues and friends from across the globe and from different parts of our country. A very good afternoon to all of you. उन सब साथियों की खिदमत में जो इस वक्त हमारे साथ इस 2 रोज़ा इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में जुड़े हुए हैं, मेरा प्यार भरा सलाम और आदाब. At the very outset, I must say it has truly been a great honor and a privilege for me to be a part of this today international conference on indigenous people, challenges of validation and inclusion, on the commemorating day of the United Nations on International Day of World's Indigenous People, with the theme that leaving no one behind, indigenous people and the new social contract. I'm glad that I have been able to seize the moment and an opportunity of collaborating with Kaash Foundation in organizing this 2 days event on the most crucial and significant aspect, which has been able to bring on the forefront and highlight the several issues and the challenges being faced by the marginalized community, or what we call indigenous people across the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, with all honesty, I must say that most of these conferences, by and large, end up with certain recommendations and deliberations. But this is one of the conferences which has deeply touched my heart. And I must say that this has provided all of us, all the participants and the speakers, an opportunity for the communication and the circulation of a thought process. Most of our misunderstandings about the issues of the indigenous people have been removed. Various errors that we often commit while analyzing and interpreting their practical issues have been erased by the communication and circulation of this thought process, by the collision of the mind with the mind and the knowledge with the knowledge. And that's what this conference is all about. And this conference has undoubtedly been able to highlight the issues that I think individually and collectively matter to all of us, belonging to different fields and playing our role in different capacities. It was heartening to know, that the number of the participants who have deliberated during these 2 days conference on the significant issues ranging from delineation of the untouchable women and Narendra Jadav's outcasts, all the way dealing with other most significant aspects, that's environment and indigenous people, the unheard cry, diasporic conscience, unheard voices, unspeakable truth, and the songs of resistance, landscaping the indigenous consciousness, concocting stories, backdrop as a space for cultural confrontation. It has also enhanced our understanding and enriched us to know the situation of the tribal women and the girls in India that still remains very varying, as they are still deprived of many of their rights. This conference has aptly highlighted the violence, trafficking, branding, impact of development-induced issues, disposition of the land and the natural resources, loss of ethnic and cultural identities. The conference has highlighted and further energized the various NGOs who are deeply engaged and involved, in highlighting the issues of these marginalized communities and the movements, and has further created their awareness about the issues affecting indigenous women, men, and children, and their rights to health, education, empowerment, housing, sanitation, social security, and adequate standard of living. And as I said yesterday, in this fast-paced today's world, very few NGOs and organizations are deeply concerned, as I see Kaash Foundation primarily working in all the basic four verticals, that's education, environment, health, and the heritage. I was also touched to hear Ritu Diwan, who has done a remarkable and extensive research in the lives of the Gujar and Bakarwal, which is again a marginalized community in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, their forest rights. And these are the things that we need to highlight. And I think we are individually and collectively responsible, to see what's happening our left and right in our union territories, in our states, and across the country and across the world. And I'm very glad to see that this conference has left an, I would say, unforgettable impact in the minds of the people, and also created a curiosity, at least, to see how these communities have been exploited over a long period of time, and how, regardless of the situation they have been through, they still retain their social, cultural, economic, and political characteristics that are distinct from the dominant societies. And I'm sure that it has not been an easy task. And at the same time, I would also like to say that institutions of higher learning, and especially the universities, they do not live or exist in vacuum. They are necessarily closely tied to the societies of which they are a part. And all these institutions have a responsibility to engage themselves with passion, with absolute involvement in the issues that confront these communities. Because that is, I think, apart from academics delivering quality education, engaging in science research and advancing research. And one of the important functions of the modern universities, as I see it as an academic, is in the area of advancing research. Higher education institutions are expected to advance knowledge in a wide variety of ways. And I must tell you that Kashmir University has hundreds of collaborations with different institutions and NGOs across the globe, primarily for the benefit of the community and the society and the marginalized communities. And all the institutions that I have had an opportunity to hear from, and even though Ritu Diwan, Kashmir University will be delighted to enter into collaborations and the partnerships, be it the question of Gujar and Bakarwal, or be it a question, by Adivasis in different parts of the country, or an issue in Jharkhand. And that's what the role of the higher education institutions is. And I believe that the main ingredient for the constructive educational change is the will to change and the ability to take appropriate decisions effectively across all levels of educational system. So I think as academic, as scholars, as teachers, we must know, how to change and what aspects of the system we need to change. We must prioritize, our academics. We must prioritize the issues so that we can come up with a strategy that will enhance the capacities of the scholars and the departments so that they will be able to do a cutting edge research and connect with the government, connecting with the NGOs, connecting with those who matter at the national level so that their issues, their problems are to somehow mitigated. And in this, I would say, 2 days international conference, most of the issues, that most of the time, as I said, we seldom, come across those issues.
Professor Shabir, you're on mute.
connecting experts, I would say bringing all experts together who have enormous expertise and have done very quality research when it comes to the issues of these communities, like from the United States of America this morning and people from other parts of the country, Turkey. I think it has been really heartening to see the kind of the efforts and this, Akash Foundation is very seriously and with integrity, with dignity, I mean, say with sincerity and honesty, they are involved in it. And I must congratulate the director of the center. I must congratulate the organizers of the team. And I hope it is just the first step to work together. And Kashmir University now, from now onwards, will be delighted to collaborate on various aspects. And I would also like to see the University of Kashmir engaged in some kind of a research in different parts of the country by involving our faculty from the social sciences and the different professors, by having and organizing certain conferences, certain webinars, so that we can take this. I see it as a very sacred mission. That's what I said yesterday. It's very, very important for all of us, apart from our own responsibilities. This is equally very, very important that we highlight and then bring on the forefront the issues that are being faced by these people. So it has truly been a great honor to be a part of that, and I'm delighted to see it has been a fantastic, a very great experience, and to hear to all the experts. And I'm sure that the recommendations, that the deliberations will come in the form of a publication in due course of time, and they will catch the attention of the people who matter in policy matters. And somehow we are able to, make a difference. That's the most important thing. We may not be able to do much. As I said today, this conference at least has been able to create a curiosity among scholars and among the academia, among the policy matters. I'm sure it is going to draw their attention as to what their lives are, what their culture, what their background, and how they relate to the environment. And it has also taught me to live with peace with the environment, live with peace and dignity with each other, people with different faiths, with different schools of thought. And this is something very, very important. And I hope that this conference will go a long way in what I call further strengthening our academic relationship with Kaash Foundation. I would like to end with a quote from Aaron Angersama that says, I'm convinced that each human being is unique and that he has a right to be his own separate self. And that's a thought what we all need to, generate. That's an idea that we need to hold very closely to our heart, but at the same time, be there for each other and be able to facilitate, help, and support these marginalized societies. And that gives a purpose to our life, purpose to our existence, and meaning to what we are doing. And that makes, I would say the academics, that makes all these interactions, seminars, conferences very meaningful and productive. With these words, I wish you honestly, it was heartening to be here during these 2 days and giving me an opportunity to speak and share my perspective as an academic. And I hope that we will be able to work together on a lot of other issues that confront these people. Please know that the Kashmir University will always be there in any form and in any shape, and just let us know how we can help this Kaash Foundation in taking this mission, the most sacred mission to me, forward. I really congratulate you. I wish you a very happy, healthy, and a prosperous life as a director of the Kaash Foundation, and all the organizers and all those people who are working for this Kaash Foundation, because I see it as a sacred mission. I see them involved in a very big cause. And Kashmir University, that is our mission, to be a part of human development, and we will always be there. Thanks again, all the best, Mr. Jadhav and your organizing team. And I'm grateful, for all those scholars who have submitted their papers, made their brilliant presentations. And I see those are the brilliant minds. It is those people who keep this flame alive, and then it is their effort, their contribution, that all of us are able to know what's happening in the society. Academics, education is the most beautiful thing. As I said yesterday, it is a very powerful tool which can change the destiny of the nations. And that's where we have to focus on as an academic. And that's what is important to me. I wish you all the best. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir. There was a truly very valuable feedback, and we are with us today as well as yesterday. You put forth certain very valid points, and like you said, this is only the first step forward, and we definitely have a long way to go. But we definitely look forward to further sessions along with Kashmir University. Thank you so much once again for joining us. Going ahead, I would now like to invite Dr. Avkash Jadhav, the founder trustee of Kaash Foundation, as well as the director of the CAPD and the chief architect for this entire event. Sir, please say a few words about the event. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Pranati. The words of appreciation, in fact, are taken with all humility and with uh, collective sharing. For an event like this to pull through, a big team is required. I would like to extend heartfelt gratitude to our collaborators. We had almost 80 plus research paper presentations. We had representation from almost 5 countries. We had representation from Pan India, more than 20 states participated, 5 UTs, almost representation and registration from more than 80 universities across the country as such, and from various colleges also, and also some central bodies for that matter. We have managed to conduct this entire session on more than now 12 hours in a manner where we managed to blend both academics as well as culture. Performances from Kerala, Meghalaya, from Haryana, from the nomadic and denotified tribes. Today we had live performance from Kashmir and also from Balaghat, Madhya Pradesh. I also would like to extend thanks to my young brigade team members, Pranati, Megha Patel, Ishan Singhania, Rohan Hegde, the ones who've been working behind the scene relentlessly. In fact, the entire show is carried out by Kishan Singhania on YouTube, Apul Jadhav for maintaining and managing Instagram, for documentation, Srishti Joshi, Maria, Yash Patala, Janice, and Trista. My I would say the other part of the Kaash Foundation, and also parallel to me, my own we are very dear friend and also joint director of Kaash Foundation Education Section, Geeta Ajit, who has been spearheading this entire deliberation throughout the 2 days, and also showing and displaying good camaraderie and teamwork for that matter. My associate coordinator, Pamela Dhunde, my friends around like Dr. Dhanaram, Dr. Sisodia, principals of various colleges, St. Joseph College, Dr. Premanand, Dr. Prashant, they all have been guiding force behind this entire movement of 2 days. When we started, we thought it would be a very small event, but eventually, with the efforts of all these team members, we managed to come to this segment, and we are quite happy that we could do somewhere little justice in bringing out the voice, creating awareness, and also we are now committing to engage with the denotified and nomadic tribes. As you know, we had done a collaboration with All India Nomadic and Denotified Tribe Welfare Sun. Kaash Foundation is going to offer them few sessions and programs in the due course on women empowerment, financial literacy, conducting programs for the youth of the nomadic and the denotified tribe or the indigenous community as such, and also would try to see that we can engage them in some kind of soft skills and skills which they'll require when they go in the market for the job orientation as such. So we'll not stop here only with our online activity. We also are quite keen and we are basically field workers. We like to work in the field. So all my team members, all the moderators who meticulously managed to tab the time and had the sessions somewhere they managed to compact it to control it with the subtle warnings, courteous warnings. All the chairpersons who gave their wonderful remarks, encouraging remarks, and we've been receiving messages that sessions were conducted quite well. We got a good response, and we had to stop our registrations. To our keynote speaker, Dr. Kemal, valedictory speaker, Dr. Ritu Diwan, our special guest, Dr. Sara, all the plenary scholars, the chairperson for the plenary scholars, Dr. Tikaram, Dr. Pratibha. So these people have been really instrumental. Last but not the least, the participants who have from the faculties to the research scholars, young research scholars. You have really managed to push this conference to this segment of success. So we also extend our gratitude to you for believing in us and trusting in us as such. Dr. Shabir rightly said this can be, of course, an ongoing process, and he has been kind enough to encourage in all the possible way. The musical which we just witnessed was because of his initiative, and he immediately managed to get in touch with people. So a lot of efforts, teamwork has gone into it, and I always feel if your cause is right and you have conviction, then all the energies synthesize, and what comes out is a different kind of a cosmic elevation as such, which is then cannot be explained in a human words or in a human manner for that matter. This has to be only felt. So what we witnessed was nothing else but this energy, and we would like to sustain this energy. So I thank once again on behalf of Kaash Foundation and family to all of you for trusting in us and being with us to make this two-day international conference a success. Over to you, Pranati.
Thank you so much, sir. I'd now like to invite Dr. Geeta Ajit, Joint Director of Education and Coordinator for the CAPD, to please convey the concluding remarks. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Pranati. And to all our viewers, good evening, and thank you for being with us through these 2 days. It's been a long 2 days, but definitely very exciting, enlightening, and there's so much of learning that has happened in the past 48 hours, I would say. It's the kind of papers that we have received, the kind of the speakers, each and every one of them are guest speakers, are plenary speakers, and also with the valedictorian, and also the encouragement that we received from our collaborators. I would like to say a big thank you to each and every one of them. Once again, thank you to all our collaborators, which is All India Denotified and Nomadic Tribe Welfare Sangh, Madhya Pradesh, University of Kashmir, Srinagar, Jivaji University, Gwalior, Madhya Pradesh, St. Joseph's College, Autonomous Devagiri, Kerala, and SSLN Government Penchavli PG College, Parasia, Madhya Pradesh. It's really great to know all of them, and also I think Dr. Jadhav and we had all the other speakers speaking wonderfully and telling us how important it is to go ahead. We also had a guest speaker, Dr. Sarah Wiley, who stayed awake late nights to ensure that because she's in the US and the time difference, in order to ensure that we get a wonderful insight on the kind of research they are doing at the other end of the globe. I would also like to thank Prashant and Premanand, Dr. Prashant and Dr. Premanand, who was coordinating with me with the south part of it in Kerala, because there's a lot of things that happened out there, the connection, the way they have connected and helped out all through. Thank you so much. And of course, we had all the Madhya Pradesh, Gwalior and Kashmir connecting with Kaash and team. And without all of you, we would not have been able to make it such a successful one. So first of all, Kaash, thank you so much for leading such a wonderful team and ensuring that everything goes right. He's the one who ensures and what do you say, any problems, and he's there to solve it for us. And of course, Pamela, without whom we could never have done anything. She's the youth brigade spearheading out there. And we have Pranati and Kishan and Roshan at the back end who's helping out. And yeah, almost, I think Kavita, thank you for helping out. Kavita was there too to help out, and all the others who's been with us in all the 2 days. And of course, it's honestly, I feel there's just been a lot of learning, and all the research scholars who's presented papers, the papers were amazing, and it also gives insight and inputs for those who wish to continue research. So once again, I would like to thank all the viewers for the immense support and being with us that you have given us encouragement, because without the encouragement of the audience, all this would lie flat. There would be nobody would want to do it further. It's only because of you, dear audience, that we feel, yes, it's worth it and it makes it successful. So thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. And over to you, Pranati.
Thank you so much. Before we wrap up this event, this 2-day event, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Shantidev Sisodia from the Jivaji University to please express his feedback in brief for us.
I think he's facing some technical issue. He got locked out.
Okay, sir.
We may proceed. Yes, we may proceed further, Pranati.
Okay, sir. Definitely. As we now draw to an end to the 2-day event that was the 14th International Conference on Indigenous Peoples, Challenges, Validation, and Inclusion, I'd just like to quote, "Through consciousness, our minds have the power to change our planet and ourselves. It is time we heed the wisdom of the ancient indigenous people and challenge our consciousness and spirit to tend the garden and not destroy it." This is extremely important, as we have learned through the 2-day event, through the various presenters and the speakers that spoke. On behalf of Kaash Foundation, I would like to express a sincerest gratitude to our collaborators, All India Denotified and Nomadic Tribe Welfare Sangh from Madhya Pradesh, University of Kashmir, Srinagar, Jivaji University, Gwalior, Madhya Pradesh, St. Joseph's College, Autonomous, Kerala, SSLN Government Frenchbury PG College from Madhya Pradesh. We are very grateful to have had this collaboration with all our collaborators. We would also like to extend our greatest gratitude to all our guests of honors, keynote speakers, plenary speakers, the chairpersons and moderators of the various technical sessions, as well as the plenary sessions, and of course, all the presenters and our participants, without which this would have been not at all a success. I would also like to thank and express our deepest gratitude to Dr. Kaash Jadhav and Dr. Geeta Ajit, who have unfailingly been the pillars of every event and every endeavor that Kaash Foundation has put forth. Our greatest gratitude to you, professors. I would also like to thank all the team members of Kaash Foundation who have worked relentlessly behind the scenes to make every event a success. And also thank you to all our participants for joining us and tuning in for this 2-day session. Before we wrap up, I would just like to remind all the participants to please fill the feedback form that is given in the description, which is mandatory in case you want the e-certificate. So please do fill in the feedback form. And thank you so much. This is Pranati Trivedi, team member of Kaash Foundation, wrapping up the 14th International Conference. Thank you so much.